So many questions. Why is the world spinning? Why is the moon keeping its orbit? Can rockets fly backwards? The facts you didn't know you needed. The Useless Show.
Here's something that'll mess with you the next time you eat corn on the cob. An ear of corn almost always has an even number of rows, most commonly 16. Not 15, not 17, even. Every single time. Nature did the math before we did. That's either deeply satisfying or deeply unsettling depending on your relationship with numbers. Sloths are already famous for being slow at everything. But here's one area where they're quietly elite, holding their breath. They can actually hold it longer than dolphins by slowing their heart rate down to a third of its normal speed. A dolphin, one of the most athletic animals in the ocean, is losing a breath holding contest to a creature that takes 2 weeks to digest a single leaf. Incredible. That cinnamon you've been sprinkling on your oatmeal your whole life? There's a decent chance it's not actually cinnamon. Real cinnamon and the cheaper cassia version sold in most grocery stores come from two completely different trees. Most stores sell cassia and just call it cinnamon because most people don't know the difference. You've been living a mild lie and nobody told you. Pistachios are called the smiling nut in Iran and the happy nut in China, both because the shell naturally splits open into a little grin. A nut so good-natured, it looks like it's smiling at you before you eat it. Even the food is in a better mood than most people on a Monday morning. You've probably eaten pound cake before and never once thought about the name. The original recipe was literally 1 pound each of butter, sugar, flour, and eggs. That was the entire formula. No secret technique, no creative twist, just a baker in the 1700s making a cake with the simplest math possible. And somehow, it still works. Some hospitals still keep jars of live liches on hand. Leech therapy is FDA approved to help restore blood flow after delicate surgeries like reattaching fingers or ears. A creature straight out of the Middle Ages is still doing legitimate medical work in modern operating rooms. Before you cringe, they have a better track record than a lot of treatments that sound much fancier. Platypus already has a lot going on. It's a mammal that lays eggs, has a duckbill, a beaver tail, and venom. But here's one more thing to add to the list. It has absolutely no stomach. None. Food goes straight from its throat into its intestines, skipping the whole step. The platypus just decided the stomach was optional, and somehow it's doing just fine. Evolution clearly had a weird day when it got to the platypus. Goldfish can see more colors than humans can, including ultraviolet light that is totally invisible to us. The fish you won at a carnival fair has more advanced color vision than you do. That little orange creature in the bowl is experiencing a richer, more colorful world than you've ever seen. Let that sink in. Pistachios are delicious, but stack too many of them together in one place and they become a fire hazard. If stored in large enough quantities, they can spontaneously catch fire because of their high fat content and low moisture. There are shipping containers in the world that have burst into flames purely because of too many pistachios. A snack with a dark side. Respect the nut. Pop rocks feel like tiny explosions in your mouth because they literally are. The candy is manufactured with tiny pockets of pressurized carbon dioxide trapped inside each piece. And when they dissolve on your tongue, the gas escapes in rapid little bursts. That's the whole trick. One clever bit of food engineering from the 1970s turned pressurized gas into one of the most memorable candy experiences ever made. Your heart takes up more space than most people realize, enough that your left lung had to make room for it. Your left lung is noticeably smaller than your right, specifically to leave space for your heart sitting to the left side of your chest. Your own body is asymmetrical on the inside, and you've just been living with it. Everything about the human body is a compromise. A blue moon is a phrase everyone uses, but the moon is almost never actually blue. Almost never. But here's when it genuinely has been. When volcanic ash gets into the atmosphere, it scatters certain wavelengths of light and can turn the moon a real shade of blue. The phrase usually means rare, and the actual phenomenon is rarer still. The moon goes blue, and almost no one is watching when it does. Iceland is literally getting bigger. The entire island sits on a split between two tectonic plates that are slowly pulling apart, which means Iceland grows about 2 centimeters wider every single year. In geological terms, that's actually fast. Iceland is expanding, and if you come back in a few million years, it'll be a noticeably different island. The land itself has ambition. You have about 1.5 million sweat glands spread across your skin. 1.5 million. And some of the densest patches aren't in your armpits like you'd expect. They're on the soles of your feet. Your feet are sweating right now, quietly, through the bottom of your shoes. You're welcome for that mental image. There's a forest in Poland where hundreds of pine trees have a sharp 90-degree bend right at the base before growing straight up. Nobody knows exactly why. The leading theory is they were deliberately shaped by humans during World War II for use in curved furniture construction, then abandoned when the war broke out. But that's never been confirmed. A whole forest of bent trees, and the explanation is still just a theory. If you're enjoying these facts so far, hit that like button. It really helps. Now let's keep going, because it only gets weirder. In 2021, a diver off the coast of Massachusetts was briefly scooped up inside the mouth of a humpback whale. A full-grown adult human inside a whale's mouth. The whale spat him out unharmed after a few seconds, but those few seconds must have been the longest of his entire life. He survived with the most unbelievable story at any dinner party for the rest of his life. And the whale just swam off like nothing happened. Tomatoes don't look that complicated. Red, round, mildly controversial on the fruit or vegetable question. But genetically, they're doing more than you'd think. Tomatoes have roughly 7,000 more genes than humans do. A tomato is more genetically complex than a human being. If a tomato could talk, it would have a lot more to say than you. Earwax sounds gross, but it's actually a specialized form of sweat. Your ear canal is lined with glands that produce it the same way your regular sweat glands work, just with a different output. So when someone says they're sweating, there's a technically accurate version of that happening in their ears too. The human body is endlessly creative. NASA has a plane called the Vomiting Comet. That's its real nickname. It creates weightlessness for astronaut training by flying in dramatic steep dives that produce about 25 seconds of zero gravity at a time. During the steep climb that follows, the G-forces hit hard. Hence the name. NASA needed a way to train people for space on Earth, and they built a plane that makes everyone nauseous. Honeybees flap their wings about 200 times per second. That's exactly what creates the buzzing sound, the wing frequency vibrating the air. The buzz isn't a bee making noise on purpose. The buzz is a bee moving so fast it's playing a musical note with its own wings. 200 beats per second, constantly, while navigating, communicating, and finding flowers. Bees are working harder than any of us. In 2016, a man fell into an acidic, boiling hot spring at Yellowstone and was almost entirely dissolved by the time rescuers could reach him. The water is so hot and so chemically aggressive it breaks down human tissue extremely quickly. Yellowstone is one of the most beautiful places in America and one of the most quietly dangerous. The gorgeous colors in those pools come from microbes living in conditions that would destroy most living things. Nature is stunning and terrifying in equal measure. Your body produces faint visible light, not metaphorically, not as a figure of speech, but literally. Human bodies emit a tiny amount of light all the time. The catch is it's about 1,000 times too dim for the human eye to detect. You are technically glowing right now, and nobody can tell. Every person you've ever met has been quietly luminous this whole time. The scent of a footprint doesn't just linger for dogs. They can smell the difference in age between two sets of footprints and tell which one is older. Your footprints leave a timeline in the ground that another animal can read just by sniffing the sand. You've been leaving scent data trails your entire life and had no idea. Dogs know things about where you've been that you've already forgotten. Ever wonder why your fingers go wrinkly in the bath? It's not just waterlogging, it's intentional. Your skin wrinkles in water to create better grip, the same way tire treads help cars hold the road. Your nervous system triggers it on purpose. Your fingertips are smarter than you give them credit for, automatically upgrading your traction underwater. Your body improves itself in the bathtub. There's a planet called WASP-76 where it rains iron. Not metaphorically, actual molten iron droplets fall from the sky on its night side. During the day, temperatures get so extreme that iron vaporizes completely. On the cooler night side, that vapor condenses and falls as rain. Liquid metal falling from the sky every night on another planet. Earth's weather seems extremely manageable by comparison. Brazil nuts are incredibly nutritious, but there's a fine print. Eating just a few of them can already push you past your daily recommended amount of selenium, and eating a large handful regularly could cause selenium toxicity. The world's healthiest nut comes with a warning label. Too much of a genuinely good thing is still too much. The red color in a lot of candies, yogurts, and juices doesn't come from berries or artificial dye. It comes from crushed cochineal insects. Tiny bugs are harvested, dried, and processed to produce a red pigment called carmine. It's natural, it's FDA approved, and it's been in your food your entire life. Before you swear off red candy forever, just know your body has processed thousands of them already, and you're fine. Wombats look like fat, sleepy potatoes that couldn't outrun anything. Completely wrong. These animals can hit 25 miles per hour in short bursts, fast enough to leave a human behind. A wombat can sprint away from you before you've even registered what you're looking at. Never underestimate the chunky ones. True for wombats. True in life generally. Jupiter is so massive it could fit over 1,300 Earths inside it. But despite that size, it spins faster than any other planet and completes a full rotation in under 10 hours. Jupiter has the shortest day in the solar system. The biggest planet moves the fastest. You'd barely have time to eat breakfast before the day was over on Jupiter. Namibia has a stretch of coastline called the Skeleton Coast, and the name earns every syllable. It's littered with shipwrecks and bleached whale bones that have washed ashore for centuries. Deadly fog rolls in from cold ocean currents with almost no warning, disorienting ships until it's too late. Sailors used to call it the land God made in anger. It's one of the most hauntingly beautiful and most quietly deadly places on Earth. Right now, a blood cell inside your body is completing a full loop around your entire circulatory system in about 60 seconds. 1 minute. Heart to lungs to extremities and back again. Your blood is running a marathon every single minute of your life without ever being asked. And it never stops, not once. For as long as you're alive. That deserves some respect. Carbonated drinks weren't invented to be fun or refreshing. They were invented to imitate mineral spring water, which people in the 1700s believed had powerful health benefits. The fizz was the medicine. Nobody was trying to create a party drink. They were trying to replicate a health spa in a bottle. And then somewhere along the way it became cola. Progress is unpredictable. Saturn's moon Iapetus looks like it can't make up its mind. One hemisphere is as bright as fresh snow. The other is as dark as coal. The contrast is so extreme, it looks like someone painted exactly half of it. Scientists believe one side collects dark material sweeping through space, while the other stays icy and reflective. A moon that is literally two completely different worlds depending on which side you're looking at. Carrots, apples, and onions all taste sweeter after a frost, not because the cold makes them better by coincidence, but because when temperatures drop, the plant converts its stored starches into sugar as a survival mechanism to prevent freezing. You're not just eating a vegetable, you're tasting a plant's survival response. Cold weather produce isn't just fresher, it's fighting back, and the fight tastes sweet. Frogs cannot swallow with their eyes open. They literally need to blink. And when they do, their eyeballs press down into the roof of the mouth and help physically push food down their throat. The eyeballs are part of the swallowing mechanism. A frog blinks to eat. Every time you see a frog blink, something is happening inside its head that you probably didn't want to picture. We think of asteroids as lone rocks tumbling silently through space. But some of them have their own moons, smaller rocks that orbit them as they travel. Many solar systems inside our solar system, hidden out in the asteroid belt. A rock, orbiting the sun. Its systems all the way down. A group of porcupines is officially called a prickle. Not a herd, not a pack, not a colony, a prickle. Whoever named that was clearly a fan of accuracy. You genuinely cannot think of a better collective noun for a bunch of quill-covered animals that will absolutely stick you if you get too close. Stop refrigerating your tomatoes. Genuinely, it's ruining them. The cold temperature halts the chemical reactions that produce a tomato's flavor. What comes out of the fridge tastes like a vaguely red vegetable that used to have opinions about itself. Room temperature, always. This is not a preference. This is science telling you to change your behavior immediately. Marshmallows didn't start as a campfire snack. The original marshmallow was made from the sap of the actual mallow plant, a real medicinal herb, mixed with honey and eaten by ancient Egyptian royalty as a luxury treat. Pharaohs were eating an early version of the marshmallow. The candy aisle is running a 3,000-year-old royal dessert program, and nobody makes a big deal about it. If you're still watching, drop a comment below. Let me know you're one of the real ones. Now let's keep going. Carrots can technically turn your skin orange if you eat too many of them. It's a real condition called carotenemia, where beta-carotene builds up in your body and starts showing through your skin, mostly on the palms and soles of your feet. It's harmless and fades when you cut back. There's a very real threshold of carrot consumption past, which you begin transforming into a carrot. Nobody knows exactly where that line is for each person, which makes it a personal experiment nobody asked to run. There's a magnetic hill in Canada where if you put your car in neutral, it appears to roll uphill on its own. People make the trip specifically to experience it. The phenomenon is completely real and completely an optical illusion. The surrounding landscape creates such a convincing false sense of slope that your eyes override what physics is actually doing. Your brain is being defeated by a hill. It happens to everyone. Nobody wins. Jupiter is so massive that it and the Sun don't actually orbit each other in the traditional sense. They orbit a shared gravitational balance point called a barycenter, and that point sits just outside the surface of the Sun itself. So Jupiter isn't just a planet orbiting our star. It's a gravitational partner massive enough to pull the Sun slightly off-center. Jupiter is literally tugging on the Sun, and the Sun just goes with it. Madagascar broke away from Africa so long ago that evolution had nearly unlimited time to do its own thing in total isolation. The result, about 90% of Madagascar's wildlife exists absolutely nowhere else on the planet. Lemurs, chameleons, baobab trees, species that developed entirely cut off from the rest of life on Earth. It's not just an island. It's a parallel planet that happened to share the same ocean. A group of hedgehogs is officially called an array. Not a bundle, not a cluster, an array. The word sounds like it belongs in a math equation, but here it is, describing a small pile of spiky nocturnal mammals. English-named animal groups during a specific era of enormous creative confidence, and we should all be grateful for it. Here's one for everyone who feels guilty buying frozen vegetables. Frozen ones are often more nutritious than so-called fresh, because they're frozen within hours of harvest, locking vitamins in at peak freshness. That fresh broccoli that traveled 3 days on a truck before sitting in your store has been slowly losing nutrients the whole time. The freezer aisle was right. You were wrong. And that's completely okay. Chili peppers evolved their heat specifically to stop mammals from eating them. Capsaicin, the compound that makes chilies hot, causes pain in mammals, but is completely harmless to birds. Birds eat the seeds and spread them. Mammals just suffer. The chili designed a targeted defense system to repel one entire category of animal and built an alliance with another. And then humans came along and started breeding them hotter on purpose. We really showed that pepper. Your sense of smell is sharpest in the spring and weakest in the dead of winter. Seasonal changes in humidity and temperature affect how scent molecules travel through the air and how your nasal tissue responds to them. Your nose has a season. It performs better in spring, gets sluggish in winter, and nobody gave it the option to disagree. The Nazca booby chick has a brutal start to life. It's common for the older chick to physically shove its younger sibling out of the nest to die, and the parents let it happen. They don't intervene. They don't stop it. This is a standard feature of Nazca booby family life, not a rare exception. Nature doesn't enforce sibling kindness. It just watches. Twinkies have a legendary reputation for lasting forever. The reality is far less impressive. Their actual shelf life is about 45 days. The myth of the immortal Twinkie is entirely made up, spread by pop culture until everyone assumed it was true. A Twinkie expires faster than some shampoos. The most famous junk food in history has been lying about its longevity the whole time. Stick around, because the best facts are still coming. And if you haven't hit that like button yet, now would be a great time. Most people have heard of Uluru, Australia's famous red rock rising out of the desert. But Mount Augustus, also in Australia, is more than twice the size, and almost nobody talks about it. It's the world's largest single rock, and it's just sitting there in the Australian outback being completely underrated. Fame is not proportional to size. The most impressive rock on Earth is not the famous one. That smell of freshly cut grass that most people love, that's the grass screaming. It's a chemical distress signal the plant releases when it's being wounded, meant to alert nearby organisms. The pleasant summery scent that people find so relaxing is a plant's active distress call broadcasting damage across the lawn. We've collectively decided the smell of suffering is great. Humans are something else. The little dent between your nose and upper lip is called the philtrum. It has a name. Scientists aren't entirely sure what it does. There's no widely agreed upon function. It forms during fetal development as two sides of the face fuse together, and the groove is simply left behind. There is a feature on every human face that medicine has named, studied, and still cannot fully explain. Your body has mysteries built right into it. A group of zebras is called a dazzle. That name isn't random. Their stripes create genuine visual confusion that makes it extremely difficult for predators to lock onto a single animal when the herd moves together. What looks decorative is actually a full tactical defense system. Zebras are wearing camouflage that only works in a crowd. The group itself is the strategy. Licorice seems harmless enough, but eating too much black licorice can actually raise your blood pressure and interfere with your heart rhythm. The compound that gives it its flavor, glycyrrhizin, affects the hormones that regulate potassium levels in your body. The FDA has issued real warnings about it. An old-fashioned candy is capable of causing cardiac problems if you take it seriously enough. Even licorice has a dark side. On Saturn's moon Titan, the atmosphere is so thick and the gravity so low that a human could strap on wings and fly just by flapping their arms. Not figuratively. Scientists have actually modeled this. The physics work. Titan is the one place in the known solar system where human-powered winged flight is theoretically achievable. We found the perfect location for the greatest activity ever invented, and it's 750 million miles away. The bubbles in every carbonated drink you've ever had are carbon dioxide, the exact same gas your lungs are constantly trying to expel. Manufacturers dissolve it into liquid under pressure, and when you open the can, the pressure drops and the gas escapes as bubbles. Every fizzy drink you've ever enjoyed is full of your exhaled gas in a slightly different form. You're essentially drinking a bottled version of your own breath. You're welcome. Chewing gum is the second most common type of litter in the entire world, right behind cigarette butts. More gum ends up stuck to sidewalks, pressed into pavement, and glued under tables every year than almost any other form of trash. It's also one of the hardest types of litter to remove. The world's second biggest litter problem fits in the palm of your hand. Small habits, enormous consequences. Your funny bone isn't a bone at all. It's the ulnar nerve, running right along the outside of your elbow. And when you hit it, you're not striking bone. You're compressing the nerve directly against the surface with almost no padding protecting it. That sharp tingling zap is a nerve being struck. It's called the funny bone because of the humerus, the actual bone it runs along. A pun became a permanent anatomical nickname, and it's been confusing people ever since. There's a sandstone formation in Arizona called the Wave that looks like it was rendered by a computer and is almost too perfect to be real. The swirling, flowing rock was carved by wind and water over millions of years. It's so fragile that only 64 people are allowed to visit it per day, and permits are awarded by lottery. One of the most stunning natural formations on Earth, and access to it is literally a raffle. The hole in a donut reportedly exists for a practical engineering reason. It makes the middle cook through evenly, so the dough doesn't stay raw in the center while the outside burns. Before the hole, donuts were dense lumps that cooked unevenly. One simple geometric change solved the problem entirely. The most recognizable feature of the world's most beloved fried food was originally just an engineering fix. Sometimes the solution is simply removing something. Mount Thor in Canada has the tallest vertical drop on Earth, a sheer cliff that falls over 4,000 feet straight down. Not a slope, not a gradual incline, a vertical wall of rock dropping more than 3/4 of a mile. It's named after a Norse god of thunder, which is exactly the right name for something that terrifying. Canada is hiding an extreme landscape, and its reputation for being polite is doing a lot of heavy lifting. Asparagus makes some people's urine smell distinctly strange, but here's the real twist. Not everyone can actually detect it. The ability to smell the specific sulfuric compound asparagus produces requires a certain genetic trait, and a significant percentage of people simply don't have it. Some people eat asparagus, notice nothing unusual, and assume the whole story is a myth. It's not. They just can't smell it. Lucky them, or unlucky them, depends entirely on how you look at it. Earth has a sort of unofficial second moon, an asteroid called Cruithne that traces a strange horseshoe-shaped path around our planet. It's not a true moon in the traditional sense, but it's been loosely circling Earth for thousands of years and will continue to do so for thousands more. A rock that's been quietly following our planet this entire time, and we barely acknowledge it. Cruithne deserves better. The Giant's Causeway in Northern Ireland is made of about 40,000 interlocking hexagonal columns of volcanic rock, stretching out into the sea like a natural cobblestone road built by giants. Local legend says exactly that. A giant built it as a path to Scotland. The scientific explanation is just as astonishing. Ancient lava cooling so uniformly it cracked itself into perfect hexagons. Whether it was a giant or geology, the result is the same. Raindrops are not shaped like teardrops. That classic cartoon shape is completely wrong. As a raindrop falls, air resistance flattens it from the bottom until it looks more like a tiny hamburger bun. Small drops stay round, large ones flatten out. The shape you've been picturing your entire life every time someone says raindrop doesn't actually exist in real rain. Reality is doing something entirely different, and nobody corrected you until now. Some of the world's finest cheeses are aged inside caves for months or even years. The specific combination of temperature, humidity, and natural molds living in cave walls creates flavor profiles that can't be replicated in a warehouse. The cheese is literally eating the cave environment and converting it into taste. Every bite of a cave-aged cheese contains an entire ecosystem. Fancy cheese is geography you can eat. We're deep into it now. If you haven't liked the video yet, do it right now. Let's keep the facts coming. There's a lake in Australia's outback called Katy Thanda Lake Air that is usually bone dry. It only fills with water a few times per century, when massive rainfall events redirect rivers into the basin. When it does fill, something extraordinary happens. Enormous flocks of birds appear within days, seemingly out of nowhere. Millions of birds at a lake that barely exists. Nature keeps tabs on places nobody's visited in decades. Saturn's rings look solid from a distance, but they're made of countless individual chunks of ice, ranging in size from dust particles to pieces as large as houses. They're not a disk, they're a crowd. Trillions of icy fragments independently orbiting Saturn, just close enough together to appear as a single structure. If you could see Saturn's rings at the scale of a single particle, they'd look less like a ring and more like a traffic jam in space. The closest star to our Sun is Proxima Centauri, and it's over 4 light years away. That means light, traveling at 186,000 miles per second, takes more than 4 years to get there. The fastest spacecraft humans have ever built would take roughly 70,000 years to reach it. The nearest possible neighbor in the cosmic neighborhood is still incomprehensibly far away. Space isn't just big, it's almost insultingly empty. There are tiny mites living in your eyelashes and pores right now. Demodex mites, microscopic, 8-legged relatives of spiders, spend their entire lives on human skin and are found on virtually every adult on Earth. They eat dead skin cells. They come out at night. They've been here the whole time, and you've never once noticed. You are a habitat for an ecosystem that never asked your permission. Sleep tight. On Mars, there are sand dunes shaped almost exactly like the Starfleet logo from Star Trek, the same chevron symbol that's been on the uniforms since the 1960s. By pure coincidence. The angle of the wind, the slope of the terrain, and the way the dunes interact created a pattern indistinguishable from a science fiction franchise's emblem. Space accidentally referenced a show about space. Nobody planned that. The chewy black pearls at the bottom of bubble tea are made from tapioca, which is extracted from the root of the cassava plant, the same plant behind tapioca pudding. A tropical root vegetable is quietly behind one of the most popular drink trends of the last 30 years. The cassava plant has been feeding people for thousands of years, and then became a global beverage phenomenon without anyone really making a fuss about it. Plitvice Lakes in Croatia is one of the most photographed places in the world, a series of turquoise lakes connected by cascading waterfalls. But what most photos don't show is that the lakes are constantly reshaping themselves. Minerals in the water deposit as travertine rock, slowly building natural dams and redirecting the flow. The landscape looks the same year to year, but it's technically never the same twice. Plitvice is a living thing that can't stop sculpting itself. A group of kangaroos is called a mob. Not a herd, not a troop, a mob. It has exactly the kind of energy you'd expect from a group of animals that can kick hard enough to cause serious injury. The name fits perfectly. Australia named its animal groups with appropriate intensity. Coconut water is so chemically similar to human blood plasma that it has been used as an emergency intravenous fluid in remote field hospitals when proper IV supplies ran out. The electrolyte balance is close enough to work in a real medical crisis. A liquid inside a fruit, hanging from a tree, doubles as a blood plasma substitute. Nature put an emergency medical supply inside every coconut and wrapped it in a hard shell. Off the coast of Alabama, under the waters of the Gulf of Mexico, there is an ancient cypress forest, a grove of trees submerged and preserved for over 60,000 years under the sediment, exposed again when Hurricane Ivan shifted the seafloor in 2004. Trees alive before modern humans spread across the globe, perfectly intact under the ocean. The Gulf of Mexico was hiding a prehistoric forest for 60,000 years, and it took a hurricane to reveal it. The satisfying crunch of biting into a fresh apple isn't just texture. It's millions of tiny cells inside the fruit rupturing simultaneously and releasing their juice as you bite through them. Every crunch is a small structural collapse happening at the cellular level. An apple is designed by nature to deliver juice by exploding from the inside the moment you bite it. The snack is engineered to be satisfying. Evolution understood mouthfeel. Right now, without feeling any of it, you are hurtling through space at over 1,000,000 miles per hour. The entire Milky Way is being pulled in one direction by the gravity of distant galaxy clusters, and everything in it, including you, your house, and the planet you're sitting on, is along for the ride. You are moving faster than any human technology has ever traveled, constantly, without noticing. Stillness is an illusion. Blue giant stars are some of the most luminous and dramatic objects in the universe, thousands of times brighter than our sun. But they burn so intensely, they exhaust their fuel in just a few million years. Our sun will live about 10 billion years. A blue giant might last 1 million. The brightest stars have the shortest lives. The universe's most spectacular performers always have the quickest exits. When your stomach growls, it's not actually your stomach asking for food. It's your intestines. The muscles lining your digestive tract squeeze and contract rhythmically to push things through. And when there's nothing solid in there, the sound of air and fluid being pushed around is what you hear. The rumbling of an empty stomach is technically coming from somewhere further down the line, and it happens whether you're hungry or not. Your gut is just doing its job loudly. There's a galaxy officially called the Sombrero Galaxy, named by actual astronomers, because its bright central bulge surrounded by a dark ring of dust makes it look exactly like a Mexican hat floating in space. It's about 28 million light-years away. Scientists named an entire galaxy after a piece of headwear and moved on with their careers. Astronomical naming conventions are criminally underappreciated. A single strawberry's flavor isn't produced by one compound or two. It's built from more than 350 different aroma compounds working together. Remove any significant portion of them and the strawberry tastes wrong in a way that's hard to pinpoint. Every time you eat one, your nose and brain are processing a symphony of over 350 chemical notes simultaneously. The simple fruit on your kitchen counter is the most compositionally complex flavor your mouth probably encounters on a regular basis. Mars has a canyon so enormous, it makes the Grand Canyon look like a crack in a sidewalk. Valles Marineris stretches so far across the Martian surface that if it were on Earth, it would span the entire country from coast to coast. It's 10 times longer and 3 times deeper than the Grand Canyon. The largest geological feature we know of on any rocky planet is sitting on our neighbor, waiting for someone to go stand at the edge. Your body starts digesting food before you even swallow it. Saliva contains enzymes, specifically amylase, that begin breaking down starches the moment food enters your mouth. By the time you swallow, digestion has already started. Your mouth is not just a chewing machine. It's also a chemistry lab running the moment food touches your tongue, whether you're paying attention or not. Only real ones are still here. Comment fact gang right now. Let's keep going. A large oak tree can drop tens of thousands of acorns in a single good year. Tens of thousands. But only a tiny handful will ever grow into trees. Most get eaten, rot, or land somewhere they can't survive. An oak tree plays the odds by producing an overwhelming number of seeds and accepting that the vast majority won't make it. Quantity over quality on a massive scale. And it's been working for millions of years. The pop of a popcorn kernel is a tiny steam explosion. Each kernel has a small amount of water trapped inside a hard starch shell. When the temperature gets high enough that water turns to steam rapidly, the pressure builds, and the shell bursts outward, flipping the starch inside out. The white fluffy part of popcorn is the inside of the kernel turned completely outward. Popcorn is a kernel that explodes into its own interior, and we eat it by the bucket. Along Ireland's coastline, wave-cut rock platforms reveal something extraordinary. Stone layers folded into massive zigzag shapes by ancient tectonic forces from hundreds of millions of years ago. What looks like patterned rock is a record of pressure so powerful they bent solid stone as if it were clay. The Irish coast is an open geology textbook, And every step you take on, it walks across hundreds of millions of years of planetary history. A group of rhinos is called a crash. Not a herd, not a pack, a crash. Given that a rhinoceros can weigh over a ton and charge at 30 miles per hour, this is the most accurate collective noun in the animal kingdom. Someone looked at a group of rhinos and decided the appropriate word was crash. That person was completely right, and we should thank them. Pears are one of the few fruits that actually ripen better off the tree than on it. If left to ripen on the branch, the center turns soft and grainy before the outside is ready. So pears are deliberately picked firm and allowed to finish ripening in storage or at home. The pear you buy at the store isn't fully ready on purpose. Waiting is baked into the experience of eating a pear. Patience is literally part of the recipe. At birth, the strongest and most developed sense a newborn has isn't sight or hearing, it's touch. Touch develops in the womb before any other sense, beginning around 8 weeks of gestation. A newborn can feel everything but can't yet focus its eyes or process language. The first thing you ever understood about the world wasn't what you could see or hear. It was what you could feel. We all started by reaching out. The Mérida Islands in Mexico hide a beach that you can only reach by swimming through an underwater tunnel at low tide. Inside, completely hidden from the open sea, there's a perfect sheltered beach enclosed by cliffs, open only to the sky above. It's called the Hidden Beach, which is the least creative possible name for one of the most magical places on Earth. But it earned it by being genuinely, literally hidden. A group of otters floating together in the water is called a raft. Otters hold each other's paws while sleeping, so they don't drift apart, a behavior called rafting. A whole cluster of them, linked together, floating on the open water, asleep. A raft of otters. It is one of the most sincerely wholesome facts in the entire animal kingdom, and it deserved its own sentence. The cells in your eyes that let you see in the dark, rod cells, can take up to 30 minutes to fully adjust after being in a bright environment. That's why walking into a dark room leaves you almost completely blind for a while. Your night vision is powerful, but it has a warm-up period that evolution never got around to shortening. Your eyes need half an hour to activate night mode, worth knowing before you go stargazing. The vestibular system in your inner ear tells your brain which way is up, what's moving, and how to stay balanced. When it's disrupted by an ear infection, a blow to the head, or certain medications, the entire world starts spinning uncontrollably because your brain is receiving false information about gravity. Your ability to stand, walk, and function without falling is maintained by a tiny fluid-filled system inside your skull that you've never had to consciously think about. Until something goes wrong. Your body has around 600 muscles. And according to research, it takes more of them to frown than to smile. Whether the precise numbers are disputed or not, the core finding holds. Smiling activates fewer muscles and requires less physical effort than frowning. Your face is being more efficient every time you smile. Your body is already trying to tell you something through pure muscle mechanics. In central Vietnam, there are 5 marble and limestone hills called the Marble Mountains, each named after one of the 5 natural elements. Carved inside them are caves, tunnels, and ancient Buddhist and Hindu shrines that have existed for centuries. From the outside, they look like scenic hills. Walk inside, and you're standing in a cave with altars built by ancient hands, lit by rays of light falling through natural openings in the rock above. Vietnam is hiding cathedrals inside mountains. Ripe bananas emit ethylene gas, the same compound that triggers ripening in most fruit. That's why putting a ripe banana next to other fruit speeds up their ripening. And it's why one rotten banana in the bunch spreads damage so fast. One bad apple spoils the bunch applies even more accurately to bananas. They're broadcasting a ripening signal that everything nearby has to listen to. The Jiangxi Dangsha landforms in China look like someone painted an entire mountain range with a watercolor set and forgot to tone it down. Stripes of vivid red, orange, yellow, green, and blue run through the rock in horizontal layers, created by different minerals depositing over millions of years. It's a real landscape that looks more like a background in an animated movie than anything that should exist on Earth. China is hiding rainbow mountains, and they're completely natural. Cheddar cheese is naturally white. The familiar orange color has nothing to do with how cheddar is made. It comes from annatto, a plant-based dye added during production. The orange was introduced centuries ago to standardize appearance and disguise variation in fat content between batches. You've been judging cheddar by a cosmetic decision made in 17th century England. The color is entirely optional. The flavor never was. You have actual metal in your blood. Hemoglobin, the molecule in red blood cells that carries oxygen, has iron at its core. That iron is what allows it to bind to oxygen and transport it through your body. When blood comes into contact with air, that iron oxidizes, which is part of what you're detecting when you smell it. You are, at a biochemical level, partly made of metal. Embrace it. Snow isn't white. The ice crystals in snow are actually clear and colorless. The white appearance comes from the way millions of tiny crystals scatter all wavelengths of light equally all directions, the same physics that makes seafoam look white. Take a single snowflake and it's transparent. Take trillions of them together and they become the color of everything at once. Snow is white because there's too much of it to see through. A group of giraffes is called a tower, which makes complete sense when you consider that a giraffe already stands over 18 feet tall, and a group of them towers above the landscape in a way nothing else on Earth matches. Whoever named them wasn't being poetic. They were just looking up and describing what they saw. Sometimes the right name is simply the obvious one. Subscribe now if you haven't already. You don't want to miss what's coming next. A polar bear can smell a seal from over 20 miles away through several feet of solid ice and snow. It can detect a seal's breathing hole from a distance most humans can't even see clearly. The polar bear's nose is doing something no technology humans carried for most of our history could replicate. It is tracking prey through a frozen landscape using pure chemistry. Nature built a heat-seeking missile and put it on a white bear in the Arctic. Your eyes send your brain images that are upside down. The lens of your eye focuses light onto the retina in an inverted orientation, so the raw visual data your brain receives is literally flipped. Your brain corrects this automatically before you're ever consciously aware of it, presenting the world right side up. You have never seen the world the way your eyes actually receive it. Everything you've ever looked at has been processed and flipped before becoming a thought. A group of frogs is called an army, which is absolutely correct, and they have the numbers to justify it. A single pond during breeding season can hold thousands of frogs. An army of frogs. If they ever organized, we would have to take it seriously. Fortunately, they haven't. So far. Your sense of taste is significantly dulled at altitude. When you're in a plane cruising at 35,000 feet, the low cabin pressure and dry air reduce your ability to detect salt and sweetness by up to 30%. That's a major reason airline food seems bland. It's not that the food is necessarily bad. It's that your taste buds are operating at reduced capacity and not telling you about it. You've been unfairly judging airline catering your whole life. Some of the blame belongs to physics. In Romania, there's a cave called Muval that has been completely sealed from the outside world for over 5 million years. Inside, there's a unique ecosystem sustained entirely by chemosynthetic bacteria instead of sunlight, spiders, water scorpions, and leeches that exist nowhere else on Earth, adapted over millions of years in total isolation. Whatever lives in Muval Cave has never seen light, and it's thriving. The hottest part of a chili pepper isn't the seeds, it's the white pith that the seeds are attached to. That pale, spongy inner membrane is where the highest concentration of capsaicin is found. The seeds absorb some heat from contact with the pith, but they're not the source. Everyone who carefully removes seeds to reduce the heat is missing the more important step, The white part is the real danger. Now, the thinnest skin on your entire body is on your eyelids, thin enough to be nearly translucent. The thickest is on the soles of your feet, designed to absorb constant pressure and friction. Your body calibrated the thickness of every patch of skin for its specific job. A one-size-fits-all approach would have given you eyelids that couldn't close or feet that couldn't feel the ground. Your skin is a precision-engineered material made from a single substance. Cacao beans, the source of all chocolate, were so valuable to the ancient Aztecs that they used them as currency. You could buy a turkey for 100 beans. You could pay for a night's lodging with a handful. The Aztecs were literally using chocolate as money. And we look back at that as a quaint historical curiosity while spending real money on chocolate at the grocery store. The Aztecs were onto something the whole time. Your blinking rate changes with your emotional state. When you're nervous or anxious, you blink more frequently. When you're deeply concentrating, your blink rate slows dramatically. Poker players and interrogators have read blink rate as an emotional signal for decades. Your eyes are broadcasting your internal state whether you know it or not. Next time someone tells you to keep a poker face, they might also want to mention your blinking. A lot of apples in grocery stores are coated in a thin layer of edible wax before they hit the shelves. It's food-grade wax applied to replace the fruit's own protective coating that gets removed during processing, and it slows moisture loss while maintaining that polished shine. The gleaming apple in the produce section isn't naturally gleaming. It's been prepared for you. Even the apple is wearing something for the occasion. On the Oregon coast, there's a hole in the basalt rock at the ocean's edge called Thor's Well, and at high tide, it appears to swallow the entire ocean. Waves surge in and drain dramatically downward through the opening, creating the visual effect of an endless drain consuming the sea. The Pacific Ocean appears to be going down a drain the size of a hot tub. Oregon is casually hosting one of the most dramatic natural spectacles on the entire West Coast. Inside Alaska's Mendenhall Glacier, carved by meltwater over thousands of years, there are ice caves that glow electric blue from within. The color isn't a reflection. Dense glacial ice absorbs every wavelength of light except blue, which passes through. Stand inside one, and you're surrounded by a phenomenon that produces its own color from pure physics. Blue light from compressed ancient ice in a cave that took thousands of years to form. Eating beets can turn your urine pink or red, sometimes vividly so. The condition is called bichuria, and it happens because certain people can't fully break down the red pigment during digestion, so it passes through. It's completely harmless. It's also the kind of thing that happens the morning after, long after you've forgotten you ate beets, and causes a moment of genuine alarm before the memory returns. Beets set a delayed trap that works on almost everyone. The crunch sound you hear eating chips isn't only from the chip. A significant portion is amplified inside your own skull. The vibration travels through your jaw directly to your inner ear, making food sound louder to you than to anyone nearby. You are listening to your food through bone conduction. This is why eating in a quiet room sounds so loud to the person eating, and no one else hears it quite the same way. Your skull is your personal sound system for snacking. Beluga whales have the most varied vocal range of any animal in the ocean. They produce clicks, squeals, chirps, whistles, and can even mimic the sounds of other animals. Arctic sailors heard them through the wooden hulls of their boats and called them the canaries of the sea, a whale that sounded like a bird, performing through the wall of a ship for an audience that had no idea what it was hearing. Belugas were putting on shows before anyone came to watch. The Quetzal bird was considered so sacred by the ancient Maya that killing one was punishable by death. Its iridescent tail feathers, which can exceed a meter in length, were reserved exclusively for royal headdresses. You couldn't own one, couldn't harm one, and couldn't wear its feathers unless you were royalty, a bird with better legal protection than most people of its era. The Quetzal had its own criminal code and everyone knew it. Male gharials, a critically endangered Indian crocodilian, develop a large hollow growth on the tip of their snout called a gara that amplifies vocalizations and blows bubbles during mating season. It only appears on fully mature males. A reptile with a built-in amplifier that grows directly on its nose, specifically to impress females. The animal kingdom never stops finding new solutions to the same problem. Spinner dolphins got their name because they literally leap out of the ocean and spin, up to 7 full rotations on their axis before splashing back down. Scientists still debate why they do it. The leading theories range from communication to parasite removal to pure play. A dolphin might be spinning in the air for the same reason you do a cartwheel, because it can, and it feels good. We may never know for certain, and somehow that makes it more delightful. We're getting close to the end, but the facts are only getting better. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. Honeypot ants have a solution, food storage, that is deeply unsettling and surprisingly efficient. They designate certain workers as living storage vessels. These ants hang from the ceilings of underground chambers with their abdomens swollen to the size of a grape with stored nectar. When the colony is hungry, they drink directly from these living tanks. There are ants whose entire job description is to be a suspended, full jar of food. Nature did not have to do it this way. It did anyway. The harpy eagle has talons as large as grizzly bear claws. It flies through the rainforest canopy at up to 80 kilometers per hour and plucks monkeys, sloths, and large iguanas directly from the trees. A bird. Snatching monkeys out of the canopy at 80 kilometers per hour with grizzly-sized talons. If you were a monkey in the Amazon and saw a shadow cross the canopy, the outcome was likely already decided. Baby wood ducks are born inside tree cavities, sometimes up to 15 meters above the ground. Within 24 hours of hatching, before they can fly, the mother calls from below and the chicks jump. A newborn duck, less than a day old, leaping from a 5-story equivalent height to terrain it has never seen. Their light bodies and fluffy feathers cushion the landing, and they walk to water on their own afterward. Baby ducks take a 5-story leap on day 1 and consider it routine. Wallace's flying frog of Borneo has feet so oversized and fully webbed they function as parachutes. It stretches all 4 limbs out and glides up to 15 meters between rainforest trees, making controlled descents through the canopy. A frog that doesn't fall, it glides. It navigates the forest using its own feet as wings. Evolution kept stretching those toes wider until the problem of getting between trees was solved entirely. The Waldorf salad was invented in 1893 at the Waldorf Hotel in New York by a maitre d' named Oscar Churkey. The original recipe had just 3 ingredients: apples, celery, and mayonnaise. No walnuts. Those were added years later. One of the most famous salads in the world was created by a single person at a hotel with almost nothing in it and somehow survived 130 years of culinary evolution. The simplest versions tend to last the longest. Our entire galaxy, and every other galaxy in our local group, is being pulled at 600 kilometers per second towards something called the Great Attractor. A massive gravitational anomaly so powerful it's distorting the movement of galaxies across hundreds of millions of light years. And here's what makes it stranger. It sits directly behind the plane of our own Milky Way, which blocks our view of it, making it extremely difficult to study. Something unimaginably massive is pulling the universe in one direction, and we can barely see what it is. The darkest known planet in the observable universe is called TREE-S2b, and it reflects less than 1% of the light that hits it. Less than coal, less than black paint, less than virtually any natural material on Earth. A planet so dark, it's almost invisible in space. We found it only because it periodically blocks the light of its host star. The gelatin in gummy bears, marshmallows, and Jell-O is made by boiling animal hides, bones, and connective tissue to extract collagen, which solidifies when cooled into that familiar springy, clear gel. Every time you bite into a gummy bear, you're eating processed collagen from an animal's connective tissue. Before you lose your appetite forever, This process has been feeding people in various forms for centuries. You've eaten thousands of them already, and you're fine. The Jackson's chameleon looks like a miniature triceratops, 3 real horns on its face, used in duels with rival males. But unlike most animal fights, these duels are conducted in slow motion. 2 chameleons press against each other's horns on a branch until one is pushed backward off the perch. A horn-based jousting tournament conducted at the pace of a chess match in a tree between animals the size of your hand. Nature has strange arenas. In the Namib Desert, the ground temperature can reach 70 degrees Celsius, hot enough to cook an egg. The shovel-snouted lizard lives on the sand and manages the heat through a behavior called the thermal dance. It lifts alternating pairs of feet and holds each one in the air before shifting, reducing contact with the burning ground at all times. A tiny lizard doing a deliberate, rhythmic dance to avoid being cooked alive. Survival in the desert looks like choreography. The glass frog of Central and South America has a completely transparent underside. You can watch its heart beating through its skin. You can see its digestive system working in real time. Some species are so clear they become nearly invisible from below when resting on a sunlit leaf. A frog you can see through, its organs visible and operational through its own body wall. The glass frog has nothing to hide. Literally. If you're loving these facts, drop a comment and tell us your favorite one. In 1960, the World Health Organization parachuted 14,000 live cats into Borneo on purpose. The island had been sprayed with DDT to control malaria, which killed mosquitoes but also wiped out cats, which caused a rat explosion, which threatened a plague. So WHO airdropped cats from aircraft to restore the ecological balance. Operation Cat Drop, the solution to a solution's unintended consequences, was raining cats from the sky. Problem solving sometimes loops around to something truly extraordinary. The empty quarter of the Arabian Peninsula, called Rub al Khali, is the largest continuous sand desert on Earth, covering 650,000 square kilometers. That's larger than the entire country of France. Parts of it had never been reached by any outsider until the 1930s. An area the size of France, made entirely of sand, unexplored within living memory. The world still had blank spaces on the map barely 90 years ago. Uranus wasn't discovered by someone searching for planets. William Herschel was cataloging faint stars in 1781 when he noticed one that moved, changing position across multiple nights. He reported it as a comet. It wasn't until further analysis confirmed it was too large and too slow that it was reclassified as a planet. The 7th planet in our solar system was discovered by accident by someone who thought he was looking at something else entirely. Some of the greatest discoveries start with "that's weird." The pavlova, the elegant merengue dessert, is at the center of one of history's most delicious diplomatic disputes. Both Australia and New Zealand claim to have invented it in the 1920s, honoring visiting Russian ballerina Anna Pavlova. Neither has produced conclusive evidence. Food historians have spent decades on this. The 2 most polite countries in the Pacific are in an unresolved feud over a merengue, and neither side will back down. Let them have it. The Emperor Tamarin, a small Amazon monkey, is named after Germany's Kaiser Wilhelm II because its magnificent white mustache closely resembled the emperor's famous facial hair. The biologists who named it found the resemblance too obvious to ignore. A monkey in the Amazon is immortalized as a living tribute to a German emperor's mustache. Taxonomy has excellent comedic timing and no regrets. When Apollo astronauts returned from the moon, lunar dust tracked in on their suits had never been exposed to oxygen or moisture. When it finally contacted air inside the capsule, it smelled strongly of gunpowder, caused by unsaturated lunar minerals oxidizing for the very first time. Astronauts became the first humans to smell the moon, and it smelled like the inside of a gun. Space has a scent. It's not what you'd expect. The lumpsucker fish has pelvic fins fused together into a powerful suction disc on its underside. It can grip rocks in powerful ocean currents so firmly that the rock moves before the fish does. A small, round, almost cartoonishly designed fish is essentially glued to the seafloor by its own belly. Whoever designed the lump sucker clearly prioritized not being swept away over everything else, and it got exactly what it was built for. Mars's smallest moon, Deimos, orbits so slowly that from the Martian surface it takes 30 hours to travel across the sky. A future astronaut on Mars could theoretically jog westward and keep pace with it indefinitely. You could outrun a moon. Not here, but on Mars. At a jogging pace, you could stay under the same moon forever. That's the kind of detail that makes you want to go. The Scotch egg, a hard-boiled egg wrapped in sausage meat, breaded and fried, was allegedly invented at London's Fortnum and Mason in 1738 as a portable meal for travelers on long carriage journeys, a convenience food created for 18th century road trips. The Scotch egg is a 286-year-old travel snack that became a staple of British pub culture, cricket matches, and picnics. Some foods travel well in more ways than one. The island of Dominica in the Caribbean has a permanently boiling lake, a flooded volcanic vent where water around the edges approaches 92 degrees Celsius. The center is hidden beneath rising clouds of vapor and has never been approached. No one knows the depth or the temperature at the middle. A lake that is actively boiling on a Caribbean island, and its center is still unexplored. Even paradise has places no one's been. The world's officially narrowest street is in Reutlingen, Germany. Spreuerhofstrasse is just 31 centimeters wide at its narrowest point, less than the width of most people's shoulders. You have to turn sideways to pass through it. There is an officially recognized, publicly accessible street on Earth narrower than a human body. Germany measured it, documented it, and gave it official street status. That level of commitment to thoroughness is very on brand. The rainbow boa of South America doesn't get its iridescence from color pigment at all. Its scales have microscopic ridges that refract light like tiny prisms, splitting it into a holographic rainbow shimmer across its entire body. The snake itself is essentially colorless. It catches light in a way that produces every color simultaneously, with zero pigment involved. A snake that creates its own rainbow from pure physics. The most beautiful light show in the Amazon is coming off a reptile. We're almost at the end. Make sure you've subscribed and drop a comment to let us know you made it this far. The Cat's Eye Nebula is one of the most photographed objects in deep space. But what most images don't show is that it has 11 concentric shells surrounding it. Each one was produced when the dying star at its center expelled a layer of gas in a periodic pulse over thousands of years. 11 separate events, each leaving a visible ring we can still detect. A star that died slowly, and every stage of its dying left a record written in light. The bobtail squid carries colonies of bioluminescent bacteria inside a belly light organ and uses them to cancel out its own shadow from moonlight above. The bacteria glow at precisely the right brightness to match ambient surface light, making the squid invisible to predators looking up from below. A squid farming bacteria inside its own body, using them as a shadow-canceling cloaking device. The bobtail squid invented stealth technology before humans had a word for physics. The black swallower fish can consume prey more than twice its own length and 10 times its own body weight. Its stomach expands so dramatically that the outline of consumed prey is sometimes visible through its transparent skin. A fish eating something the size of a full person relative to itself, and you can see the silhouette of what's inside. The black swallower is deep-sea nightmare fuel wrapped in a surprisingly small package. The boxed jellyfish has 24 eyes, of 4 completely different types, including advanced image-forming eyes structurally similar to vertebrate eyes, capable of detecting color, shape, and direction. 24 eyes on an animal with no centralized brain to consciously process what any of them are seeing. The boxed jellyfish is a visual powerhouse with no mind to appreciate it. It sees more than most animals and understands none of it, and still hunts successfully. The animal kingdom's most mysterious achievement. The Antarctic Circumpolar Current flows around the bottom of the world and carries roughly 150 times the volume of all Earth's rivers combined. It's the primary driver of global ocean circulation, connecting and mixing the Atlantic, Pacific, and Indian Oceans. Without it, the planet's ocean chemistry and climate would be unrecognizable. An unassuming loop of water around a frozen continent is what keeps all the oceans on Earth alive and moving. The Amazon River Basin may contain approximately 390 billion individual trees from 16,000 different species, more tree diversity in one basin than across all of Europe and North America combined. And scientists are still formally identifying and naming new species every year. The Amazon is so biologically complex that humanity's total knowledge of it is still incomplete. A forest so vast that science hasn't finished reading it yet. The Greenland ice sheet is so heavy it has pressed the bedrock beneath it down by nearly 1 kilometer. If all that ice melted, the land would slowly rebound upward over thousands of years, a process called glacial isostatic adjustment already measurably happening along some coastlines. The ground beneath Greenland is being held down by ice that has sat on it for over 100,000 years. Remove the weight, and Greenland would slowly rise from the sea. The continent breathes on geological timescales. In 1960, when Jacques Piccard and Don Walsh became the first humans to reach the deepest point in the ocean, the Challenger Deep, nearly 11 kilometers below the surface, they expected barren rock under crushing pressure and absolute darkness. Instead, they found a flatfish resting calmly on the seafloor. A fish! At the bottom of the world, just sitting there. The deepest point ever reached by humans already had a resident, and it didn't seem impressed. The Gobi Desert is growing. At approximately 3,600 square kilometers per year, driven by overgrazing, drought, and desertification, it is advancing southward toward Beijing, producing dust storms that darken the sky over cities hundreds of kilometers away. A desert is expanding toward a capital city, and the timeline is measurable in human lifetimes. One of the great environmental stories of our era is a desert quietly getting bigger year by year and not asking permission. You cannot cultivate Brazil nut trees on a plantation, not because of climate or soil, but because their entire pollination chain depends on an unbroken sequence of ecological dependencies. They need specific orchid bees. Those bees need specific orchids to reproduce. Those orchids need specific fungi. Those fungi need old-growth rainforest. Remove any single link, and the whole chain breaks. Every Brazil nut you've ever eaten came from a wild tree in an intact forest, pollinated by a bee that required an orchid to exist. Some things can only be allowed to survive. They cannot be manufactured. The leatherback sea turtle can grow over 2 meters long and weigh nearly 900 kilograms, the largest turtle on Earth, and it crosses the entire Pacific Ocean. From nesting beaches in Indonesia to feeding grounds off California and back. A round trip of up to 20,000 kilometers, completed repeatedly over its lifetime. An animal the size of a small car navigating the world's largest ocean by pure instinct. The leatherback's daily commute is the width of the Pacific. The manchineel tree has been called the world's most dangerous tree, and it earns that title. Standing under it during rain causes blistering, because water carries its sap across exposed skin. Eating its fruit can be fatal. Burning its wood releases smoke that causes temporary blindness. Everything about this tree causes harm in some way if you interact with it. The manchineel doesn't care if you're curious. It enforces a very clear boundary aggressively. Finland has approximately 3.3 million saunas for a population of 5.5 million people, close to 1 per household. They're in offices, apartment blocks, and in the parliament building itself. Finland doesn't treat the sauna as a luxury, it's infrastructure. A cultural institution built into the architecture of daily life at every level of society. Finland decided that sweating together was essential to civilization and then built the country accordingly. Casu marzu is a traditional Sardinian cheese, and it contains live maggots, on purpose. Cheese fly larvae are introduced deliberately to break down the fat into a very soft, runny texture considered a delicacy. The maggots are alive when you eat it. Authorities have attempted to ban it. It remains protected under traditional food designation. A cheese that requires you to consume active insects along with it has successfully defended its legal status for decades. Casu marzu is not going anywhere, and it seems very confident about that. In Western Australia's Kimberley region, there is exposed rock that has been above sea level for 3.5 billion years, essentially unchanged since early in Earth's formation. You can stand on the planet's original surface. Not a recreation of it, not a fossil impression, the actual primordial crust of Earth, exposed, walkable, and as old as the planet itself. The oldest landscape most people will never visit is sitting in the Australian outback, waiting. The princess tree, or Paulownia, is the world's fastest growing hardwood, capable of adding up to 4 meters of height in a single year. Scientists are actively studying it for rapid carbon sequestration because it pulls CO from the atmosphere at extraordinary rates while growing. A tree that grows 4 meters a year produces high-quality timber and sequesters carbon faster than almost anything else. It sounds too good to be true, and it's completely real and already growing in dozens of countries. Harlequin shrimp are tiny, vividly colored, and completely ruthless. They hunt starfish up to 5 times their own size by flipping them onto their backs and eating them alive over the course of days, while keeping them immobilized but alive specifically to preserve the freshness of the meal. A small shrimp hunting something 5 times larger, flipping it over, and consuming it in slow installments for food quality control. The Harlequin shrimp approach is meal management with a methodology that is both impressive and deeply unsettling. Elephants are the only land mammals that instinctively follow the direction a human points without any prior training. Great apes, our closest relatives, don't do this naturally. Domesticated dogs do, but only after generations of living alongside humans. Elephants understand the gesture on the first encounter with someone they've never met. What that says about elephant intelligence and their relationship with human communication is something researchers are still working to fully understand. Lake Superior is so large that it could supply 30 centimeters of water over the entire land area of both North and South America combined. Its 82,103 square kilometers of surface area makes it the world's largest freshwater lake by area. And it sits quietly at the top of a continent, cold and immense, the largest unfrozen freshwater surface on the planet, hiding in plain sight. Lake Superior contains multitudes. Specifically, enough water for the rest of the Americas to bathe in. The most powerful waterfall on Earth isn't Niagara. It's Inga Falls on the Congo River in Central Africa, which carries approximately 30 times the volume of water over its drops than Niagara does. 30 times. It's the largest waterfall by water volume on the planet. And most people have never heard of it because it sits deep in remote rainforest with no famous viewpoint, no tourist platform, and no postcard view. The mightiest waterfall on Earth is waiting in the Congo Basin for someone to come see it. Glass is technically a solid, but its molecules are arranged randomly like a liquid rather than in the ordered crystal structure of most solid materials. The popular myth that old windows are thicker at the bottom because glass slowly flows over time is completely false. Old glass is thicker at the bottom because glassmakers of earlier centuries couldn't produce perfectly uniform panes, so installers placed the thicker edge at the base for stability. Glass doesn't flow. The myth has been thoroughly debunked. Glass 1
Wood is a documented descendant of William Bradford, who arrived in America aboard the Mayflower in 1620 and went on to serve as governor of Plymouth Colony for over 3 decades. Bradford's writings, including his Journal of Plymouth Plantation, remain one of the most important primary sources historians have for understanding the early Pilgrim settlement. Theodore Roosevelt and Franklin Delano Roosevelt were 5th cousins, both descending from a common ancestor in the broader Roosevelt family line that settled in New York in the 17th century. Despite the distant relation, their political careers intertwined directly. FDR married Theodore's niece, Eleanor Roosevelt, making the family connection considerably closer through marriage than through bloodline alone. In 1912, after losing the Republican nomination to his former ally William Howard Taft, Theodore Roosevelt founded the Progressive Party to mount an independent presidential run. The party earned the nickname Bull Moose after Roosevelt declared himself fit as a bull moose during the campaign. He ultimately finished second, splitting the Republican vote and effectively handing the election to Woodrow Wilson. John Deere, now globally recognized for its agricultural tractors and equipment, manufactured covered wagons during the 19th century, a period when westward-bound pioneers relied heavily on them for overland travel. The company's origins trace back to 1837, when founder John Deere first developed a steel plow well-suited to breaking through the dense Midwestern prairie soil that wore out standard cast iron plows. The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, commonly known as the Mormon Church, maintains dietary guidelines called the Word of Wisdom, which prohibits alcohol, coffee, tea, and other caffeinated beverages in their traditional hot brewed forms. The guidance, recorded in 1833 by founder Joseph Smith, also addresses tobacco use and emphasizes a generally healthful approach to diet and physical well-being among church members. The original rhinestones were small pieces of rock crystal collected from the Rhine River in Europe, prized for their natural sparkle and clarity. They were used decoratively long before synthetic alternatives existed. Modern rhinestones are almost entirely manufactured from glass or acrylic today, but the name persists as a holdover from when the material genuinely came from riverbed deposits along the Rhine. The 4 gemstones classified as precious in modern gemology are emerald, ruby, sapphire, and diamond. Every other gemstone, including amethyst, topaz, garnet, and opal, falls under the broader category of semi-precious stones. This classification system dates back to the 19th century and reflects historical rarity and value rather than any strict chemical or mineralogical distinction recognized universally by modern gemologists. A typical modern electronic device, such as a smartphone or laptop, contains more than 35 different minerals in its construction, including elements like lithium, cobalt, tin, gold, and various rare earth metals. These materials are sourced from mining operations across the globe, and the complexity of modern devices means a single product often depends on an extensive international supply chain, just for its raw components. Wind turbine towers stand at an average height of approximately 260 feet, placing them in roughly the same range as some of the world's notable historic structures. For comparison, the Sacré-Cœur Basilica in Paris reaches 273 feet at its highest point. The towering height of modern turbines allows their blades to capture stronger, more consistent wind currents found at higher elevations above ground-level turbulence. Jane Fonda has been married and divorced 3 times throughout her life, with her former husbands including French filmmaker Roger Vadim, political activist Tom Hayden, and media mogul Ted Turner. Her personal life has often paralleled the different chapters of her public career, from her early film work in France to her political activism and later business ventures. Egypt is the only country in the Middle East that is geographically located on the African continent, despite being culturally, politically, and historically grouped with Middle Eastern nations. The Sinai Peninsula, a small portion of Egyptian territory, technically extends into Asia, but the vast majority of the country sits firmly within North Africa, making its regional classification somewhat unique. Condoleezza Rice, who later served as U.S. Secretary of State under President George W. Bush, enrolled at the University of Denver at just 15 years old, an early indication of the academic trajectory that would eventually lead her to become a Stanford professor and provost. She graduated from Denver with a degree in political science before pursuing graduate studies that shaped her career in international relations. Morgan Freeman maintains 26 beehives on his property in Mississippi, a hobby he has spoken about publicly as part of a broader effort to support declining bee populations. He has described beekeeping as a calming pursuit that contrasts with his demanding acting career, and he has used his land specifically to cultivate an environment favorable to pollinators. Early astronaut food during the Mercury and Gemini space programs came in toothpaste-like tubes that could be squeezed directly into the mouth in zero gravity, since conventional eating methods were untested and considered risky. Modern space food has evolved dramatically, now closely resembling standard meals available on Earth, including items like pizza, tacos, and even fresh produce delivered via cargo resupply missions to the International Space Station. The Salvation Army was founded in London in 1865 by Methodist preacher William Booth and his wife Catherine Booth, originally as a mission aimed at providing food, shelter, and religious guidance to London's poor. What began as a local urban ministry has since expanded into a global organization operating in 127 countries, combining religious outreach with extensive humanitarian and disaster relief work. Before his unexpected death in 1997, comedian Chris Farley was the original top choice to voice Shrek in DreamWorks' animated film. Farley had reportedly recorded a significant portion of dialogue before passing away during production. The role was eventually given to Mike Myers, who reworked the character's voice with a Scottish accent partway through development. Departing significantly from Farley's original vocal approach, the Union Pacific Railroad, one of the largest freight railroad networks in North America, operates routes spanning a total of 32,100 miles across the western two-thirds of the United States. Originally chartered in 1862 to help build the first transcontinental railroad, the company has grown over more than a century and a half into a critical part of the country's freight transportation infrastructure. In Kentucky, the legal minimum age to place bets on horse and dog racing is 18, aligning with the state's broader threshold for most forms of legal gambling. Kentucky's deep cultural and economic ties to horse racing, most visibly represented by the Kentucky Derby, make wagering on races a particularly significant part of the state's gambling industry compared to other forms of betting. Keno, the lottery-style gambling game involving number selection and random drawings, was formally introduced into American casinos during the 1930s, primarily through Chinese immigrant communities in the western United States. However, the game's conceptual origins trace back much further to ancient China, where a similar numbers-based game is believed to have been used over 2,000 years ago, reportedly even to help fund construction projects. Australia has the highest rate of gambling participation in the world, with surveys indicating that approximately 80% of the adult population engages in some form of gambling activity. Unlike many countries, Australia does not tax individual gambling winnings, treating them as a matter of luck rather than taxable income. The country's gambling culture is deeply embedded in everyday social life, extending well beyond casinos into pubs and clubs through poker machines. Begonias belong to the order Cucurbitaceae, placing them in the same broad botanical grouping as melons, squash, and pumpkins, despite looking nothing alike. Plant classification at the order level is based on deeper evolutionary and genetic relationships rather than surface appearance, which is why a delicate ornamental begonia and a sprawling pumpkin vine can share such close taxonomic company. Jelly Roll Morton, widely regarded as one of jazz music's earliest significant composers and pioneers, was a Creole of African, French, and Spanish descent, born in New Orleans in 1890. His mixed heritage placed him within the city's distinct Creole community, a cultural backdrop that heavily influenced the blend of musical traditions he drew on while helping shape early jazz composition and structure. The largest rubber duck ever constructed stands 54 feet tall and is permanently displayed in Buffalo, New York, having taken up residence there in recent years. Giant rubber duck installations have become a recurring novelty in cities around the world, but Buffalo's version holds the distinction of being the largest version of the classic bathtub toy ever built. Before synthetic glitter was developed in the 20th century, people achieved similar shimmering effects using materials like ground mica, crushed hematite, powdered galena, and even the iridescent shells of certain beetles. These natural substances were used decoratively for centuries across various cultures, offering reflective sparkle long before plastic-based glitter became the cheap, mass-produced standard it is today. Olympic weightlifting competitions judge athletes across two specific lifts: the snatch, in which the barbell is lifted from the floor to overhead in a single continuous motion, and the clean and jerk, which involves first lifting the bar to the shoulders before pressing it overhead in a second distinct movement. Competitors are scored on their combined best successful attempt at each lift. In ancient Greece, a foot race called the hoplodromos required competitors to run while wearing a portion of hoplite armor, typically including a helmet and shield, sometimes also greaves. It was exclusively a men's event held at the ancient Olympic Games, and historians believe it was included specifically to test the kind of physical endurance and readiness relevant to actual battlefield conditions. President William Howard Taft threw the first ceremonial first pitch in Major League Baseball history on April 14, 1910, at a Washington Senators game. The tradition has continued with nearly every sitting U.S. president throwing at least one ceremonial pitch during their time in office, making it one of the more enduring intersections between American politics and professional sports. After his defeat in 1814 and subsequent exile to the island of Elba, Napoleon Bonaparte attempted suicide by poison, reportedly using a concoction he had carried with him since the disastrous Russian campaign years earlier. The poison had degraded over time and failed to kill him. He survived the attempt and would later escape Elba entirely, returning to power in France for the period known as the 100 Days. Human nipples are classified into 8 distinct anatomical types based on shape and orientation, including everyday, puffy, flat, inverted, and unclassifiable variations, among others. The classification system is used primarily in medical and dermatological contexts, particularly relevant to breastfeeding guidance and certain cosmetic or reconstructive procedures, where nipple type can influence treatment or feeding approach. Scotland has the highest rate of cocaine use of any country in the world relative to its population, with estimates suggesting roughly 1 in 40 Scots use the drug. Public health researchers have pointed to a combination of factors including drug trafficking routes, socioeconomic conditions, and shifting recreational drug trends across the United Kingdom as contributing causes behind the unusually high national rate spaghetti westerns. The Italian-produced Western films, popularized in the 1960s by directors like Sergio Leone, are referred to as macaroni westerns in Japan, a regional variation on the same pasta-based nickname. Within Italy itself, the genre is sometimes called Western all'Italiana, meaning Western in the Italian style, reflecting a slightly more formal label than the internationally popular spaghetti nickname. The series finale of MASH, titled Goodbye, Farewell, and Amen, aired on February 28, 1983, and drew an audience of over 121 million viewers, making it the most-watched television series finale in American broadcast history. The episode's audience size remained unmatched for decades and reflected the show's deep cultural significance during its 11-season run, depicting the Korean War. In 1999, the National Security Agency banned Furby toys from its facilities, citing concerns that the toys' built-in recording and playback features could potentially capture and inadvertently transmit classified conversations occurring nearby. The decision drew public attention as an unusual example of a children's toy being treated as a genuine information security risk by a major government intelligence agency. While directing the original 1971 film Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, Mel Stewart frequently withheld details about upcoming scenes from the cast, particularly the children, in order to capture authentic unscripted reactions on camera. This approach was famously used during the boat tunnel scene, where the young actors' visible shock and fear were largely genuine rather than performed. Every volcanic eruption recorded in the contiguous United States over the past 200 years has originated from volcanoes within the Cascade Mountain Range, which stretches from Northern California through Oregon and Washington. Notable eruptions from this range include Mount St. Helens in 1980, which remains the most destructive volcanic event in modern U.S. history in terms of damage and loss of life. The median age of residents in West Virginia is 41 years old, making it one of the oldest state populations in the country. Several factors contribute to this, including out-migration of younger residents seeking employment elsewhere, and a historically slower rate of population growth compared to other states, both of which have gradually shifted the state's overall age distribution upward. Styrofoam is technically a registered trademark owned by the Dow Chemical Company, referring specifically to a type of extruded polystyrene foam used mainly in construction insulation. The disposable coffee cups and food containers, commonly and incorrectly called styrofoam, are actually made from a different material, expanded polystyrene foam, demonstrating how thoroughly a brand name can take over everyday language, despite technical inaccuracy. In the word salmonella, the first letter L is pronounced, despite many English speakers tending to soften or skip it in casual speech. The bacteria's name originates from American veterinary pathologist Daniel Elmer Salmon, who first identified the organism in the late 19th century, and the scientific pronunciation reflects the direct naming convention rather than common colloquial drift. Mad cow disease, formerly known as bovine spongiform encephalopathy, is most likely to be transmitted to humans through consumption of infected brain or spinal cord tissue, where the misfolded prion proteins responsible for the disease are most heavily concentrated. Transmission through muscle meat or dairy products is considered far less likely, since those tissues typically carry significantly lower concentrations of the infectious agent. A group of cats is formally referred to as a clowder, a somewhat obscure collective noun that has fallen out of common usage compared to more familiar animal group terms. English contains numerous similarly unusual collective nouns for animal groups, many dating back centuries to historical hunting and naturalist traditions, with clowder remaining one of the lesser-known examples still occasionally referenced today. Female widow spiders, including the well-known black widow, are known for occasionally consuming the male after mating, a behavior that directly inspired the widow portion of their common name. This phenomenon is formally classified as sexual cannibalism and has been studied extensively by biologists, who note that the behavior, while attention-grabbing, does not occur in every mating encounter across all widow spider species. The first patented garbage disposal unit was called the incinerator, invented by Wisconsin architect John W. Hams in 1927 and patented shortly after. Hams reportedly developed the device to help his wife with kitchen waste management. The company he founded under that same name continues to manufacture garbage disposals today, making it one of the rare cases where a brand name and the original patented invention remain directly connected. Globally, a death by suicide is estimated to occur approximately every 40 seconds, according to data compiled by international health organizations. The statistic reflects suicide as a significant global public health concern affecting populations across virtually every country and demographic. If you or someone you know is struggling, support is available through crisis resources such as the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline in the United States. The Costco location in Lancaster, Pennsylvania maintains a designated parking area specifically for horse-drawn buggies, accommodating the area's significant Amish population who rely on traditional horse and buggy transportation rather than automobiles. The accommodation reflects the store's effort to remain accessible to the deeply rooted Amish and Mennonite communities concentrated throughout Lancaster County. Storyville was the official red light district of New Orleans from 1897 to 1917, established and named after City Councilman Alderman Sidney Story, who proposed legally confining prostitution to a designated area of the city in an effort to regulate and contain it. The district became an unexpectedly significant breeding ground for early jazz musicians, who frequently performed in its bars and brothels. Theodore Roosevelt, William Howard Taft, and Woodrow Wilson are collectively referred to by historians as the Progressive Presidents, each contributing to the broader Progressive-era reform movement spanning the early 20th century. Despite representing different political parties and philosophies, all three pursued reforms targeting corporate monopolies, labor conditions, and government transparency during their respective administrations. Titanium III chloride is a chemical compound notable for its distinctive royal purple color when in solution, used industrially primarily as a catalyst in the production of polypropylene plastics. The compound's striking coloration makes it visually unusual among industrial chemical catalysts, most of which lack any particularly notable visual characteristics outside of specialized laboratory or manufacturing settings. The yellow color, now universally associated with American school buses, was officially standardized in 1939 following a national conference held at Columbia University, led by engineer Frank W. Sire. The specific shade, eventually named National School Bus Glossy Yellow, was selected because of its high visibility in low light conditions and its strong contrast against most natural and urban backgrounds. Paris Hilton's highest completed level of formal education is a GED, which she obtained after attending several different schools during her teenage years, including a period at a behavioral boarding school. Despite her education ending at that level, she has gone on to build an extensive and varied business career spanning fragrance lines, hospitality ventures, music, and television production. O.J. Simpson, the former NFL running back and broadcaster, is the godfather of Kim Kardashian, a relationship rooted in his close friendship with her father, attorney Robert Kardashian, who famously served as part of Simpson's defense team during his 1995 murder trial. The Kardashian family's connection to Simpson predates their reality television fame by decades, tracing back to a genuine personal friendship between the two families. 16 people have intentionally gone over Niagara Falls since the first recorded attempt in 1901, when Annie Edson Taylor became the first to survive the plunge in a wooden barrel. Of those 16 attempts, 11 people have survived. The stunt is illegal under both U.S. and Canadian law, carrying a fine of up to $10,000 for anyone caught attempting it. Women currently make up approximately 24% of jobs across STEM fields in the United States, a figure that varies significantly depending on the specific discipline. Computer science and engineering tend to show particularly low representation, while fields like biology and chemistry are comparatively more balanced. The gap has narrowed gradually over recent decades, but remains a persistent feature of the American STEM workforce. While ice skating as a general recreational activity has roots in British tradition, modern competitive figure skating was largely developed by American skater Jackson Haynes in the mid-19th century. Haynes introduced expressive dance-influenced movement and music into skating, a stark departure from the rigid geometric style favored in Britain at the time, and his techniques eventually became the foundation of the sport practiced internationally today. Before landing his breakout role as Jim Halpert on The Office, John Krasinski worked as an intern for Late Night with Conan O'Brien at NBC. The experience gave him early exposure to television production and the entertainment industry while he was still pursuing acting opportunities. That internship represented a relatively modest starting point before his career launched into one of the most recognizable sitcom roles of the 2000s. Snow Beer, a lager produced and distributed almost exclusively within China, is the best-selling beer brand in the world by volume. Despite minimal international distribution or recognition, the sheer scale of China's domestic beer market allows Snow to consistently outsell globally recognized brands like Budweiser and Heineken, making it a striking example of a massive product that remains largely unknown outside its home market. Under the Civil Liberties Act of 1988, the United States government formally apologized for the internment of Japanese Americans during World War II and authorized reparations payments of $20,000 to each surviving internee or their eligible heirs. The legislation followed years of advocacy from Japanese American communities and acknowledged the internment as a result of wartime hysteria and racial prejudice rather than military necessity. In August 2003, the U.S. detention facility at Guantanamo Bay recorded 23 separate suicide attempts among detainees within a single month, drawing significant international attention to conditions at the facility. The spike in attempts occurred amid ongoing concerns from human rights organizations regarding indefinite detention without trial and the psychological toll on individuals held there during that period. New Zealand became the first self-governing nation to grant women the right to vote in 1893, following sustained activism led by suffragist Kate Sheppard. The Grand Duchy of Finland, then an autonomous region of the Russian Empire, and now the Republic of Finland, went a step further in 1906, becoming the first nation to grant women both voting rights and the right to stand as candidates for parliament. Ocean Avenue holds an unusual dual cultural significance. It's both the title and subject of pop-punk band Yellowcard's 2003 breakout single, and it's the real street in Amityville, New York, where the house featured in the Amityville Horror is located. The overlap is coincidental, though it occasionally creates confusion among fans searching for connections between the unrelated song and the famously haunted property. Caterpillars shed their exoskeleton multiple times as they grow, a process called molting, much like snakes periodically shed their skin to accommodate increased body size. A caterpillar typically molts 4 to 5 times before entering its pupal stage, with each successive skin allowing room for the rapid growth that occurs during the relatively short caterpillar phase of an insect's life cycle. A genuine allergy to water, known medically as aquagenic urticaria, is extraordinarily rare, affecting an estimated 1 in every 23 million people. The condition causes painful hives upon skin contact with water of any temperature, regardless of its source or purity. Researchers still don't fully understand the underlying mechanism, and treatment options remain limited for those who have it. The Koch snowflake, first described by Swedish mathematician Held von Koch in 1904, is considered one of the earliest formally described fractal shapes in mathematics. Its initial iteration is constructed from an equilateral triangle with smaller triangles added to each side, producing a six-pointed shape that closely resembles a Star of David before further iterations refine it into the increasingly jagged snowflake pattern. The word barbecue functions across three different grammatical roles in English. As a noun, it refers to the meal, the cooking method, or the equipment itself. As a verb, it describes the act of cooking food that way. As an adjective, it modifies other nouns, as in barbecue sauce or barbecue chicken. Few food-related words demonstrate quite that much grammatical flexibility. The sounds represented by the letters L and R form a minimal pair in phonology, meaning they differ by a single distinctive feature while remaining otherwise similar. Both are alveolar consonants, produced with the tongue near the ridge behind the upper teeth, but L is classified as a lateral consonant, with air flowing around the sides of the tongue, while R is typically classified as a retroflex or approximate consonant in English. Dark brown is the most common color for beer bottles because it offers the strongest protection against ultraviolet light, which can break down hop compounds in beer and produce an unpleasant, skunky odor and flavor. Green and clear glass offer progressively less protection, which is part of why beers bottled in those colors are generally more susceptible to light-related spoilage if left exposed. Whole wheat flour generally absorbs more liquid than white flour due to its higher fiber and bran content, which soaks up moisture during mixing and baking. This difference matters significantly in baking, where recipes calling for whole wheat substitutions often require slightly more liquid or longer resting times to achieve a texture comparable to baked goods made with standard white flour. The first film adaptation of Mary Shelley's Frankenstein was produced by Thomas Edison's Film Company in 1910, a roughly 15-minute silent film directed by J. Cyril Dawley. The production took considerable creative liberties with the original novel and used innovative practical effects for the era to depict the creature's creation, predating the far more famous 1931 Universal Pictures version by over 2 decades. The Paisley pattern takes its common Western name from the town of Paisley in West Scotland, where the design was extensively manufactured on woven textiles during the 18th and 19th centuries. However, the teardrop-shaped motif itself originated centuries earlier in Persia, where it was known as botte, and the pattern traveled westward through trade routes long before. Scottish weavers adopted and popularized it under a new regional name. Liberia was founded in the early 19th century when the American Colonization Society began resettling freed and formerly enslaved Black Americans along the West African coast, with the first settlers arriving in 1822. Decades before the start of the American Civil War. The country's name derives from the Latin word for free, reflecting its founding purpose as a settlement for formerly enslaved individuals seeking autonomy. The terms bureau and dresser both refer to the same general piece of bedroom furniture, a wide chest of drawers typically used for storing clothing. The word bureau is more commonly used in parts of New England and in British English, while dresser is the more widespread term across most of the United States, though usage varies regionally and the two terms are functionally interchangeable. The Eiffel Tower was constructed as the centerpiece monument for the 1889 Exposition Universelle, held in Paris to commemorate the centennial of the French Revolution. Designed by engineer Gustave Eiffel's firm, the tower opened to the public on March 31, 1889, and was initially criticized by some prominent French artists and intellectuals before eventually becoming the country's most recognizable architectural symbol. Maria Montessori became the first female physician in Italy after graduating from the University of Rome in 1896, breaking significant gender barriers within Italian medical education at the time. Her dissertation, published the following year in 1897, laid early groundwork for the educational philosophy she would later develop, which eventually evolved into the globally recognized Montessori method of child-centered learning. An all-white peacock typically exhibits a genetic condition called leucism, which causes a partial or complete loss of pigmentation in feathers, while still allowing normal eye color and skin pigmentation to remain present in some cases. This differs from albinism, which involves a complete absence of melanin production throughout the entire body, including the eyes, which often appear pink or red as a result. Gelato differs from traditional ice cream in its composition, typically containing less cream and a lower overall fat content, while generally including a higher proportion of sugar relative to its other ingredients. Gelato is also churned at a slower rate than ice cream, incorporating less air into the final product, which contributes to its notably denser, smoother texture and more concentrated flavor. Benito Mussolini was named by his socialist father after Benito Juarez, the 19th century Mexican president known for his liberal reforms and resistance to French intervention in Mexico. The naming reflected his father's own leftist political sympathies at the time of Mussolini's birth in 1883, a notably different ideological inspiration than the fascist politics Mussolini himself would later become infamous for pursuing. The Netherlands became the first country in the world to legalize same-sex marriage, with the law taking effect on April 1, 2001. The first legally married same-sex couples in Dutch history exchanged vows shortly after midnight when the law took effect, marking a significant milestone in LGBTQ rights that numerous other countries would gradually follow over the subsequent 2 decades. Autism spectrum disorder is diagnosed in boys at a rate approximately 44 to 5 times higher than in girls, according to data tracked by health and research organizations. Researchers continue to investigate the underlying reasons for this disparity, with ongoing studies examining whether it reflects genuine biological differences in prevalence, differences in how autism presents across genders, or potential underdiagnosis in girls. King Henry VI holds the distinction of being the youngest person to ascend the English throne, becoming king at just 9 months old in 1422, following the death of his father, Henry V. Given his infancy, the early years of his reign were governed by a council of regents, acting on his behalf until he was old enough to assume direct control of royal authority. Daniel Ford Burnham is most well known for planning and executing the World's Columbian Exposition in 1893, but was also a leading architect for many other famous structures in the United States and the Philippines. The citizens of Falkland Islands celebrate Margaret Thatcher Day every year to celebrate her saving the colony from an Argentinian takeover in 1983. The 1918 influenza pandemic, often called the Spanish flu, infected an estimated 500 million people worldwide, roughly a third of the global population at the time. It received the highest possible rating on the Pandemic Severity Index, reflecting both its extraordinary transmission rate and its devastating mortality, with death toll estimates ranging from 17 to 50 million people globally. Female Tasmanian devils can give birth to as many as 50 pups in a single litter, but their pouch contains only 4 teats, meaning only 4 pups can survive infancy. The newborns themselves are extraordinarily tiny, weighing less than a gram at birth, and the surviving 4 must compete fiercely for one of the limited nursing positions almost immediately after birth. Tasmania was home to the world's first official green political party, founded in 1972 as the United Tasmania Group. The party formed primarily in response to a proposed hydroelectric dam project that threatened to flood Lake Pedder, a significant natural landmark. Though short-lived as an organized party, it laid important groundwork for the global green political movement that followed. John Steinbeck, the celebrated author of The Grapes of Wrath and of Mice and Men, served as a war correspondent for the New York Herald Tribune during World War II, reporting from the European theater in 1943. His wartime dispatches were later compiled into a book titled Once There Was a War, offering a markedly different style from his fiction. Direct observational reporting from the front lines. Upton Sinclair used proceeds from his best-selling 1906 novel The Jungle, which exposed brutal conditions in the American meatpacking industry, to fund a socialist experimental community called Helicon Home Colony in New Jersey. The communal living experiment was destroyed by fire just 1 year after its founding in 1907, ending the project before it could fully establish itself. In Peru, a New Year's Eve tradition involves giving and wearing yellow underwear, believed to bring good luck, prosperity, and love for the coming year. The custom is widely observed across the country, with yellow undergarments becoming a notably popular seasonal item in markets and shops during the final weeks of December as the holiday approaches. The original rubber duck toys, developed in the late 19th century, were designed primarily as solid shoe toys rather than the hollow, squeaking bath toys familiar today. Inventor and sculptor Peter Ganin later patented the now iconic floating bath toy design in 1949, transforming the rubber duck into the bath time staple recognized across generations of children since. PEZ candies were originally created in Austria in 1927 as breath mints marketed toward adult smokers as a tool to help curb cigarette cravings. The name PEZ derives from the German word meaning peppermint, using the first, middle, and last letters of that word. The candy wasn't repositioned toward children, with its now iconic character dispensers, until the 1950s. The first documented reference to a thong in the United States dates to 1939, when New York Mayor Fiorello LaGuardia mandated that nude dancers at the World's Fair wear them as a basic concession to public decency standards. The requirement effectively forced performers into minimal coverage that still technically satisfied the era's indecency laws while allowing the performances to continue. Pilots have informally nicknamed LaGuardia Airport the USS LaGuardia because of its notably short runways and the surrounding waters of Flushing Bay and Rikers Island Channel, which create landing conditions that some compare to touching down on an aircraft carrier. The nickname reflects the precision required to land safely within the airport's limited and tightly bordered footprint. The Continental Congress formally voted to declare independence from Britain on July 2, 1776, a date John Adams believed would become the historic anniversary celebrated by future generations. However, the formal written Declaration of Independence, primarily authored by Thomas Jefferson, wasn't officially adopted until 2 days later on July 4th, the date that ultimately became the recognized national holiday. The earliest barcode patents, filed in the late 1940s by inventors Norman Joseph Woodland and Bernard Silver, described two distinct pattern designs: a linear barcode similar to what's used today, and an unusual bullseye-shaped circular pattern intended to be scannable from any angle. The linear format eventually became the commercial standard, while the bullseye design was largely abandoned. The Picture of Dorian Gray, published in 1890, was Oscar Wilde's only completed novel, despite his extensive body of work across plays, poetry, essays, and short fiction. The novel's exploration of vanity, morality, and hidden corruption generated significant controversy upon release, and it remains the singular full-length prose work in an otherwise diverse and prolific literary career. Coffins and caskets, while often used interchangeably in casual conversation, are technically distinct. A traditional coffin has 6 sides, tapering at the shoulders to follow the rough shape of a human body, while a casket has 4 sides, forming a simple rectangular box. Caskets also typically feature a split lid, allowing for easier viewing of the deceased during a wake or funeral service. A hamper is another term for a basket, traditionally constructed from woven wicker, historically used for storage or transport of laundry, food, or other household items. The word has shifted somewhat in modern usage, now most commonly associated specifically with laundry storage, though its broader historical meaning encompassed a wider range of basket types used across different domestic purposes. The first self-service laundry facility was known as a washateria, a term that originated in the early 20th century and remains in regional use specifically in Texas today. While much of the rest of the United States adopted the more generic term laundromat, certain areas of Texas have retained washateria as the preferred regional name for the same type of coin-operated laundry business. Pope Francis, born Jorge Mario Bergoglio in Buenos Aires, Argentina, made history in 2013 as both the first Jesuit ever elected pope and the first pontiff to come from the Americas. His selection broke centuries of tradition that had almost exclusively favored European cardinals, and his Jesuit background brought a distinct theological and pastoral to the approach to the papacy. Melania Trump speaks 5 languages: English, French, German, Serbian, and Slovenian, the last of which is her native language from growing up in Slovenia. Her multilingual background reflects both her upbringing in Central Europe and her subsequent international modeling career, which took her through multiple European countries before she eventually settled in the United States. Fairy cakes are the British counterpart to American cupcakes, generally smaller in size and more modestly decorated compared to their often elaborately frosted American equivalent. The term has been used in British baking for well over a century, and while cupcake has become increasingly common in the UK due to American cultural influence, fairy cake remains the traditional regional name. While the Black Death reached its peak devastation across Europe during the mid-14th century, killing an estimated third of the continent's population, genetic and historical evidence suggests the plague actually originated in Central Asia. Trade routes along the Silk Road are believed to have carried the disease westward, eventually reaching European ports through merchant ships before spreading rapidly inland. Many mainstream commercial toothpaste brands contain sodium lauryl sulfate, the same foaming agent commonly found in shampoos and various other personal care products. The ingredient creates the familiar lathering sensation during brushing, though it serves no actual function in cleaning teeth or fighting cavities. Its role is almost entirely tied to texture and the perceived sensation of cleanliness. According to FDA classification, plain deodorant, which simply masks or reduces odor, is categorized as a cosmetic product, while antiperspirant, which actively reduces sweat production through aluminum-based compounds, is classified as an over-the-counter drug. This distinction means antiperspirants face stricter regulatory requirements regarding active ingredients and efficacy testing than standard deodorants. NASA's astronaut candidate requirements include a minimum of 1,000 hours of logged pilot-in-command flight time in jet aircraft, along with at least a bachelor's degree in a STEM field such as biology, engineering, physical science, or mathematics. These baseline qualifications are designed to ensure candidates have both the technical education and the hands-on flight experience necessary for the demands of spaceflight. Following the dissolution of the Soviet Union in 1991, the former Soviet space program was effectively split between Russia and Ukraine, resulting in two separate national space agencies. Russia retained the bulk of the program's infrastructure and personnel through Roscosmos, while Ukraine established its own independent space agency, inheriting certain manufacturing facilities and expertise that had been based within its borders. The Great Leap Forward, launched by Mao Zedong in 1958, was an ambitious campaign aimed at rapidly transforming China's agrarian economy into an industrialized socialist society. Its catastrophic failure to meet production goals, compounded by disastrous agricultural policies, directly contributed to the Great Chinese Famine, which is estimated to have caused tens of millions of deaths between 1959 and 1961. When Reggie and the Full Effect released their 2003 album Under the Tray, the physical CD was deliberately placed beneath the plastic tray inside the case, rather than in its standard resting position on top of it. The unconventional packaging choice directly referenced the album's title and required listeners to physically lift the tray to access the disc. Straight edge, a subculture within hardcore punk centered on abstaining from alcohol, drugs, and sometimes casual sex, was most prominently popularized by the Washington, D.C. band Minor Threat in the early 1980s. Their song, Straight Edge, released in 1981, gave the movement its name and helped establish a set of values that spread throughout hardcore punk scenes across the United States and internationally. Standard plastic shopping bags do not begin to meaningfully degrade until approximately 700 years have passed, due to the durability of the polyethylene material they're made from. Even then, the bags don't fully biodegrade in the traditional sense. They break down into smaller microplastic particles that persist in the environment far longer, contributing to long-term ecological concerns surrounding plastic waste. The tradition of decorating Christmas trees traces back to Protestant Christian communities in 16th century Germany, with Martin Luther himself often credited in popular legend with originating the practice after being inspired by stars shining through evergreen branches. The custom spread gradually through Protestant Europe, before eventually becoming a widely adopted secular and religious tradition across denominations and, eventually, much of the world. In Alfred Hitchcock's Psycho, the character of Norman Bates was loosely inspired by Ed Jane, a Wisconsin murderer and grave robber whose crimes were discovered in 1957. Jane's disturbing practice of using body parts from exhumed corpses for household items and clothing shocked the nation and went on to influence multiple horror film characters beyond Bates, including figures in the Texas Chainsaw Massacre and The Silence of the Lambs. During the early 20th century, the Sunset Strip's notorious vice industry, including gambling, prostitution, and unlicensed nightclubs, flourished largely because the stretch fell under the jurisdiction of the relatively understaffed Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, rather than the more aggressive and better-resourced LAPD. This jurisdictional quirk allowed illicit businesses to operate with considerably less interference for years. Michigan became the first state in the United States to actively fluoridate its public drinking water, with the city of Grand Rapids beginning the practice in January 1945 as part of a long-term public health study. The initiative aimed to measure fluoride's effect on reducing tooth decay among children, and the results eventually influenced widespread water fluoridation policy across the rest of the country, Snakes lack external ears entirely, but they can still detect sound through vibrations transmitted via their jawbones and skin, which travel directly to the inner ear through bone conduction. This means snakes are highly sensitive to vibrations moving through the ground or nearby surfaces, even though they cannot hear airborne sound the way most other vertebrates do. Melville Dewey created the Dewey Decimal Classification System in 1876, while working as a librarian at Amherst College, developing a numerical method for organizing library materials by subject that remains in widespread use today. He was also a founding member of the American Library Association that same year, helping establish the professional infrastructure that would shape library science as a formal discipline in the United States. The transatlantic slave trade brought enslaved Africans to Latin America and the Caribbean significantly earlier and in far greater numbers than to North America, with Portuguese and Spanish colonizers establishing large-scale slavery in Brazil and the Caribbean beginning in the early 1500s. North American slavery, by contrast, didn't become deeply entrenched until later in the 17th century, decades after the practice was already well established further south. The thin layer of cardboard or paperboard sleeve included with microwavable hot pockets and similar frozen foods is called a susceptor, embedded with a thin metallic coating that absorbs microwave energy and converts it into heat. This allows the sleeve to crisp the food's exterior in ways a standard microwave alone couldn't achieve, mimicking some of the browning effect typically associated with conventional ovens. Traditional chalkboards were originally made from actual slate, a naturally occurring fine-grained rock that provided a smooth, durable writing surface. Modern chalkboards have largely shifted to porcelain-enameled steel, which offers similar writing properties while being significantly lighter, more affordable to manufacture, and more resistant to cracking compared to genuine slate panels. The chalkboard's earliest ancestor was the individual writing slate, a small handheld tablet used by students for personal note-taking and practice, dating back as far as the 11th century. Whiteboards, by contrast, are a remarkably recent invention, not developed until the 1950s, meaning the gap between these two now related classroom tools spans roughly 9 centuries of educational history. The widespread belief that drinking carbonated seltzer water leaches calcium from human bones is a persistent myth without scientific support. Research has shown that plain carbonated water has no significant negative effect on bone density. The confusion likely stems from studies linking cola specifically, not all carbonated beverages, to bone density concerns, primarily due to cola's phosphoric acid and caffeine content rather than carbonation itself. A single standard serving of eggnog contains over 200 calories, largely due to its rich combination of cream, whole milk, sugar, and egg yolks. The traditional holiday beverage is notably calorie-dense compared to most seasonal drinks, and many commercially prepared or homemade recipes incorporating additional ingredients like alcohol or whipped cream toppings can push the calorie count considerably higher per serving. The first motorized police vehicle, built in 1899 in Akron, Ohio, was an electric-powered wagon large enough to transport the city's entire police force at once, which contributed to the eventual nickname Squad Car. The vehicle was destroyed in an accident just 1 year after its construction. But the concept of motorized multi-officer police transport had already begun reshaping how law enforcement approached mobility. Before becoming associated specifically with underwater vessels, the word submarine functioned primarily as an adjective meaning simply underwater, or beneath the sea, used to describe geographic features like submarine canyons or submarine cables long before submersible vehicles existed. The noun usage referring to the vessel itself developed later, as the adjective was gradually repurposed to name the emerging technology. Martha Graham, widely regarded as one of the most influential figures in modern dance, performed as a dancer for 50 years and maintained an active professional career in choreography and direction spanning 75 years overall. Her innovative movement techniques fundamentally reshaped American dance throughout the 20th century, and she continued creating new choreographic works well into her later decades. Jim Gaffigan has built his stand-up comedy career around material widely regarded as clean, meaning it contains minimal profanity and avoids much of the explicit content common in contemporary comedy. This approach has allowed his work to reach a notably broad audience across age groups and has become a defining characteristic distinguishing his comedic style from many of his contemporaries in the industry. Despite their similar-sounding names, there is no historically direct etymological relationship between Australia and Austria. Australia's name derives from the Latin terra australis, meaning southern land, while Austria's name comes from the Old High German Ostreichi, meaning Eastern Realm. The resemblance between the two country names is essentially coincidental rather than rooted in any shared linguistic origin. The original Sony Walkman, released in 1979, drew its name partly from inspiration tied to the comic book hero Superman, blending the idea of a portable personal device with playful branding sensibilities common in Japanese product naming at the time. The Walkman name eventually became so culturally dominant that it functioned almost as a generic term for portable cassette players throughout the 1980s. The theoretical maximum score achievable in the original arcade version of Pac-Man is 3,333,360 points, a figure determined by the game's programming limitations rather than genuine difficulty. Achieving this so-called perfect game requires eating every dot, fruit, and ghost available across all 256 levels before the game's notorious kill screen glitch occurs. A feat first accomplished by American player Billy Mitchell in 1999. The characters in the BBC children's series Teletubbies were designed with visual elements referencing astronaut spacesuits, reflecting the show's quirky, otherworldly aesthetic. Each character was also given a slightly different skin tone, an intentional design choice meant to subtly represent diversity within the show's simple, colorful cast, despite the characters not representing any specific human ethnicities. The largest recorded number of completed Cat's Cradle pattern changes in a single continuous sequence is 22,700, an achievement that required extraordinary memory, dexterity, and patience given the intricate hand and string manipulation the game demands. Cat's Cradle itself is an ancient string figure game found across numerous cultures worldwide, with this particular record representing an extreme outlier in terms of sustained complexity. Cirque du Soleil first arrived in Las Vegas in 1992 with Nouvelle Experience, marking the beginning of a now extensive presence on the Strip. The company currently maintains 6 active permanent residency shows throughout the city, alongside 3 shows that have since retired from the Las Vegas market, reflecting decades of evolving production and audience demand. Notorious gangster John Dillinger enlisted in the U.S. Navy in 1923. Reportedly to avoid prosecution following an early run-in with the law, but deserted the service after less than a year, finding military discipline poorly suited to his temperament. That brief naval stint stands in stark contrast to the violent bank-robbing career that would later make him one of America's most notorious Depression-era outlaws. Jack the Ripper remains one of history's most infamous unidentified serial killers, responsible for at least 5 brutal murders in London's Whitechapel district in 1888. Despite over a century of investigation, countless suspect theories, and extensive forensic re-examination using modern techniques, his true identity has never been conclusively established, cementing the case as one of criminology's most enduring mysteries. The Phantom of the Opera holds the record as the longest-running show in Broadway history, having opened in 1988 and run for over 3 decades before its closing in 2023. The next longest-running productions, in order, are Chicago, The Lion King, Cats, and Les Miserables, each representing extraordinary commercial and cultural staying power within the demanding landscape of professional theater. Jane Austen's earliest surviving body of work is collectively known as Juvenilia, a set of short stories, plays, and sketches she wrote between the ages of approximately 11 and 18. The pieces are notably comedic and satirical, offering an early glimpse of the wit and social observation that would later define her published novels, despite being written well before she achieved literary recognition. Epcot, one of the 4 major theme parks at Walt Disney World in Florida, was originally conceived by Walt Disney as a literal experimental city designed to showcase futuristic urban living. The acronym stands for Experimental Prototype Community of Tomorrow. After Disney's death, the concept evolved away from an actual functioning residential community into the technology and culture-focused theme park that opened in 1982. Cyndi Lauper performed the theme song for Pee-wee's Playhouse, the eccentric children's television series created by Paul Reubens that ran from 1986 to 1990. Lauper's involvement reflected the show's broader tendency to incorporate offbeat, genuinely creative talent from outside traditional children's programming, contributing to the series' distinctive and frequently subversive tone throughout its run. Latin grammar organizes nouns, pronouns, and adjectives into 5 grammatical cases: nominative, genitive, dative, accusative, and ablative, each indicating a different grammatical function within a sentence, such as subject possession, indirect object, direct object, or means. This case system allowed Latin word order to remain remarkably flexible compared to languages like English, which rely far more heavily on strict sentence structure. The Pasadena Chalk Festival, first held in 1993 in Pasadena, California, has grown into the largest annual sidewalk chalk art festival in the world, drawing hundreds of professional and amateur artists who transform city sidewalks into elaborate temporary artwork. The event typically spans an entire weekend and attracts large crowds eager to watch chalk masterpieces emerge across the pavement before eventually fading or washing away. Redwood trees have existed on Earth for approximately 240 million years, meaning their evolutionary lineage predates both flowering plants and birds by a significant margin. This places redwoods among the most ancient surviving tree lineages still alive today, having persisted through multiple mass extinction events and dramatic shifts in Earth's climate and ecosystems over hundreds of millions of years. At FabCafe in Japan, customers can order a life-sized replica of themselves rendered entirely in gummy candy for approximately $65 using 3D scanning technology to capture an individual's likeness before producing the edible sculpture. The process blends digital fabrication technology with traditional candy making, resulting in a genuinely unusual novelty item that briefly went viral for its strange but technically impressive execution. Circle of Life, the opening musical number from Disney's The Lion King, begins with vocals sung entirely in Zulu, a Southern African language, before transitioning into the English lyrics most audiences recognize. The Zulu opening was composed by South African singer and composer Lebo M, whose contributions throughout the film's soundtrack helped ground its musical identity in authentic African vocal traditions. In culinary measurement, a dessert spoon is abbreviated as DSTSPN and equates to approximately 2 teaspoons in volume, placing it conveniently between a teaspoon and a tablespoon. While less commonly referenced in American recipes, the dessert spoon remains a standard unit of measure in British and other Commonwealth culinary traditions, particularly in older or traditionally formatted recipes. Thomas Jefferson, the 3rd President of the United States, is credited with inventing the swivel chair, reportedly designing it himself while serving in the Continental Congress so he could rotate easily to observe different parts of the room without standing. He is said to have used a modified version of the chair while drafting portions of the Declaration of Independence, blending his practical inventiveness with his political work. During periods when capoeira was officially banned in late 19th century Brazil, practitioners developed clever evasive tactics to avoid arrest, including quickly shifting from capoeira's combative movements into the rhythms of samba dance whenever police approached. This tactical blending helped capoeiristas disguise their illegal martial art as innocent social dancing, contributing to the deep historical overlap between capoeira and Brazilian musical and dance traditions. Belly dance occupies a dual cultural role throughout the Middle East, functioning both as a formal performance art presented on stage or at professional events, and as an informal social dance commonly performed at celebrations, weddings, and family gatherings. This dual identity means the dance form carries different stylistic expectations and levels of choreographic complexity, depending entirely on its specific social or professional context. Velvet worms possess tiny retractable claws on each of their stubby legs, allowing them to grip surfaces effectively while still being able to move smoothly across flatter terrain. Their distinctive velvety texture comes from rows of microscopic bristles covering their bodies, which serve a sensory function, helping the worm detect vibrations, sound, and chemical or scent cues from its immediate surrounding environment. The earliest precursors to modern celebratory confetti included thrown fruit, nuts, coins, and small mud balls used across various cultures during festivals and processions. Notably, mud and rotten eggs were frequently thrown specifically by lower-class citizens as a deliberate form of mockery directed at passing upper-class nobility, turning what might appear celebratory into a pointed act of social commentary and protest. Dwight D. Eisenhower achieved the rare distinction of becoming a 5-star general, and ultimately, Supreme Allied commander during World War II, despite never personally experiencing direct combat throughout his entire military career, including his earlier service during World War I. His exceptional skill instead lay in strategic planning, coordination, and diplomacy among Allied forces, qualities that ultimately proved more consequential than frontline combat experience. The Soviet Union retained official rights to the iconic puzzle video game Tetris, created by Soviet programmer Alexei Pajitnov in 1984, until 1996. Pajitnov did not personally profit significantly from the game's massive global popularity throughout the late 1980s and early 1990s, since licensing rights were controlled by the Soviet state during that period, and he only began receiving direct royalties after founding the Tetris company following the rights transition. Bob Ross became famous for his use of the wet-on-wet oil painting technique, a method also employed by celebrated artists including Claude Monet, Rembrandt, and Jean-Honoré Fragonard, each working centuries earlier. The technique involves applying new layers of paint directly onto wet existing layers rather than waiting for them to dry, allowing colors to blend smoothly and enabling the rapid, fluid landscapes Ross became known for on television. MLB legend Barry Bonds' godfather was Willie Mays, himself one of the greatest baseball players in the sport's history. The relationship between the two families ran deep, with Bonds' father, Bobby Bonds, having played alongside Mays during their professional careers, creating a connection that placed Barry Bonds under the mentorship of an established Hall of Famer from a young age. Mercury is commonly known by the alternate name Quicksilver, a reference to its distinctive appearance as the only metal that remains liquid at standard room temperature. The name reflects both its fluid, mobile movement and its silvery, reflective surface, qualities that made it visually striking and somewhat mysterious to those observing it throughout earlier centuries of scientific and alchemical study. Albert Einstein's general theory of relativity, published in 1915 and further developed in subsequent years, mathematically implied the existence of black holes around 1916, though Einstein himself remained skeptical that such extreme objects could actually exist in reality. It wasn't until 1971 that astronomers identified Cygnus X1 as the first strong observational candidate for an actual black hole, confirming decades of theoretical prediction. In the anime and manga series Fullmetal Alchemist, the character Alphonse Elric, whose soul is bound to a suit of armor, is commonly referred to by the nickname Al, which happens to also be the chemical symbol for aluminum on the periodic table. Given the series' deep thematic focus on alchemy and elemental science, the coincidental overlap between the nickname and a real chemical symbol adds a subtle layer of detail for attentive viewers. Academic tenure is built on the principle that granting professors permanent employment protection encourages genuine intellectual freedom, allowing scholars to pursue controversial research, challenge prevailing ideas, and teach without fear of being dismissed for unpopular conclusions. The underlying belief is that this protection ultimately benefits broader society by fostering more honest, rigorous academic inquiry than would otherwise be possible under constant employment insecurity. Native American communities utilize cranberries extensively for multiple purposes beyond simple food consumption, including as a natural dye for textiles and as a component in traditional medicinal remedies believed to treat various ailments. The fruit's versatility made it a valued resource across numerous tribes, particularly in regions of the northeastern United States where cranberry bogs occurred naturally in the landscape. The term pygmy broadly refers to any human ethnic group whose adult population exhibits significantly shorter average stature compared to the global norm, typically defined as adult men averaging under 4 feet 11 inches in height. Historically, the term has been most closely associated with various Central African communities, including groups in the Congo Basin region, though similar short-statured populations exist in parts of Asia and Oceania as well. Modern rolling suitcases with the now standard wheeled, telescoping handle design, originally called rollaboards, weren't invented until 1987 by airline pilot Robert Plath. Plath developed the design specifically to make navigating airports easier for flight crews, and the concept quickly expanded beyond aviation professionals into mainstream consumer travel, fundamentally changing how the general public approach packing and transporting luggage. Przalski's horse is recognized as the last remaining genuinely wild horse species in existence, distinct from feral horses descended from domesticated stock. Native to the steppes of Mongolia and parts of Central Asia, the species faced near extinction in the wild during the 20th century, before successful conservation and reintroduction efforts helped reestablish small wild populations across their historic range. The MTV Video Music Awards were first held on September 14, 1984, at Radio City Music Hall in New York City. The inaugural ceremony was hosted by Dan Aykroyd and Bette Midler, and Madonna performed like a virgin in a wedding dress during the show, a performance that immediately became one of the most talked about moments in award show history. Rational expectations theory, developed by economist John Muth in 1961, proposes that people make economic predictions using all available information efficiently, meaning their forecasts are, on average, correct over time. Markets, therefore, cannot be systematically fooled by predictable government policies. ADHD is a clinically verified neurological condition, but researchers increasingly argue that its dramatic rise in diagnosis partially reflects environmental overstimulation rather than pure biological increase. Psychiatrist Edward Hallowell suggests that modern digital environments, designed to maximize stimulation and minimize sustained attention, produce ADHD-like symptoms in neurotypical people. Goldfish are commonly assumed to live only a few years, but in appropriate conditions they routinely survive 10 to 15 years, with documented cases reaching 25 years. The oldest verified goldfish, named Tish, lived 43 years in the United Kingdom. Their shortened lifespans in typical home settings result almost entirely from small tanks, poor filtration, and overfeeding rather than any biological limitation on the species itself. The decoy effect explains that introducing a third, clearly inferior option into a two-choice decision can predictably shift consumer preference. When a cinema offers small and large popcorn, many choose small. Add a medium priced close to the large, and suddenly the large feels like a bargain. Marketers engineer this third option specifically to make one of the original two look more attractive by comparison. David Ortiz, known as Big Papi, spent 14 seasons with the Boston Red Sox and retired in 2016 with 541 career home runs, not 497 as sometimes cited from mid-career statistics. He won 3 World Series championships with Boston in 2004, 2007, and 2013, becoming one of the most celebrated designated hitters in baseball history. His 2004 postseason performance is widely credited with reversing the Red Sox's 86-year championship drought. Before 1913, the United States federal government collected no income tax from its citizens. Revenue came primarily from tariffs on imported goods and excise taxes on alcohol and tobacco. The government was small enough that this sufficed. As federal responsibilities expanded, the 16th Amendment was ratified in 1913, establishing the income tax system that has financed the American government in every year since. George Clooney played Batman in the 1997 film Batman and Robin, widely considered one of the weaker entries in the franchise. He is one of 9 actors to have portrayed the character in major Hollywood film adaptations, joining a list that includes Michael Keaton, Val Kilmer, Christian Bale, and Ben Affleck, among others. Blackstone's ratio, articulated by jurist William Blackstone in 1769, holds that it is better for 10 guilty people to go free than for 1 innocent person to be wrongfully imprisoned. The principle protects against state overreach and wrongful conviction, but carries real costs. Repeat violent offenders released on procedural grounds have caused documented harm to subsequent victims. The traditional all-black outfit worn by a ninja is formally called a shinobi shosoku. The garment consists of multiple pieces including a jacket, trousers, and head covering, all designed to minimize visibility and restrict sound during movement. Historically, actual shinobi operatives often wore more practical civilian clothing to blend in rather than the dramatic black uniform popular in modern depictions. Being double-jointed is not actually a real anatomical condition. No human has joints that literally bend in 2 directions. The term refers to hypermobility, a condition where ligaments and connective tissue are more flexible than average, allowing a wider range of motion in joints like fingers, elbows, and knees. It's common and mostly harmless. The shortest swimming distance across the English Channel, from Shakespeare Beach in Dover, England, to Cap Gris-Nez in France, measures 21 miles. Despite that relatively short distance, strong tidal currents mean swimmers rarely travel in a straight line. often covering 30 or more miles in actual distance. The first recorded crossing was completed by Captain Matthew Webb in 1875. A jeep is the hybrid offspring of a sheep and a goat, two animals that are closely related but belong to different genera. True jeeps are extremely rare and are almost always sterile. The name is simply a blend of the two parent animals, and the offspring tend to look exactly as confused as that sounds. The human visual system can distinguish approximately 500 distinct shades of gray between pure black and pure white under optimal lighting conditions, despite gray appearing to be simply a single color existing between two extremes. This sensitivity is why grayscale photography, film, and printing remain visually rich and complex despite containing no color information. Medical imaging relies heavily on this grayscale discrimination, as trained radiologists detect diagnostically significant variations invisible to untrained observers viewing identical images. Early prototypes of the computer mouse, developed at the Stanford Research Institute by Douglas Engelbart in the 1960s, had the cord attached to the back of the device rather than the front. The trailing cord resembled the tail of a mouse, which led engineers to informally adopt the name. The cord eventually moved to the front in later designs, but the name had already stuck permanently. A human sneeze expels air at speeds between 100 and 165 kilometers per hour, carrying droplets that can travel up to 8 meters under ideal conditions, though viral particles suspended in fine aerosol can remain airborne across larger distances in enclosed spaces. Research published in the Journal of the Royal Society Interface demonstrated that sneezes produce multi-phase turbulent gas clouds that extend the reach of expelled pathogens beyond what simpler droplet models previously estimated. Several technologies once considered obsolete are staging measurable comebacks. Electric vehicles, dismissed after losing to gasoline in the early 1900s, now outsell expectations globally. Airships are being reconsidered for cargo transport due to fuel efficiency. Windmills, the oldest form of mechanical power, now generate a significant share of national electricity in countries like Denmark, which gets over 50% of its power from wind. Research consistently links heavy television and social media consumption to declining civic participation. Robert Putnam's landmark 2000 study found television was the single strongest predictor of reduced community involvement, outweighing income, education, and geography. Each additional hour of daily television watched correlated with measurably lower voting rates, volunteer participation, and organizational membership. Comparative advantage, developed by economist David Ricardo in 1817, argues that nations benefit most by producing goods they make most efficiently relative to others, even if another country makes everything better overall. Portugal should produce wine and England cloth, even if England can make both. Specialization and trade create more total wealth than economic self-sufficiency, forming the intellectual foundation of modern international trade. Smoking 2 packs of cigarettes daily exposes a person to polonium-210 radiation, equivalent to approximately 1,300 chest X-rays annually. This radioactive isotope occurs naturally in tobacco leaves and concentrates in lung tissue with each inhaled cigarette. Over 60 years, the cumulative radiation exposure approaches roughly 10% of the total radiation released by the Hiroshima atomic bomb. Mount Everest stands at 29,032 feet above sea level, as revised by a 2020 joint survey by China and Nepal, slightly adjusting the previously accepted measurement of 29,029 feet. Located in the Himalayas on the Nepal-Tibet border, it was first summited by Edmund Hillary and Tenzing Norgay on May 29, 1953. Over 300 people have died attempting the climb, and more than 200 bodies remain on the mountain preserved by extreme cold. The United States has approximately 33,500 public school district boundaries, each representing a separate administrative jurisdiction responsible for managing local schools. The sheer number reflects the country's deeply decentralized approach to public education, where funding, curriculum, and policy decisions are largely determined at the local and state level rather than federally. The current world record for ascending Mount Everest stands at 8 hours and 10 minutes, set by Nepali mountaineer Pemba Dorje Sherpa in 2004. For context, a standard guided expedition to the summit typically takes around 2 months when accounting for acclimatization. Dorje's record essentially compressed that entire journey into a single morning. Pauline Lafon Gore, mother of former Vice President Al Gore, was the first woman to graduate from Vanderbilt University Law School, earning her degree in 1936. She went on to practice law in Tennessee at a time when female attorneys were exceptionally rare. Her son has cited her career and determination as a significant influence on his own path into public service. Post-it notes came into existence through two separate accidents at 3M. The adhesive was developed in 1968 by Spencer Silver, who was attempting to create an extra strong glue, but instead produced one that stuck lightly and could be repositioned repeatedly. The yellow color came from scrap paper that happened to be available in the lab when colleague Art Fry was developing the note concept years later. Neither feature was intentional. Approximately 10% of the world's population is left-handed, a proportion that has remained remarkably consistent across cultures and recorded history. The reasons behind handedness are not fully understood, though research suggests a combination of genetic and neurological factors. Left-handedness has historically been treated with suspicion in various cultures, despite having no meaningful disadvantage in most modern contexts. Himalayan pink salt gets its distinctive rosy color from trace amounts of iron oxide, essentially rust, along with small quantities of other minerals like calcium and magnesium. The salt is mined from the Kura salt mine in Pakistan, one of the oldest and largest salt mines in the world. The color intensity varies depending on the concentration of minerals in each deposit. Ergonomic workplace design emerged as a formal discipline after World War II, when military researchers studied how equipment design affected operator performance and error rates. Today, it encompasses chair height, monitor positioning, keyboard angle, lighting levels, and brake frequency. The United States Bureau of Labor Statistics estimates that musculoskeletal disorders, most preventable through ergonomic intervention, account for approximately 30% of all workplace injury and illness cases annually. Eggplant, known as aubergine in British English, is botanically a fruit, specifically a berry, because it develops from a flowering plant and contains seeds. Culinarily, it is universally treated as a vegetable due to its savory flavor profile. The same botanical classification applies to tomatoes, cucumbers, peppers, and zucchini. The fruit versus vegetable distinction is botanical when discussing plant anatomy and culinary when discussing kitchen use. Pine cones are the reproductive structures of pine trees and come in two distinct forms. Male cones are typically small and soft, producing and releasing pollen. Female cones are the large woody structures most people picture when they think of a pine cone, and they contain the seeds. Both types grow on the same tree, with pollination occurring when wind carries pollen from male to female cones. Moxibustion is a traditional Chinese medicine practice in which dried mugwort is burned near or directly on specific points of the body to stimulate healing and circulation. It is often used alongside acupuncture, with the burning herb sometimes placed on the handle of an inserted needle. The practice has been documented in Chinese medical texts for over 2,000 years. Martin Scorsese stands 5 feet 4 inches tall, a physical stature that contrasts sharply with the outsized scale of films like Goodfellas, Raging Bull, and Gangs of New York. He has cited his height as a reason he gravitated toward directing rather than acting, noting that the camera gave him a perspective and authority unavailable to him physically. PewDiePie, the YouTube channel operated by Swedish creator Felix Kjellberg, earned approximately $12 million in 2015, making him the platform's highest-earning creator that year, according to Forbes. His gaming commentary videos attracted over 40 million subscribers at the time, a figure that would grow to over 111 million. China, Vietnam, Laos, and Cuba are governed by communist parties, but officially designate themselves as socialist states in their constitutions. The distinction matters within Marxist-Leninist theory, where socialism is considered a transitional stage on the path toward full communism. None of these countries formally declare themselves communist nations in their own governing documents. There is an actual website called Chicks with Steve Buscemi Eyes, dedicated entirely to digitally replacing the eyes of female celebrities with actor Steve Buscemi's distinctively asymmetrical eyes. The site became a minor internet phenomenon in the early 2010s and remains one of the more committed examples of a single-purpose humor website built around one very specific facial feature. In medieval households, A chandler was the official responsible for managing candles, making them, storing them, and keeping track of the supply. The chandelier, the multi-armed light fixture that descended from candle-holding structures, takes its name directly from that role. The connection between the job title and the object overhead is more literal than most people realize. Iron Maiden, the British heavy metal band formed in 1975, took their name from a supposed medieval torture device, an iron cabinet lined with interior spikes designed to enclose a victim. Historians have largely concluded that functional Iron Maidens were not actually used as torture devices in the medieval period, and were likely assembled in the 18th and 19th centuries from mismatched antique parts for exhibition purposes. The Great Mississippi Flood of 1927 remains the most destructive river flood in United States history, displacing hundreds of thousands of people across several states. Locals at the time referred to it as the Good Friday Flood because the levee at Mound Landing, Mississippi, broke on Good Friday, April 15th, triggering the catastrophic inundation of the surrounding region. The United States was architecturally designed as the freest nation in the world, and 250 years later the framework largely holds. Its First Amendment protects speech that most democracies restrict, including hate speech. Its Second Amendment enshrines the right to bear arms as a check against government overreach. Shinzo Abe, who served as Japan's longest tenured prime minister, studied political science at the University of Southern California from 1977 to 1979 before completing his degree in Japan. His time in the United States gave him early exposure to Western political frameworks. He went on to serve 2 separate terms as prime minister, from 2006 to 2007 and again from 2012 to 2020. The People's Republic of China is divided into 23 provinces, not counting its 5 autonomous regions, 4 direct-controlled municipalities like Beijing and Shanghai, or the 2 special administrative regions of Hong Kong and Macau. The 23 provinces are the standard administrative tier, each governed similarly to how states function in federal systems. Wine glasses are specifically shaped to complement the type of wine being served. Red wine glasses are generally larger with a wider bowl, allowing more oxygen to interact with the wine and helping volatile aromas collect before reaching the nose. White wine glasses are smaller and narrower to preserve cooler temperatures and concentrate more delicate floral or citrus aromas. In basketball statistics, POSS stands for possible, rather than pause, referring specifically to possible assists, situations where a player passes the ball to a teammate who then attempts a shot. It is a tracking stat used to calculate assist percentage and evaluate a player's playmaking efficiency. A single cup of raw kale contains more vitamin C than a medium orange. Kale provides around 80 milligrams of vitamin C per cup, while an orange typically offers between 65 and 70 milligrams. Despite oranges being culturally synonymous with vitamin C, several leafy greens quietly outperform them in that specific nutritional category. Madagascar's 2 official languages reflect its layered colonial history. Malagasy, an Austronesian language most closely related to languages spoken in Borneo rather than mainland Africa, reflects the island's primary settlement by seafarers from Southeast Asia roughly 1,500 years ago. French arrived through colonization, beginning in 1896. Despite geographic proximity to Africa, Madagascar's linguistic and cultural identity connects it more closely to the islands of the Indo-Pacific than to the African continent. During her 18 years of house arrest under Queen Elizabeth I, Mary Queen of Scots used invisible ink to maintain secret correspondence with supporters plotting on her behalf. Her letters were smuggled in and out of her various places of confinement, often hidden inside barrels or carried by sympathetic intermediaries. The correspondence eventually contributed to her execution in 1587, when letters implicating her in the Babington plot were intercepted and decoded. Flight of the Conchords, the New Zealand comedy duo of Brett McKenzie and Jermaine Clement, first developed their act through a BBC radio series before being discovered for television. HBO picked up the concept and produced 2 seasons of the TV adaptation between 2007 and 2009. The show retained the radio series format of blending awkward situational comedy with original musical performances. Jacob and Wilhelm Grimm are remembered almost entirely for their fairy tale collections, Cinderella, Rapunzel, Snow White, but their primary professional identities were as linguists and academics. Their most significant scholarly contribution was the Deutsche Grammatik, a landmark study of the German language, and they spent decades compiling a comprehensive German dictionary. The red panda is the sole living member of the family Ailuridae, making it one of the most taxonomically isolated mammals on Earth. Despite sharing a name and a diet with giant pandas, the two species are not closely related. Red pandas, native to the eastern Himalayas and southwestern China, were actually classified first, in 1825, meaning the giant panda was named after them rather than the other way around. Statistically, men are more likely to be diagnosed with and die from cancer than women across most cancer types. According to long-term data, men face higher rates of lung, colorectal, and bladder cancers, among others. Behavioral factors like higher rates of smoking and lower rates of routine medical checkups contribute significantly to the disparity. The United States once had two separate national organizations governing competitive jump rope: the American Double Dutch League and the United States Jump Rope Federation, which operated independently and held competing events. In 1995, the two organizations merged to form the United States Amateur Jump Rope Federation. At the 1973 Academy Awards, Marlon Brando declined his Best Actor award for The Godfather and sent Apache activist Sacheen Littlefeather to the stage in his place. She delivered a brief speech outlining Brando's protest against Hollywood's depiction of Native Americans and the ongoing Wounded Knee standoff. The longest any human has been documented going without sleep is 264 hours. That's roughly 11 consecutive days. The record was set by 17-year-old Randy Gardner in 1964 as part of a science experiment. By the end, he was experiencing hallucinations, mood swings, and significant cognitive impairment. The von Restorff effect, identified by psychiatrist Hedwig von Restorff in 1933, explains that an item which visually or contextually stands out from a group is far more likely to be remembered than items that blend in. It is why a single red button on a gray keyboard draws the eye instantly, and why advertisers isolate one product element in a different color to make it stick in memory. In 16th century Netherlands, the world's first recorded speculative bubble was not built around stocks or property, but single tulip bulbs. At the peak of tulip mania in 1637, rare Semper Augustus tulips were selling for prices equivalent to a skilled craftsman's annual salary, or more than the cost of an entire warship. The market collapsed in a single February nearly overnight. The Forer effect explains why people believe vague personality descriptions are uniquely accurate about themselves. In 1948, psychologist Bertram Forer gave students identical personality profiles built from horoscopes, then asked how accurate they were. Students rated them an average of 4.26 out of 5. It is the psychological engine behind astrology, cold reading, and personality quizzes. Multi-level marketing and pyramid schemes share nearly identical structural frameworks, where participants recruit others who recruit others, creating a tiered income hierarchy. The key legal distinction is that MLMs involve the sale of an actual physical product at each level, while pyramid schemes generate income almost entirely through recruitment fees, with little to no legitimate product changing hands. The APE index measures the ratio between arm span and height, with the average human having an APE index of approximately 1, meaning arms and height are roughly equal. Rock climbers and basketball players frequently have positive APE indexes, with arm spans exceeding height, providing measurable physical advantages in their respective activities. Michael Jordan's APE index was reportedly positive by several inches, contributing to his exceptional reach and dunking ability relative to his height. Daria Morgendorffer first appeared not in her own show, but as a recurring supporting character in Beavis and Butt-Head, the MTV animated series that ran from 1993 to 1997. Her deadpan intelligence and sardonic observations stood in such sharp contrast to the show's two protagonists that MTV developed her into a standalone series. Daria ran for 5 seasons from 1997 to 2001 and became a defining cultural touchstone for Generation X and millennial teenagers. Opportunity cost refers to what you give up by choosing one option over another. Choosing to spend an evening watching television means foregoing reading, exercising, or working. In economics, a company investing capital in one project forgoes returns from every alternative use of that money. The cost is invisible on any balance sheet, but is considered by economists as the most honest measure of any decision's true price. The Werther effect describes the measurable increase in suicides that follows wide media coverage of a high-profile case. Named after Goethe's 1774 novel, whose protagonist's suicide triggered a wave of imitative deaths across Europe, the phenomenon was quantified by sociologist David Phillips in 1974. Researchers found suicide rates in the U.S. rose by nearly 12% in the month following front-page coverage of a suicide. The Romani people, commonly referred to as gypsies, trace their ancestral origins to northwestern India, specifically regions in the Punjab and Rajasthan areas. Genetic and linguistic research has confirmed this connection. The Romani language shares deep structural roots with Sanskrit and Hindi. The migration out of India is believed to have begun around the 11th century. While filming The Martian in 2015, Matt Damon worked directly with NASA astronauts to ensure his portrayal of survival on Mars felt grounded and believable. Director Ridley Scott also consulted closely with the space agency throughout production, and NASA was notably cooperative, viewing the film as a positive representation of human spaceflight. When the Visigoths sacked Rome in 410 CE and during subsequent invasions, they strategically targeted the Roman aqueduct system, an engineering network that had supplied fresh water to cities for centuries. Destroying the aqueducts crippled urban populations and accelerated the broader collapse of Roman infrastructure, forcing communities that had depended on centralized water delivery to abandon or drastically reduce in size. Slugs are gastropod mollusks that evolved from snails through the gradual reduction and internalization of the shell over millions of years. Some species retain vestigial internal shell remnants. The shell's loss, while removing a protective advantage, reduced body weight and enabled slugs to squeeze into much tighter spaces than shelled snails can access. Approximately 40 families of slug species exist globally, occupying ecosystems from tropical rainforests to subarctic environments. The Consumer Price Index tracks price changes across a standardized basket of everyday goods and services, from groceries to rent to gasoline. First formally measured in the United States in 1919, it remains the primary tool for measuring inflation. When the CPI rises significantly, central banks typically raise interest rates to slow spending and bring prices back toward stability. Conjoined twins occur in approximately 1 in every 50,000 human pregnancies, making the condition genuinely rare. The phenomenon happens when a fertilized egg begins to split into identical twins, but does not complete the separation process. The degree and location of the connection varies widely, and surgical separation is possible in some cases depending on which organs are shared. Before entering politics, Justin Trudeau taught French, drama, and mathematics at Sir Winston Churchill Secondary School in Vancouver, British Columbia, from 1999 to 2002. He left teaching to study environmental geography at McGill University and later entered politics. His background in education has been referenced frequently throughout his public career. The hamstring is not a single muscle, but a group of 3 distinct muscles running along the back of the thigh: the semitendinosus, semimembranosus, and biceps femoris. Together, they are responsible for knee flexion and hip extension. The name itself comes from the Old English practice of butchers hanging hog carcasses by the tendons of these muscles, called the hamstrings. A free diver rescued with scuba equipment at depth faces a fatal danger upon surfacing too quickly. Compressed air delivered underwater expands rapidly as pressure decreases during ascent. If surfacing is not slow and controlled, expanding air bubbles enter the bloodstream, causing decompression sickness, which can be fatal. The rescue itself becomes life-threatening without a carefully managed, gradual return to the surface. The animated series Family Guy is set in the fictional town of Quahog, Rhode Island, which creator Seth MacFarlane modeled visually and geographically after Cranston, Rhode Island. MacFarlane attended the Rhode Island School of Design in Providence, and the surrounding area clearly left an impression. Several Quahog landmarks are loosely based on real locations in and around Cranston. North America very nearly became a continent of over 30 independent nations rather than 3. The Republic of Texas existed as a sovereign state from 1836 to 1845. Quebec came close to independence in a 1995 referendum, decided by less than 1% of votes. The California Republic lasted 25 days in 1846. Louisiana, British Columbia, Newfoundland, and the Confederacy all had credible claims to nationhood at various points in history. Mandarin Chinese ranks first globally in both total speakers and native speakers, with approximately 920 million native speakers. English ranks second in total speakers at roughly 1 billion, but third in native speakers at around 380 million, behind Spanish. English's global reach stems from colonial history, international business, and internet dominance rather than the size of any native-speaking population, making it the world's most widely learned second language by a considerable margin. The sunk cost fallacy describes the tendency to continue investing in something simply because resources have already been spent on it, regardless of whether continuing makes sense. A government keeps funding a failing bridge project because billions have already been spent. Economists call it irrational, yet it drives countless personal, corporate, and political decisions every single day. Acid rain is formed when sulfur dioxide and nitrogen oxides are released into the atmosphere and react with water vapor. While industrial pollution is the most common source, volcanic eruptions and lightning strikes also produce these compounds naturally. Lightning, in particular, generates nitrogen oxides by superheating atmospheric nitrogen, contributing to acid-forming chemistry entirely independent of human activity. In 1971, broadcaster Larry King, then working in Miami radio, was arrested on charges of grand larceny after being accused of stealing money from a business partner. The charges were eventually dropped when the statute of limitations expired, but the incident effectively derailed his career in Miami and contributed to a difficult period in his professional life before his eventual national breakthrough. In 2016, Harrison Ford ranked as Hollywood's top-grossing actor, driven primarily by Star Wars: The Force Awakens, which earned over $2 billion globally, and The Force Awakens continued domestic revenue from its late 2015 release. Scarlett Johansson ranked first among female stars and 10th overall. The gap between her ranking and Ford's illustrated the persistent disparity in leading role opportunities between male and female actors at the highest levels of studio filmmaking. Recycled rubber from discarded tires, called crumb rubber, is ground into small granules and used as infill material in artificial turf athletic fields, providing cushioning and shock absorption. The United States generates approximately 290 million scrap tires annually. Crumb rubber infill diverts millions of tires from landfills yearly, though ongoing research continues examining potential health concerns about chemical exposure for athletes, particularly children playing on crumb rubber surfaces for extended periods. Humans are born with approximately 270 to 300 bones, many of which are cartilaginous and gradually fuse throughout childhood and adolescence. By adulthood, the skeleton consolidates to 206 bones. The skull alone fuses from multiple separate plates during infancy. The process completes largely by the mid-20s, meaning the human skeleton continues structural development for roughly the same duration as the brain's prefrontal cortex, which also finalizes around age 25. Palm trees aren't always towering structures swaying dramatically on a beach. Some species grow as low shrubs, and others climb like vines. The tree, in the name, is more of a loose description than a botanical classification. Palm is a plant family, not a strict growth form. Song of the South, Disney's 1946 film blending live action with animation, has never received a home video release in the United States due to its widely criticized portrayal of post-Civil War plantation life as idyllic and its racially offensive depictions of black characters. Despite winning an Academy Award for its song Zip-a-Dee-Doo-Dah, Disney has kept the film commercially unavailable domestically for decades, making it one of Hollywood's most deliberately suppressed major studio releases. Napoleon Dynamite, the 2004 indie comedy directed by Jared Hess, was filmed primarily in Preston, Idaho, with additional scenes shot in Utah. The entire production was completed in just 22 days on a budget of approximately $400,000. The film went on to gross over $46 million worldwide, making it one of the most profitable low-budget films of that decade. Johnny Bravo, the muscle-bound protagonist of the Cartoon Network series of the same name, was named after a Brady Bunch episode from 1973 titled Adios, Johnny Bravo, in which Greg Brady almost becomes a pop star under that stage name. Creator Van Partible was a Brady Bunch fan and borrowed the name as a direct tribute when developing the character. Pete Wentz, bassist and primary lyricist for Fall Out Boy, has built an extensive portfolio of projects outside the band. He co-founded the clothing line Clandestine Industries, opened a bar in Chicago called Angels and Kings, and authored several books including a semi-autobiographical novel. His output across multiple creative industries began well before Fall Out Boy reached mainstream commercial success. Theodore Seuss Geisel, writing as Dr. Seuss, published 46 books under that pen name across a career spanning from 1937 to 1991. Including works under other pseudonyms, his total output approaches 60 titles. The Cat in the Hat, published in 1957, was deliberately written using only 236 distinct words to prove that children's literacy books could be engaging without relying on large vocabularies that beginning readers couldn't yet access. Robert Goddard, the American engineer who launched the world's first liquid-fueled rocket in 1926, traced his fascination with space travel back to reading H.G. Wells's The War of the Worlds as a teenager. He kept a personal anniversary of the day he climbed a cherry tree as a boy and first imagined traveling to space, a moment he called his anniversary day for the rest of his life. Skeleton keys, the old-fashioned master keys with minimal material cut away, received their name not from any resemblance to bones, but because the key has been stripped down to its essential working parts. Like a skeleton reduced to its bare structure, the key retains only what is necessary to operate a lock. The term reflects a philosophy of reduction rather than a visual comparison. In May 1981, hip-hop pioneers Grandmaster Flash and the Furious Five opened for punk rock band The Clash at 2 concerts, an unusual pairing that reflected the Clash's genuine interest in emerging Black American music. The booking was largely arranged by Clash drummer Topper Headon and helped expose hip-hop to an entirely different audience at a pivotal early moment in the genre's history. Sesame Street, the long-running children's educational series, is set at the fictional address 123 Sesame Street, which the show places in the Upper West Side of Manhattan. The neighborhood setting was a deliberate creative choice by the show's founders, who wanted to reflect authentic urban life for children growing up in American cities rather than idealized suburban environments. During the 1980s, Japanese real estate reached prices so detached from logic that the land beneath the Imperial Palace in Tokyo, covering less than 1 square mile, was valued higher than all of the real estate in California combined. The bubble collapsed in 1991, triggering a decade of economic stagnation in Japan, now referred to as the Lost Decade. In 1985, Coca-Cola replaced its nearly century-old formula with a sweeter version called New Coke, based on favorable blind taste tests. The public backlash was immediate and fierce. Customers stockpiled original cans and flooded the company with complaints. Within 79 days, Coca-Cola Classic was reinstated, and the resulting media attention became one of the most effective accidental marketing revivals in corporate history. CNN launched on June 1, 1980, becoming the first cable channel in the United States dedicated entirely to news and the first television network anywhere in the world to broadcast news programming 24 hours a day. At the time, the concept was widely mocked by established networks. Founder Ted Turner pushed forward regardless, and the format eventually transformed how news was consumed globally. Picoturin is a real protein discovered by Japanese researchers in 2008, found in the retina and playing a role in transmitting electrical signals between photoreceptor cells and bipolar cells in the eye. The scientists named it after Pikachu, the Pokémon character, because of the creature's agility and electric abilities, qualities they felt reflected the protein's fast signal transmission function. Despite instant global communication, loneliness rates in developed nations have reached levels that researchers now classify as an epidemic. A 2023 U.S. Surgeon General advisory reported that roughly half of American adults reported measurable loneliness. Sociologist Robert Putnam documented the decline of community participation beginning in the 1970s in his book Bowling Alone, arguing that hyperconnectivity and actual human connection are moving in opposite directions simultaneously. The United States, Myanmar, and Liberia are the only 3 countries in the world that have not officially adopted the metric system as their primary measurement system. Every other nation on Earth uses meters, kilograms, and liters as standard. The United States has made periodic legislative attempts to transition over the decades, none of which have succeeded in practice. In Australian slang, the muscle cramp commonly known as a Charlie horse in North America is called a corky. The term typically refers specifically to a dead leg or muscle contusion from impact rather than a spontaneous cramp, though usage varies by region. Australian English has a long tradition of creating entirely distinct informal terms for everyday physical experiences. Major League Lacrosse, founded in 2001, has had a total of 15 teams pass through its history, 9 still active and 6 that have since folded or relocated. It's a relatively young professional league still working through the growing pains that come with establishing a sport in a competitive North American market. Maine's law prohibiting Christmas decorations past January 14th is one of those civic ordinances that exists technically on the books but is not actively enforced by municipal authorities in modern practice. It reflects a historical tradition in many New England communities of establishing firm seasonal boundaries tied to religious calendars and community appearance standards. Whether any Maine resident has ever actually been fined under this statute in recent decades remains largely undocumented. The multiplier effect describes how an initial injection of money into an economy generates a chain of spending that produces a total economic impact larger than the original amount. A government spending $1 billion on infrastructure pays workers, who spend their wages locally, who create demand for other businesses. Keynes identified this mechanism as the central justification for government stimulus during recessions. The firebombing of Tokyo on the night of March 9 to 10, 1945, killed an estimated 80,000 to 100,000 people in a single night, making it the deadliest air raid in history. The atomic bomb dropped on Hiroshima killed approximately 70,000 to 80,000 people immediately. Despite the atomic bombs being far better remembered, the conventional bombing campaign over Japan caused comparable or greater immediate casualties across dozens of cities. Laughter triggers the release of dopamine, the same neurochemical activated by food, physical affection, and certain substances. A 2017 study from Oxford University found that social laughter, specifically the kind that happens in groups, raises pain thresholds measurably, suggesting that shared humor functions as a genuine biological bonding mechanism, not merely a social pleasantry, but a physiological one. Muhammad Ali, one of the greatest boxers in history, was born Cassius Marcellus Clay Jr. in Louisville, Kentucky in 1942. He officially changed his name in 1964 after converting to Islam, following his first World Heavyweight Championship win over Sonny Liston. SOS, the internationally recognized distress signal transmitted in Morse code as 3 dots, 3 dashes, and 3 dots, is not an abbreviation for any phrase. It was adopted by International Maritime Convention in 1908 simply because the pattern was easy to transmit and recognize in an emergency. Acronyms like Save Our Ship and Save Our Souls were invented after the signal was already in use. The first known taxidermy competition in the United States was held in 1880, and the piece that took top honors depicted 2 Bornean orangutans in combat over a female figure. The work reflected both the technical ambitions and the theatrical sensibilities of Victorian-era natural history display. Competitive taxidermy has since grown into a formalized discipline with its own international circuit. Male Olympic gymnasts compete across 6 events: floor exercise, pommel horse, rings, vault, parallel bars, and horizontal bar. Female gymnasts compete in 4, vault, uneven bars, balance beam, and floor exercise. The disciplines reflect historically different emphases in the sport, with men's gymnastics traditionally focused on strength and women's on balance and choreography. John Boner, who served as Speaker of the House from 2011 to 2015, grew up in Reading, Ohio, as one of 12 children in a working-class Catholic family. He was the first in his family to attend college, working his way through Xavier University over several years while holding various jobs. His upbringing became a recurring reference point throughout his political career. Roughly 1/3 of all food produced globally is wasted, approximately 1.3 billion tons annually, according to the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization. Simultaneously, around 733 million people experience regular hunger. The waste occurs across every stage, from farms discarding imperfect produce to consumers throwing out unconsumed groceries, meaning the world's hunger problem is substantially a distribution and waste problem rather than a production one. Aluminum can be recycled, reprocessed, and returned to store shelves as a new product in as little as 60 days. Glass moves even faster through the recycling cycle, returning in approximately 30 days. Both materials are infinitely recyclable without significant degradation in quality, making them among the most efficiently recyclable packaging materials in widespread consumer use. Hawaii's total land area of 16,635 square kilometers makes it larger than Connecticut's 12,541 square kilometers, a comparison that surprises many Americans who picture Hawaii as a small chain of islands. Hawaii's size comes primarily from the Big Island, which alone accounts for roughly 62% of the entire state's landmass, and continues growing through ongoing volcanic activity. The small metal band that clamps the eraser to the top of a pencil has a specific name, a ferrule. The term applies broadly in manufacturing to any ring or collar that reinforces a joint or prevents splitting, and it appears in everything from tool handles to plumbing. On a pencil, it serves the straightforward purpose of holding the eraser in place without the wood splitting from the pressure. The most visually striking proof of evolution is the domestic dog. Starting from gray wolves roughly 30,000 years ago, selective breeding by humans produced hundreds of distinct breeds. A Chihuahua weighs around 6 pounds. A Great Dane can exceed 175. A Pomeranian looks nothing like a Siberian Husky. All of them share a common ancestor, demonstrating how dramatically a species can diverge in a relatively short time. Before the telegraph, information traveled only as fast as a horse or a ship could carry it. Samuel Morse's telegraph, demonstrated publicly in 1844, allowed messages to cross hundreds of miles in seconds. Within decades, undersea cables connected continents. Wars, markets, and governments could now coordinate in real time across vast distances for the first time in human history, compressing the world's decision-making timescale in ways that accelerated every system it touched. The ampersand symbol and evolved directly from the Latin word et, meaning and, written in cursive so frequently that the letters merged into a single ligature. Early Roman scribes connected the E and T until they became a single character. The word ampersand itself derives from the phrase and per se and, meaning the symbol and by itself means and, which schoolchildren recited when reading the alphabet aloud in the 18th and 19th centuries. Synchronized swimming, now called artistic swimming at the Olympic level, requires that competitors keep themselves afloat entirely through their own technique throughout the routine. Touching the bottom of the pool at any point during a performance results in a mandatory deduction. Given that pool depths typically exceed 3 meters during competition, this means all movements, including those performed seemingly underwater, rely entirely on egg-beater kicks and arm sculling. Ringo Starr was born Richard Starkey on July 7, 1940, in Liverpool, England, and adopted his stage name partly because of his fondness for wearing rings. He was not the Beatles' original drummer. Pete Best held that role during the band's early Hamburg years before being replaced by Starr. In August 1962, just weeks before the group recorded their first single with producer George Martin, the Backstreet Boys formed in Orlando, Florida in 1993 and have sold an estimated 130 to 160 million records globally, making them the best-selling boy band in music history by most measurements. Their 1999 album Millennium sold over 40 million copies worldwide, one of the highest-selling albums ever recorded. Despite disbanding and reuniting multiple times, the group has maintained an active recording and touring career spanning over 3 decades without a permanent dissolution. Before becoming the defining figure in drag entertainment, RuPaul spent the early 1980s in Atlanta's underground art scene, performing with a punk band called Wee Wee Pole. He moved to New York in 1987, working various performance and club circuit jobs before breaking through with Supermodel in 1993. That single reached number 2 on the Billboard dance charts and launched a career that would eventually produce the most successful reality competition show in LGBTQ television history. By the late 1980s, Japan's economy had grown so rapidly that serious analysts predicted it would surpass the United States to become the world's largest economy within decades. Japanese companies were buying American landmarks, including Rockefeller Center. Tokyo real estate was valued higher than entire U.S. states. The bubble collapsed abruptly in 1991, triggering a prolonged stagnation that permanently ended Japan's trajectory toward global economic dominance. North Dakota leads the United States in churches per capita, with a particularly high concentration of Lutheran and Catholic congregations, reflecting the state's Scandinavian and German immigrant heritage. The state's relatively small and rural population spread across a large geographic area means that individual communities often maintain their own churches. Tea is the second most consumed beverage in the world after water, drunk across virtually every culture on Earth in some form. Green, black, white, and oolong varieties all derive from the same plant, Camellia sinensis. Global tea consumption runs into billions of cups per day, with China, India, and several nations in the Middle East and North Africa ranking among the heaviest consuming populations per capita. Roald Dahl served in multiple capacities during World War II. He first flew combat missions as a Royal Air Force fighter pilot in North Africa, was seriously injured in a crash in the Libyan desert in 1940, and later worked as a British diplomat in Washington. During that posting, he was recruited by British intelligence to gather information on American political figures and report back to MI6, leaving the service in 1946. Keloid scars form when collagen production during wound healing continues beyond what is needed, creating raised, dense tissue that extends past the original injury. They are approximately 15 times more likely to develop in people of African descent than in those of European descent, reflecting genetic differences in wound healing response. The condition was first documented by ancient Egyptian physicians around 1700 BCE. The Black Hand was a secret Serbian nationalist military organization founded in 1911, formerly known as Union or Death. Its members were connected to the assassination of Austro-Hungarian Archduke Franz Ferdinand in Sarajevo on June 28, 1914, the event that triggered a cascade of alliance obligations, pulling Europe's major powers into what became the First World War. The organization's leader, Dragutin Dimitrijević, was later executed by the Serbian government in 1917. In Canada, particularly in Ontario's Muskoka region, the classic wooden outdoor chair known in the United States as an Adirondack chair is commonly called a Muskoka chair. The design, with its wide armrests, angled back, and low seat, was actually invented by Thomas Lee in the Adirondack Mountains of New York in 1903, but both regional names have stuck on their respective sides of the border. In 1912, Tokyo Mayor Yukio Ozaki gifted 3,020 cherry blossom trees to Washington, D.C., as a gesture of friendship between Japan and the United States. The trees were planted primarily around the tidal basin, where they remain today. The annual National Cherry Blossom Festival celebrating their bloom has grown into one of Washington's most attended springtime events, drawing over 1 million visitors each year. June Jordan's 1971 novel His Own Where was groundbreaking as the first full-length novel written entirely in African-American vernacular English, also known as Ebonics. Jordan, a poet and activist, used the language intentionally as both a political and artistic statement about the legitimacy and expressive power of Black speech. The book was also a National Book Award finalist the year it was published. Homing pigeons, historically used to carry messages across long distances, are trained to carry payloads of up to 75 grams attached to their backs or legs during flight. Military forces used them extensively through both world wars for communication in the field. Their navigational ability, still not fully understood by scientists, allows them to return home across hundreds of miles. David Beckham signed a schoolboy contract with Manchester United at age 14 and left formal education at 16 to train full-time with the club's youth academy. He made his first team debut at 17 and went on to become one of the most recognizable footballers in the world. The decision to leave school early for football is one he has spoken about positively throughout his career. Vending machines kill more people annually than sharks. Falling vending machines cause an average of 2.18 deaths per year in the United States, typically when people rock or tilt machines attempting to retrieve stuck items or steal products. The Consumer Product Safety Commission has documented dozens of fatalities over decades. Sharks kill an average of fewer than 6 people globally per year, making the comparison a frequently cited illustration of misplaced fear. If California were an independent nation, its economy would rank 5th in the world, sitting behind the United States, China, Japan, and Germany, and ahead of the United Kingdom, India, and France. With a GDP exceeding $3.5 trillion, California alone produces more economic output than most sovereign nations on Earth, driven by technology, agriculture, entertainment, and international trade through its Pacific ports. Rubber surgical gloves were invented by William Stewart Halsted, the first chief of surgery at Johns Hopkins Hospital, around 1890. He originally had them made by the Goodyear Rubber Company to protect the hands of a surgical nurse, later his wife, who had developed a skin reaction to the carbolic acid used as an antiseptic. The fennec fox is the smallest wild canid in the world, native to the Sahara Desert and other parts of North Africa. Despite its tiny frame, typically weighing under 4 pounds, it has oversized ears that can reach 6 inches in length, used both for hearing prey underground and for regulating body heat in extreme desert temperatures. Diminishing marginal utility explains that each additional unit of something consumed delivers less satisfaction than the one before. The first slice of pizza is deeply satisfying. The fourth is considerably less so. Economist Hermann Heinrich Gossen formalized this principle in 1854, and it became foundational to understanding consumer behavior, pricing strategy, and why unlimited access to anything rarely produces unlimited happiness. The Ukulele Orchestra of Great Britain is an ensemble of 9 performers who play exclusively on ukuleles of varying sizes, covering an eclectic range of music from classical compositions to pop and film scores. Founded in London in 1985, the group has performed internationally and built a dedicated following through their distinctive approach of treating the ukulele as a fully legitimate concert instrument. In content writing and marketing, web content refers to informational material, articles, FAQs, educational pages, designed to inform or educate the reader. Web copy, by contrast, is written with the specific goal of persuading the reader to take an action, such as making a purchase or signing up for a service. The peppered moth is one of the clearest recorded examples of natural selection in action. During Britain's Industrial Revolution, coal pollution blackened tree bark across the country. White moths, previously camouflaged against pale bark, became visible to predators and declined rapidly. Dark-colored moths survived and reproduced. Within decades, the entire population had visibly shifted, documented in real time by biologist Bernard Kettlewell in the 1950s. Greece joined the Eurozone on January 1, 2001, becoming the 12th member to adopt the euro as its official currency. The country had to meet specific economic benchmarks set by the European Union to qualify. It was a significant milestone, though Greece's relationship with the euro would grow complicated in the years that followed. Tarot cards originated in northern Italy in the early 15th century, initially created as playing cards for games like tarocchi rather than for divination. The earliest surviving decks, including the Visconti Sforza deck created around 1440, were hand-painted luxury items commissioned by noble families. Tarot's association with fortune-telling and occult practice developed primarily in 18th century France, roughly 300 years after the cards were first created. For entirely secular entertainment purposes, Jim Crow laws, the racial segregation statutes that dominated the American South from the 1870s through the 1960s, took their name from a blackface minstrel character called Jump Jim Crow, performed by white entertainer Thomas Dartmouth Rice around 1832. The caricature became so widely associated with racial mockery that the name eventually attached itself to the entire system of institutionalized segregation. In 2016, surveys found that more than 1/3 of Americans reported having listened to at least one podcast. A decade earlier, in 2006, only around 1/10 reported doing so. The growth reflects not just a change in listening habits, but a dramatic expansion in podcast availability, driven by the rise of smartphones and platforms that made audio content accessible without specialized equipment. Killing an Arab, released by The Cure in 1978, was directly inspired by Albert Camus's 1942 existentialist novel The Stranger. The song retells the novel's pivotal beach scene, in which the protagonist Musso shoots an unnamed Arab man in a moment of detached, almost emotionless action. Despite the title, the band consistently clarified the song's literary origins. The Krusty Krab restaurant in SpongeBob SquarePants was designed to resemble a lobster trap, specifically the kind of wire cage used in commercial crab and lobster fishing. Creator Steven Hillenburg, who had a background in marine biology, incorporated accurate references to ocean life and fishing equipment throughout the show's visual design. The zip code 12345 is not assigned to a geographic residential area. It belongs exclusively to General Electric's campus in Schenectady, New York. Large corporations with high enough mail volume can be assigned dedicated zip codes by the USPS. GE's Schenectady facility has held this unusually memorable sequence for decades, making it one of the more recognizable corporate zip codes in the country. Pakistan and Afghanistan remain the only two countries in the world where wild poliovirus transmission has never been fully interrupted. Decades of vaccination campaigns have dramatically reduced case numbers globally, but ongoing conflict, geographic inaccessibility, and vaccine hesitancy in certain regions have prevented complete eradication in these two countries. The global health community considers their elimination the final barrier to declaring polio fully eradicated worldwide. Superstitions arise from the brain's pattern recognition system, which evolved to detect cause and effect for survival but regularly generates false positives. A prehistoric human who assumed a rustling bush meant a predator survived more often than one who dismissed it. That same cognitive wiring causes humans to see meaningful connections in coincidences, making superstition not a sign of foolishness, but of an overactive, evolutionarily successful detection system. Carrot flies, scientifically called Silurosei, are agricultural pests whose larvae tunnel through the roots of carrots, parsnips, celery, and parsley, causing significant crop losses. Females detect host plants through smell at ground level, leading to the practical gardening technique of planting barriers at least 60 centimeters tall, above the fly's typical flight altitude, to protect crops. The damage resembles rust-colored tunneling through root flesh and often renders affected vegetables unmarketable. More solar energy strikes Earth's surface in a single hour than all of human civilization consumes in an entire year. The sun delivers approximately 430 quintillion joules hourly to Earth. Global annual energy consumption sits around 580 exajoules. The gap is enormous, yet solar currently provides only about 3% of global electricity, making the scale of untapped potential genuinely difficult to comprehend. The Disney Channel launched on April 18, 1983, with Good Morning, Mickey as its inaugural program. Originally a premium cable subscription service, it transitioned to basic cable in 1997, dramatically expanding its audience. The channel became the dominant force in children's television through the late 1990s and 2000s, launching the careers of Miley Cyrus, Selena Gomez, Demi Lovato, and the Jonas Brothers through original programming targeted at tweens and teenagers. The Red Hat Society was founded in 1998 by Sue Ellen Cooper in Fullerton, California, inspired by a poem about aging gracefully. Initially focused on women 50 and older, the organization grew rapidly into a global network with thousands of chapters. Members wear red hats and purple clothing to meetups, with the dress code itself being part of the organization's identity. Gene Shepard, who wrote the semi-autobiographical stories behind A Christmas Story, also narrated the 1983 film as the adult voice of Ralphie. He appears briefly on screen in a cameo where he plays a man who sends Ralphie to the back of a long department store line to see Santa, effectively his adult self redirecting his childhood self. It is one of cinema's more quietly self-referential author appearances. Behavioral economics examines how psychological biases, emotions, and social influences shape financial decisions, often in ways that contradict classical economic assumptions of pure rationality. Pioneered by Daniel Kahneman and Amos Tversky in the 1970s, it demonstrated that people systematically make predictable irrational choices. Their work earned Kahneman a Nobel Prize in 2002 and reshaped how governments and businesses design policies and products. Joe Biden ran for the Democratic presidential nomination twice before winning the presidency in 2020. His first campaign in 1987 ended when he withdrew following a plagiarism controversy involving speeches by British politician Neil Kinnock. His second run in 2008 ended early in the primary process, after which he was selected by Barack Obama as his running mate and served 2 terms as vice president. Sappho was an ancient Greek poet from the island of Lesbos, believed to have lived around 600 BCE. So celebrated was her writing in antiquity that she was referred to in historical texts and artifacts as the 10th Muse, an honorary addition to the 9 muses of Greek mythology. The phrase tying the knot has roots in an old Swiss wedding tradition where newlyweds would share a pretzel, its classic looped knot shape symbolizing the joining of 2 lives. The couple would make a wish and break the pretzel together, much like a wishbone. The pretzel's knotted form eventually gave the phrase its enduring meaning. Modern PTSD treatment traces its origins to a single night of crisis. On November 28, 1942, a fire at the Coconut Grove nightclub in Boston killed 492 people in minutes. Dr. Eric Lindemann treated the roughly 500 survivors and, working without an established framework, developed the first structured approach to acute grief and trauma processing. His improvised methods became the foundation of modern trauma psychiatry. Climate change is increasingly recognized as a driver of mass human migration. Rising sea levels threaten coastal communities from Bangladesh to Florida. Prolonged droughts have depopulated agricultural regions across sub-Saharan Africa and Central America. The World Bank estimates that by 2050, over 216 million people could be displaced within their own countries by climate-related deterioration of living conditions, creating a migration crisis without historical precedent. Ulysses S. Grant was born Hiram Ulysses Grant, but when his congressman nominated him to West Point, he accidentally recorded the name as Ulysses S. Grant. The S had no origin. It was simply added in error, possibly a transposition of his mother's maiden name, Simpson. Grant kept the name rather than fight the paperwork, and it followed him through the Civil War and the presidency. Women's clothing sizes in the United States lack a universal standardized system, partly because the responsibility for setting voluntary size guidelines was transferred to ASTM International, a private standards organization, in 1995. Before that, the federal government had maintained its own sizing guidelines. ASTM standards are voluntary rather than mandatory, which is why sizing varies so significantly between clothing brands and manufacturers. Wimbledon enforces one of the strictest dress codes in professional sports. All players must wear almost entirely white clothing, not off-white or cream, and any colored trim is limited to a single stripe no wider than 1 centimeter. Brand logos are similarly restricted. The all-white rule dates back to the Victorian era and is enforced before players even step onto the court. Anderson Cooper, the CNN anchor and journalist, worked as a child model with Ford Models Agency between the ages of 10 and 13. His mother is fashion designer Gloria Vanderbilt, which likely opened doors in that industry early. Cooper has spoken about the experience in interviews, noting it was a brief chapter before he pursued academics and eventually journalism as his primary career. Poe's law explains that without a clear signal of intent, an extreme parody becomes indistinguishable from the real thing. Named after Nathan Poe, who observed this in 2005 on an internet forum, it means a satirical post mocking flat earthers or extremists can genuinely be mistaken for a sincere belief by thousands of readers. The FX animated series Archer was originally titled Duchess during its development, named after protagonist Sterling Archer's codename within the show. Creator Adam Reed eventually changed the title before broadcast, but the name Duchess remained in the series as a subtle nod to the production's original working identity. Jacqueline Kennedy was inducted into the International Best Dressed List Hall of Fame in 1965, just 2 years after her husband's assassination. The list, which began in 1940, reserves its Hall of Fame for those considered to have made a lasting and defining contribution to fashion and style on a global scale. Corpus Christi, The Texas coastal city of approximately 325,000 residents takes its name from the Latin phrase for body of Christ. Spanish explorer Alonso Alvarez de Pineda named the bay in 1519 after arriving on the Catholic feast day of Corpus Christi. The city incorporated in 1852 and grew substantially through the 20th century as a Gulf Coast port and naval installation, while retaining its 500-year-old Latin name throughout. Following the English Civil War and the execution of Charles I in 1649, England entered a period called the Interregnum, during which traditional governmental structures briefly collapsed. Radical political groups including the Diggers and Levelers emerged, experimenting with ideas that ranged from land reform to early forms of anarchism. Collective cerebral palsy is the most common motor disability in childhood, affecting approximately 1 in every 323 children in the United States, according to CDC data. The condition results from abnormal brain development or damage to the developing brain, most often occurring before or during birth. It affects movement, muscle tone, and coordination, with a wide spectrum of severity across those diagnosed. Jevons paradox explains that making a resource more efficient to use actually increases how much of it gets consumed overall. In 1865, economist William Jevons noticed that more fuel-efficient steam engines led Britain to burn more coal, not less. Efficiency lowers cost, demand rises, and total consumption climbs higher than before. Apple released the first iPhone on June 29, 2007, under Steve Jobs, who introduced it as 3 devices in one: a widescreen iPod, a mobile phone, and an internet communicator. The original model sold for $499 with a 2-year AT&T contract. Over 1 million units sold within 74 days. It fundamentally restructured the mobile phone industry, making touchscreen smartphones the dominant computing device within a decade of its release. The Marlboro Man was introduced in the 1950s as a deliberate rebranding effort. Before the rugged cowboy image was introduced, Marlboro cigarettes were specifically marketed toward women, featuring filtered cigarettes and the tagline "Mild as May." The masculine campaign, developed by ad agency Leo Burnett, transformed Marlboro into one of the best-selling cigarette brands in the world. The halo effect describes the psychological tendency to assume that someone who excels in one visible area must also excel in others. Research by psychologist Edward Thorndike in 1920 showed that military officers rated as physically impressive were also rated as more intelligent and morally upright, regardless of actual performance. It is why attractive people are statistically more likely to be hired, promoted, and trusted by strangers.
You drink coffee every morning and think you know everything about it. You don't. The coffee bean you grind up is actually the seed of a fruit called the coffee cherry, a sweet, tropical-tasting red or yellow berry that looks nothing like what ends up in your cup. The entire fruit gets thrown away during processing, and virtually none of it ever reaches consumers. Right now, without looking, you know exactly where your hands and feet are. That's not magic, it's proprioception, a hidden sixth sense driven by thousands of specialized receptors in your muscles, tendons, and joints that build a constantly updating 3D map of your body inside your brain. Most people never think about it because it works so seamlessly, but close your eyes and touch your nose. That's your body using an internal GPS system more sophisticated than anything we've engineered. You're running advanced technology and didn't even know it. The goblin shark doesn't just bite things. It launches its entire jaw forward out of its skull like a spring-loaded trap, extending nearly the full length of its own head to snatch prey in total deep ocean darkness. The jaw literally shoots forward, outside the skull, on command. If you somehow weren't already afraid of the deep ocean, the goblin shark would like a word with you. Newborn babies have a special type of fat called brown fat that generates heat without shivering, using cells packed with 300 times more mitochondria than regular fat. It's basically a biological space heater built into every infant. Adults still carry small deposits of it near the collarbone that can be reactivated. You've been walking around with a dormant baby superpower in your neck this whole time. During thunderstorms, Massive electrical discharges called sprites shoot upward from the tops of storm clouds toward space, reaching 90 kilometers high. They're completely invisible from the ground. We only found out they were real because pilots started reporting them from cockpits, and scientists finally pointed cameras in the right direction. Lightning was out here having a second, secret life pointing toward space, and nobody on the ground had any idea for most of human history. In 1932, the Australian government deployed actual soldiers with machine guns and 10,000 rounds of ammunition to deal with an emu population that was destroying farms in Western Australia. The emus outmaneuvered them so consistently and so completely that the military officially abandoned the campaign in defeat. Australia declared war on a bird. The bird won. The emus have never lost a single battle, and historians had to write that down. Ketchup has nothing to do with tomatoes originally. The word comes from kisiap, a fermented fish sauce from Southeast Asia, and that's exactly what it was for centuries, just fish sauce. American colonists didn't add tomatoes until the early 1800s. So when someone says they hate tomatoes and puts ketchup on everything, they are technically the most historically accurate person at the table. Under the 1920 Svalbard Treaty, citizens of 46 different countries, including Russia, China, India, and Thailand, have the legal right to live and work on Norway's Arctic archipelago. Russia, China, and India all maintain actual settlements up there right now. There's a geopolitical loophole frozen into the Arctic that lets almost any country set up camp in Norway's backyard, and Norway just has to live with it. International law is wild. Every year, mysterious roll clouds called morning glory clouds appear in Australia's Gulf of Carpentaria, sometimes stretching 1,000 kilometers long, traveling at 60 kilometers per hour, producing turbulence violent enough to flip small aircraft. Scientists still don't fully understand what causes them. A cloud the length of a small country shows up annually, and meteorology is still basically shrugging. Australia keeps producing things science can't entirely explain. Some of the bowhead whales alive in the ocean right now were born before the American Civil War. These creatures can live over 200 years, and researchers have actually found 19th-century harpoon tips still embedded in the blubber of living whales. A whale swimming around today has a harpoon fragment inside it from a world where Abraham Lincoln was still alive. That whale has outlived entire civilizations, and it's still out there. If you're enjoying these facts so far, go ahead and hit that like button. It genuinely helps. In 18th century Britain, pineapples were so absurdly rare and expensive that wealthy aristocrats would rent a single pineapple for an evening from specialty shops, display it at their dinner table as a status symbol, then return it the next morning for someone else to rent. They didn't even eat it. They just showed it off. So the next time someone complains about modern luxury spending, remember there was once a pineapple rental market for the elite. We've always been like this. Milk chocolate was invented in 1875 by Swiss chocolatier Daniel Peter, who combined chocolate with condensed milk recently developed by his neighbor Henri Nestlé. The two men literally lived next door to each other in the same Swiss town of Vevey. Two neighbors accidentally invented one of the most beloved things on earth just by talking over the fence. Your neighborhood small talk has never accomplished anything close to this. It won't. For most of history, rogue waves, massive walls of water appearing out of nowhere in calm seas, were dismissed as sailor mythology. Then on January 1st, 1995, a 26-meter wave struck the Dropner oil platform in the North Sea and was recorded by instruments. Turns out they're real. They're far more common than any ocean model predicted, and sailors had been telling the truth the whole time. The ocean kept one of its biggest secrets until an oil platform caught it on camera. Scar tissue isn't just healed skin. It's fundamentally different from normal skin. It has no hair follicles, no sweat glands, and its collagen fibers align in flat parallel sheets instead of the random weave of normal skin, making it stronger in one direction, but far less flexible overall. Scars are essentially your body patching a hole with a different material entirely. It gets the job done, but the replacement is never quite the original. Jupiter's Great Red Spot, that massive storm that's been raging continuously for nearly 200 years, is shrinking. It's already lost about a third of its former diameter. Some astronomers believe it could disappear entirely within the century. The most iconic feature of the solar system's largest planet might just quietly stop existing while we're alive to see it. No storm lasts forever, not even a 200-year one. Human sweat is almost completely odorless by itself. The smell of body odor is produced entirely by skin bacteria metabolizing the sweat, specifically from apocrine glands in your armpits and groin. You don't smell. Your bacteria do. The bacteria living on your body are responsible for your social life. That is a terrifying amount of power to hand over to microbes. Hot cross buns might predate Christianity entirely. Similar spiced buns marked with a cross were reportedly baked by Anglo-Saxons to honor the spring goddess Austria at the equinox. The cross representing the 4 seasons, not the crucifixion. If that's true, the Easter tradition of hot cross buns has older roots than Easter itself. History loves a plot twist. When deep-sea fish that rely on swim bladders are pulled up to the surface too quickly, the pressure drop is catastrophic. Their bladders balloon outward, their eyes bulge out, and their stomachs are literally pushed out through their mouths. This is what happens when you remove something from the environment it was built for too suddenly. It's also the most dramatic reminder that the deep ocean is an entirely different world, and the creatures in it are not meant to come up here. The Andean condor has a wingspan of 3.3 meters, the largest of any land bird on Earth, and survives by soaring up to 200 kilometers per day, almost entirely on rising thermal air columns without flapping its wings. It finds invisible columns of warm rising air and just rides them across hundreds of kilometers. A bird that big is basically running on free energy. Nature figured out passive soaring before aeronautical engineers even existed. Pause for a second. Did you hit that like button yet? Go ahead, I'll wait. All right, let's keep going. Everyone's heard the story that Wagyu beef cows get massages and beer, and that's why the meat is so expensive. That is a myth. The real reason for the extreme fat marbling is selective breeding for a specific genetic variant that dramatically increases intramuscular fat. That's it. No spa days, no craft beer, just genetics. The massages make a better story, but science is doing all the work. Mercury is the planet closest to the sun, and it has ice. Permanent water ice sitting in the permanently shadowed floors of craters near its poles that has never seen a single ray of sunlight and has stayed below negative 170 degrees Celsius for billions of years. The hottest planet from the sun is also harboring frozen water in its shadows. Mercury contains multitudes and doesn't care what you think about it. Thunder snow is exactly what it sounds like, lightning and thunder happening inside a snowstorm. But here's the part. Most people don't know. The falling snow muffles the thunder so dramatically that a lightning strike just a few hundred meters away sounds like nothing more than a muffled thud. So there's a version of thunder so silent you could almost miss it. Nature keeps finding new ways to be completely different from your expectations. In 1976, the U.S. military mobilized hundreds of troops, B-52 bombers, fighter jets, warships, and special forces operatives in response to a confrontation with North Korea in the Korean DMZ. Their mission was to cut down a single poplar tree. The tree trimming operation was so massive, it's now called Operation Paul Bunyan. They cut the tree down in 42 minutes. North Korea watched in silence. The whole thing actually happened, and it was filed under official military history. The Pacific Ring of Fire produces roughly 90% of all Earth's earthquakes and contains approximately 75% of all active and dormant volcanoes, packed into a 40-0. 0 horseshoe-shaped zone around the Pacific Ocean. 9 out of 10 earthquakes on this planet trace back to one ring. The entire Pacific Basin is essentially sitting inside the most geologically violent neighborhood on Earth. There is a 2,060 square kilometer piece of land between Egypt and Sudan called Bir Tawil that neither country wants to officially claim. Not because it's disputed, because whoever claims, it would have to give up rights to the much larger and more valuable Halab Triangle nearby. So there's an entire territory that two countries are actively avoiding owning. It's been described as the only land on Earth voluntarily claimed by nobody. It just sits there, completely unclaimed. Authentic Italian gelato has far less cream and far less air than American ice cream. It's made mostly with milk, churned slowly, and served warmer, which is what gives it that dense, intensely flavored texture. Most gelato sold outside Italy is just ice cream in a fancier container. If you've had real gelato in Italy and then come home and ordered it at a mall food court, you already know something was off. You just didn't know why. Your tonsils aren't just that thing doctors remove when they get infected. They're immune surveillance organs that deliberately sample the bacteria and viruses entering through your mouth, acting as a first alert training ground for your immune system before anything gets deeper. They're not a design flaw, they're a checkpoint. The tonsils have been defending the door this whole time, and we spent decades just ripping them out. In Arctic regions, supercooled water vapor can crystallize directly out of the air into delicate petal-shaped sheets called ice flowers, naturally occurring sculptures that form at the edges of sea ice and on plant stems. They vanish the moment temperatures rise even slightly above freezing. They appear, look completely unreal, and then disappear. Nature makes sculptures that exist for hours and leaves no trace. That's either beautiful or deeply frustrating, depending on your mood. The cassowary is often called the world's most dangerous bird, and it backs that title up with a 12-centimeter dagger-like inner claw it uses for defense. Its hollow, bony head casque may amplify deep, rumbling calls below human hearing range to communicate through dense rainforest. It's armored, it's equipped with a blade, and it's communicating in frequencies you can't even detect. The cassowary didn't come to play, it came to dominate. Stick around, because the facts are only getting stranger from here. Authentic Italian carbonara has exactly 4 ingredients: pasta, guanciale, eggs, and pecorino romano. No cream, no butter, no shortcuts. The glossy sauce forms purely from emulsified egg yolks reacting to pasta heat and starchy cooking water. Every carbonara you've ever had outside a Rome with cream in it is not carbonara. It's pasta with scrambled egg sauce that someone is calling carbonara. Italy knows. Italy is not pleased. What looks like a single bright star in the Gemini constellation called Castor is actually 6 stars, 3 gravitationally paired binary stars, each pair orbiting the others, all bound within the same system. One star becomes 6 when you look closer. The universe keeps doing this, hiding complexity behind something that appears simple. You look at one thing, and there are 6 things. The sky is never what it seems. In Coober Pedy, Australia's opal mining capital, the entire town is built underground. Residents have carved homes, churches, a hotel, and shops directly into hillsides to escape surface temperatures that routinely exceed 40 degrees Celsius in summer. They didn't fight the Australian heat. They went under it. Coober Pedy is proof that when the environment becomes completely hostile, humans don't retreat, they dig. The Crab Nebula, that spectacular cloud of gas and stellar debris in space, is the remnant of a supernova explosion that Chinese and Arab astronomers recorded in July 1054 AD. They reported a guest star bright enough to see in full daylight for 23 consecutive days. Medieval astronomers watched a star explode in broad daylight for over 3 weeks and wrote it down. We still have the records. And the explosion is still expanding in space right now, over 900 years later. Muscle memory isn't stored in your muscles. It's stored in your cerebellum, the part of your brain dedicated to motor control. Repeated actions carve neural pathways that progressively bypass the thinking regions of the brain entirely, which is why you can ride a bicycle decades after last trying. Your body isn't remembering, your brain is. And the muscle gets all the credit for work the cerebellum quietly did years ago. St. Elmo's fire is a glowing, hissing, bluish plasma that appears on pointed objects, ship masts, aircraft wingtips, lightning rods, during electrically charged storms. For centuries, sailors treated it as a supernatural omen. It's actually a natural electrical discharge that forms when the air around a sharp point ionizes during strong electric fields. Ancient sailors were terrified by something that was essentially just physics being visible. Physics loves a dramatic entrance. The ocean current system called the Atlantic Meridional, overturning circulation, delivers warm tropical water to Europe and keeps the continent 5 to 10 degrees Celsius warmer than it would otherwise be. Since the 1950s, it has been measurably slowing down. If it weakens significantly, European climate could shift dramatically. Colder winters, disrupted weather patterns. The heating system for an entire continent is gradually losing power, and most people have never heard of the thing keeping Europe warm. Pink peppercorns are not pepper. They're dried berries of the Brazilian pepper tree, which is related to cashews and mangoes, and they can trigger serious allergic reactions in people with nut allergies. They're sold as a common culinary spice in pepper blends worldwide. Someone put a nut-adjacent berry in a pepper mix and named it pink pepper, and nobody stopped them. Read the label on your spice rack. You might have a surprise in there. The African the wild ancestor of the domestic donkey, can lose up to 30% of its body weight in water without showing serious distress, and then fully rehydrate within minutes of drinking. No domesticated animal on Earth has retained that ability. The donkey's wild ancestor is basically desert-proof, and somewhere along the way domestication removed the survival superpower. The wild kept the upgrade. The donkey did not. If you're still here, hit that subscribe button so you never miss a video. There are a lot more facts where these came from. The uvula, that little cone of tissue hanging at the back of your throat, exists only in humans among all primates. It plays roles in speech production, helps control swallowing, and physically blocks food from shooting up into your nasal passages. It's doing 3 jobs simultaneously. Your uvula is back there working constantly, unappreciated, keeping your food from going where it shouldn't. The huia bird of New Zealand was hunted to extinction around 1907, and it was the only bird species known to science where males and females had entirely different shaped beaks. Males had a short, sharp chisel beak for chipping bark. Females had a long, curved bill for probing deep inside wood. 2 beaks, 1 species. Completely different tools for completely different roles on the same tree. We don't fully understand how they work together. We'll never find out, because they're gone. Cave pearls are found in underground pools, where water drips in and deposits calcite onto small particles over thousands of years, tumbling them smooth with each drop until they're virtually indistinguishable from marine pearls. They look like something you'd find in a jewelry store. They formed in complete darkness over millennia from nothing but dripping water and mineral deposits. Nature makes luxury goods. It just doesn't have a marketing department. The Scoville scale doesn't measure heat. It measures capsaicin concentration by how many times pepper extract must be diluted in sugar water before trained tasters can no longer detect any burn. And what you're actually detecting isn't temperature, it's pain. Chili heat is technically a pain signal your mouth is sending. When you brag about eating the hottest pepper, you're really bragging about your pain tolerance. Frame it however you'd like. California's Salton Sea was created entirely by accident. A canal breach in 1905 flooded a below sea level desert basin for nearly 2 years, eventually creating a large lake that became a popular resort destination. Then it got saltier than the Pacific Ocean and started shrinking. A mistake created a resort. The resort died. The accidental lake is still there. California's most unplanned landmark just refuses to fully disappear. Australia's night parrot was so rarely seen after the 1880s that scientists genuinely believed it might be functionally extinct until a wildlife photographer filmed a live one in Queensland in 2013. One of the most dramatic bird rediscoveries in history. A bird disappeared so completely for over a century that the scientific community gave up on it, and then it just showed back up on camera. Australia keeps hiding things that are technically still alive. By law, brie and camembert must have their white rind. It's created by spraying penicillium mold spores onto the surface before aging, and in France, the rind is a legally protected and defined part of the product's identity. The mold is mandatory. The mold is the law. French food standards are so specific that the government has opinions on the fungi on your cheese. Earth's Van Allen belts, donut-shaped zones of high-energy particles trapped by our magnetic field, were so unexpectedly intense when discovered in 1958 that the lead scientist initially assumed his instruments had malfunctioned. The data looked wrong because nobody predicted radiation belts that powerful surrounding Earth. We discovered something protecting the entire planet, and the first reaction was, the equipment must be broken. Science is humbling that way. Root beer was made with real sassafras root as its primary flavoring until 1960, when the FDA banned the compound safrole after it caused liver tumors in rats, forcing every root beer manufacturer worldwide to reformulate with artificial sassafras flavor almost overnight. You've never tasted real root beer. No one alive has. The flavor in every bottle you've ever had is a synthetic approximation of something the government banned 65 years ago. And honestly, it still slaps. Fair weather waterspouts, those spinning columns forming in calm, clear conditions over open water, don't drop down from clouds like tornadoes do. They develop from the water surface upward. They are a completely separate meteorological phenomenon from tornadoes that happen to cross water. A waterspout and a tornado over water are not the same thing. Weather keeps adding more categories, and most of us are still just pointing and yelling tornado. Yellowstone became the world's first national park in 1872. But the concept was partially inspired by California's Yosemite Valley, which received state protection 8 years earlier in 1864, predating the formal national park idea. So the template for every protected wilderness on Earth traces back to two places in the American West. Every national park in every country on the planet owes a small debt to Yosemite. That's a quiet legacy that almost nobody talks about. Pause for a second. Are you liking this video as you go? Because you should be. Go ahead. I'll wait. Okay, let's keep rolling. The antlion larva digs a perfectly symmetrical conical pit in dry, loose sand and buries itself at the bottom with only its jaws exposed. When an ant slides down the walls, the antlion flicks sand upward to trigger avalanches that drag the prey underground within seconds. It builds an architectural trap in sand, using its own body as a lure. The antlion is running a pit trap with no tools, no hands, and no engineering degree. Pure instinct building a perfect funnel. The greater roadrunner, yes, the cartoon bird, is a real animal, and it actively hunts venomous rattlesnakes. It grabs the snake by the tail and repeatedly thrashes it against rocks until the head is incapacitated, then swallows it headfirst whole. The roadrunner from your childhood cartoons is out in the actual desert murdering rattlesnakes with blunt force trauma. Everything about this animal is more intense than advertised. High in the Andean deserts, there are fields of tall, blade-shaped spikes of hardened snow and ice called penitents, reaching several meters high, formed when intense ultraviolet radiation causes snow to sublimate unevenly from below, etching the spires upward from a flat snowfield. They look like they belong on another planet. They form naturally. They can be taller than a person. And they're carved by nothing but sunlight hitting snow at altitude. UV radiation sculpts a forest of ice blades and keeps moving. The zebrafish can regenerate a completely functional heart within 60 days of having a portion surgically removed. Scientists identified the specific genetic switch responsible, and that same gene exists in humans. It's just switched off shortly after birth. We were born with the building blocks of heart regeneration built into our DNA, and somewhere in development the switch gets turned off. One of the most useful abilities a heart could have, just sitting there dormant. Biology is so frustrating sometimes. In 1916, in Irwin, Tennessee, a circus elephant named Mary killed a trainer. The town hanged her by crane the next day. The first attempt failed when the chain broke. They completed the execution anyway, and it was photographed. This is an event that happened in America less than 110 years ago, and it is one of the strangest and most disturbing documented moments in the country's history. No punchline, just history being genuinely weird and sad. The sea angel is a translucent, 2-centimeter sea slug that swims through Arctic waters by flapping delicate wing-like fins. It hunts exclusively one prey, sea butterflies, using extendable hooked tentacles that strike in milliseconds. Something so ethereal and glass like that, it looks like a living jewelry piece, is also a specialized ambush predator with retractable weapons. The ocean has a way of making beautiful things absolutely lethal. The kumquat is the only citrus fruit designed to be eaten whole, including the peel. But here's the twist. The peel is sweet, and the interior flesh is intensely tart. The complete opposite of every other citrus fruit you've ever eaten. The outside of a kumquat is the good part. The inside is the part that makes your face do something involuntary. Nature built one citrus fruit completely backwards, and then put it on the same shelf as everything else. The pelican eel is a deep-sea fish with an enormous jaw that can open wide enough to engulf prey several times larger than its own head. And its stomach stretches to accommodate virtually anything it catches in the pitch-black deep ocean. It can eat something bigger than itself. The whole thing inflates like a bag around the meal. The deep ocean took the concept of eating and decided to make it as extreme as possible. Nothing down there is subtle. A glory is a colorful halo-like ring of light that appears directly opposite the sun, centered precisely around the shadow of your own head when you look down on fog or cloud below. It's a completely personal optical phenomenon, visible only from your exact position in space. The glory follows you. It's centered on you. Two people standing side by side see two different glories. The universe made a light show that only one person at a time can see. That's either beautiful or deeply lonely. If you've made it this far, you're one of the real ones. Comment "real ones" below and let everyone know. Now let's keep going. The bobbit worm can grow to over 3 meters long, buries itself in the ocean floor with only its snapping jaws exposed, and strikes with such explosive speed and force that it can sever fish cleanly in half before swallowing them whole. 3 meters. Buried. Invisible. Waiting. The bobbit worm is a living bear trap on the ocean floor, and it has been there the whole time you were worried about sharks. The Honduran white bat is entirely snow white and makes its shelter by biting through the ribs of a large heliconia leaf until it folds into a tent shape. When sunlight filters through the thin leaf above it, the bat's white fur appears to glow green, providing perfect camouflage in the rainforest. A white bat engineered a green, glowing disguise out of a leaf. It's using the light itself as cover. The Honduran white bat is smarter than most security systems. Thompson's gazelle performs a move called stodding. When a predator approaches, it repeatedly leaps straight into the air, bouncing dramatically instead of running. The signal it sends is, "I've seen you. I'm fast enough to waste energy showing off, and you won't catch me." Predators read it and frequently give up the chase. The gazelle is essentially trash-talking a lion, and it works. Nature invented psychological warfare, and the gazelle got there early. A tiny Italian hill village called Seborga claims it was accidentally left out of Italy's 1861 unification treaties and has issued its own unofficial currency, stamps, and royal titles since 1963. Italy has never recognized its independence. Saborga is technically claiming to be a sovereign nation inside Italy, and Italy's response has basically been to say nothing and wait for it to stop. It hasn't stopped. Saborga is still going. Respect the commitment. The giant Japanese spider crab found in Pacific deep waters has the greatest leg span of any living arthropod, reaching up to 3.8 meters from claw tip to claw tip. Its body is only about 40 centimeters wide. Almost 4 meters of crab. The body is the size of a dinner plate. The legs span a small room. The deep ocean took the concept of a crab and said, what if we made it 12 feet wide? And then just did it. The Congo River in Africa is the world's deepest river, in certain stretches plunging over 220 meters deep, so far that no light reaches the bottom. Scientists have found unique fish species living in those depths that exist nowhere else on Earth. A river so deep it's dark at the bottom, with animals that evolved in total darkness inside a river. The Congo didn't just make a river, it made an underwater world. After young common swifts leave the nest for the first time, they stay continuously airborne for 2 to 3 years, sleeping, mating, and feeding entirely on the wing. They don't land. They don't touch the ground. For years. The first time a swift touches any solid surface after fledging is when it's ready to breed. An entire portion of this bird's life happens entirely in the air. It doesn't need the ground. It just uses it for nesting and leaves again. The sailfish is the fastest fish in the ocean, hitting over 110 kilometers per hour in short bursts. It hunts by herding schools of fish into a tight panicked ball using its bill and speed, then slashes through the mass at high velocity, stunning multiple fish in a single pass. The sailfish hunts like a fighter jet with a sword. Speed plus precision, plus a weapon attached to its face. One of the ocean's most efficient predators doesn't bite, it slashes. In 2011, a man in Zanesville, Ohio released 56 exotic animals, including 18 Bengal tigers, 17 lions, 6 black bears, and multiple leopards, before his own death. Law enforcement had to kill 49 of the animals in one night. It was the largest emergency exotic animal response in U.S. history. 56 large predators loose in suburban Ohio in one night. Haboobs are walls of dust created when downdrafts from collapsing thunderstorms push curtains of sediment horizontally across desert surfaces, sometimes reaching 1,500 meters high and engulfing entire cities in near total darkness within minutes. A wall of dust, taller than most skyscrapers, moving toward a city, and it arrives in minutes. Haboobs are what happens when a thunderstorm's final act is to bury everything below it in darkness. The storm leaves. The dust stays. The tokay gecko sticks to surfaces using millions of microscopic hair-like structures on its toe pads called setae, which exploit van der Waals, molecular forces. Not any sticky chemical, just molecular attraction at a microscopic scale. It can support roughly 100 times its own body weight on a smooth vertical surface using nothing but physics. A gecko climbing a glass wall is running a live demonstration of quantum-scale molecular mechanics. Every time. Casually, on your ceiling. Mapo tofu, one of the most famous dishes in Chinese cuisine, was created in the 1860s by a pockmarked-faced woman running a small restaurant near Chengdu. Mapo literally means pockmarked grandmother. Her name became the dish's name and has been on menus across the world ever since. One woman with a small restaurant and a specific face became permanently immortalized in global food culture. That is an extraordinary legacy for someone history almost forgot. The pearlfish lives inside the body cavities of sea cucumbers, sea stars, and bivalves, entering its host tail first, spending the day sheltered inside, emerging only at night to hunt, then returning to its living apartment before dawn. It pays no rent. The sea cucumber gets nothing out of this arrangement. The pearlfish just decided another animal's internal organs were a convenient home and moved in. In 2002, The small Texas border town of Laguitas elected a beer-drinking domestic goat named Clay Henry III the honorary mayor, continuing a decades-long tradition of the same goat family holding the symbolic mayoral title. Clay Henry III had strong opinions about cold beverages and minimal opinions about local governance. He was re-elected repeatedly. Running a town as a goat is apparently more popular than most human politicians manage. Think about that. The Trans-Siberian Railway stretches 9,289 kilometers from Moscow to Vladivostok, crosses 8 time zones, passes through over 400 stations, and takes about 7 full days to travel end to end, the longest railway line in the world, 7 days, on a train, crossing 8 time zones. Russia built a train that takes a week and crosses more time zones than most people travel through in a lifetime. It's not a train ride. It's a commitment. Your pupils don't just dilate in the dark. They also widen measurably in response to intellectual interest, emotional arousal, and difficult problem solving, completely beyond your conscious control. When something genuinely engages your brain, your eyes give it away. You cannot fake pupil dilation. The eyes are the one thing that cannot be told to stay neutral. Every time something truly fascinates you, your face announces it without permission. Espresso comes from the Italian word meaning pressed out or express, reflecting both the high-pressure extraction method and the speed of preparation. Authentic Italian espresso uses 9 bars of pressure applied to finely ground coffee for 25 to 30 seconds. Every espresso shot is a small act of controlled pressure and precision. The coffee shop calling a 12-ounce drink an espresso and serving it in a paper cup has understood none of this. Italy would like you to know. The macaroni penguin has approximately 18 million breeding pairs worldwide, making it the most numerous penguin species on Earth. And almost nobody knows its name. Everyone talks about emperor penguins and African penguins, while the most abundant penguin on the planet is out there being completely overlooked. 18 million pairs. Most popular penguin nobody's heard of. The macaroni penguin is doing numbers and getting zero credit. Atmospheric gravity waves are invisible ripples in the air that form when displaced air masses oscillate up and down, and they're responsible for those perfectly parallel rows of evenly spaced clouds you've seen from aircraft or in satellite images over the ocean. The neat rows of clouds aren't random. They're the visible signature of invisible waves moving through the atmosphere. The sky is literally making wave patterns and hiding them in cloud formation. Physics is showing off again. The killdeer bird protects its ground-level eggs by performing an extraordinarily convincing broken wing display, dragging one wing across the ground, acting injured, leading predators away from the nest, then recovering and flying off once the threat is far enough away. It is performing. Every movement, every stumble, every dramatic limp is a calculated performance with one goal: to be believed. The killdeer figured out theater and built it into survival. Kombucha has been brewed in northeastern China for over 2,000 years, referred to as the immortal health elixir, during the Qin dynasty around 221 BCE, and the core recipe using tea, sugar, and a SCOBY has remained essentially unchanged since antiquity. The trendy health drink at your local cafe has been around since before the Roman Empire hit its peak. The wellness industry didn't invent kombucha. It just put it in a nicer bottle and charged more. The striped polecat of Africa, the zorilla, can spray a gland secretion so potently foul that even diluted 1,000 times, it remains detectable to the human nose. Scientists consider it the most odorous mammal on Earth, exceeding even the North American skunk. 1,000 times diluted, still detectable. The zorilla didn't just win the smell competition. It lapped the field so badly, there's no second place. The skunk would like to not be compared. The U.S. border town of Naco, Arizona, and its Mexican counterpart, Naco, Sonora, held a joint volleyball game, players from both countries hitting the ball over the border fence between them. two towns split by a fence decided to use the fence as a net instead of a division and played a game together. That's the most human response to a border that anyone has ever had. Someone looked at a wall and said net. About 80% of what you experience as flavor isn't actually taste, it's retronasal olfaction, volatile compounds from food traveling back through your nasal passage while you eat. This is why food seems tasteless when you have a head cold. You haven't lost your taste. You've lost most of your smell. Your nose is responsible for the majority of your food experience, and it's been taking credit from your tongue for your entire life. MSG occurs naturally in tomatoes, Parmesan cheese, soy sauce, and human breast milk. The widespread fear of it as a dangerous additive traces back to a single speculative letter written to a medical journal in 1968, a letter, not a study, that no controlled scientific research has ever supported. One letter, in 1968, no peer review, changed the way an entire generation thought about food additives. A single unverified opinion did more to reshape food culture than most scientific papers. That is terrifying and fascinating at the same time. Your liver is simultaneously the most metabolically active organ per unit of mass in your body, performing over 500 distinct biochemical functions at once: protein synthesis, bile production, blood sugar regulation, detoxification of virtually every chemical compound you consume. 500 functions, simultaneously, without stopping, while you sleep. While you do nothing, the liver is quietly doing more work at this moment than most of your other organs combined. If you're still watching, you're officially one of the dedicated ones. Drop a comment and tell me which fact hit you the hardest so far. And keep watching. We're not done. In 2005, multiple South Korean gaming cafes had to implement mandatory breaks after a series of players died from deep vein thrombosis caused by sitting in gaming chairs for over 50 consecutive hours without significant movement. Gaming chairs became medically dangerous. The cafes needed break policies. This is the moment in history when sitting still and playing video games for 2 straight days became a public health issue. It's a remarkable sentence to have to say out loud. For just a few days in late February, when water is flowing and the setting sun hits at exactly the right angle, the waterfall at Yosemite's Horsetail Fall looks from a distance like flowing molten lava cascading down El Capitan. Photographers come from around the world and wait. The window is days long. Miss it and wait another year. Nature makes a fire waterfall once a year, briefly, and only if the conditions cooperate. It's the most dramatic annual appointment in American wilderness. The male mandarin duck displays up to 16 distinct color zones in his breeding plumage: iridescent purple, orange, chestnut, white, green, arranged in such an elaborate pattern that he's widely considered the most ornately colored duck in the world. 16 distinct color zones. On a duck, the mandarin duck is wearing a full formal outfit every day of breeding season, while every other duck just showed up in a suit of feathers. He committed. Fully. The far side of the moon, always facing away from Earth, has almost none of the dark volcanic plains visible on the near side and a significantly thicker crust. The two hemispheres formed under entirely different conditions during the moon's early history. The moon that faces us looks completely different from the moon that doesn't. We've been looking at one face of the moon our entire lives, and the other side is a stranger. The moon has been keeping its back turned from us for billions of years. Your brain's white matter makes up about 60% of total brain volume, the myelin-insulated superhighways connecting different regions. That insulation allows nerve signals to travel up to 100 times faster than they could without it. 60% of your brain is wiring. The gray matter that does the thinking is a smaller fraction of the whole operation. Your brain is mostly infrastructure. The roads outnumber the cities. Japan's Henna Hotel opened in 2015 as the world's first robot-staffed hotel. By the time it had fully deployed 243 robots, It had to dismiss about half of them. They malfunctioned during the night, woke guests up accidentally, and failed basic tasks they were specifically designed to do. The world's first robot hotel had to fire the robots. The robots were replaced by humans. The future came slightly early and was sent home. The Margay cat is the only feline in the world that can rotate its hind ankles nearly 180 degrees, allowing it to descend tree trunks headfirst like a squirrel and even hang suspended from a branch by one hind foot while reaching for prey below. A cat that can rotate its ankles backward, hang upside down by one foot, and hunt while doing it. The Margay is built for the canopy in a way that makes every other cat look like it barely tried. Umami, the fifth basic taste, distinct from sweet, salty, sour, and bitter, was formally identified by Japanese scientist Kukune Ikeda in 1908. He isolated glutamate from a seaweed broth as the compound responsible for the savory, mouth-coating sensation that every culture craves but nobody had named. Umami existed in every cuisine on Earth for thousands of years before science gave it a word. You've been tasting it your whole life. You just didn't have a name for it. Tempeh, the fermented soybean block from Indonesia, is held together entirely by the mycelium of Rhizopus mold that binds the beans into a solid structure like organic glue. And it's one of the very few plant foods that provides complete proteins with all essential amino acids. A mold holds your food together and makes it nutritionally complete. Fermentation is one of the oldest food technologies humans ever discovered, and it's still doing things we haven't fully improved on. Underwater mountains called seamounts, rising at least 1,000 meters from the seafloor without breaking the surface, are thought to number over 100,000 worldwide, many of them entirely unmapped. They function as biodiversity hotspots where deep ocean currents push nutrients upward, creating feeding frenzies in the deep. There are more than 100,000 mountains underneath the ocean, and we haven't charted most of them. We know more about the surface of Mars than the floor of our own ocean. During the 2010 FIFA World Cup, a German aquarium's captive octopus named Paul correctly predicted the winner of all 6 of Germany's matches and the final, going 8 for 8. The odds of that being random chance are roughly 1 in 256. Paul the octopus predicted a World Cup with perfect accuracy, became a global celebrity, and then died of natural causes a few months later. He never knew what he'd done. He just picked boxes with flags on them. His record still stands. The Bay of Fundy in Canada experiences tidal height changes of up to 16 meters twice a day, the highest tidal range anywhere on Earth. The seafloor is exposed for hundreds of square kilometers, then entirely underwater again within hours. 16 meters! The Bay of Fundy has been doing this for millions of years, and the ocean just keeps showing up and leaving like it owns the place. Because it does. The king cobra is the world's longest venomous snake, reaching up to 5.5 meters, and it's the only snake on Earth known to build a nest for its eggs. It constructs a mound of leaves and soil, and then guards it aggressively until the eggs hatch. The world's longest venomous snake is also an attentive parent who builds a nursery. The king cobra contains multitudes. Don't approach either version. Wild salmon get their pink color from eating krill and shrimp that contain astaxanthin carotenoids. Farmed salmon have naturally white flesh and would stay white without supplemental astaxanthin added to their feed, which is why farmed salmon packaging often quietly notes color added. The salmon at the grocery store is wearing makeup. The color is managed. Farmed salmon are naturally beige, and the industry would very much prefer you didn't think about that. Kraft singles and most processed cheese slices cannot legally be called cheese in the United States. Federal regulations require them to be labeled pasteurized processed cheese product. The packaging carefully routes around the word cheese while still making you think you're buying cheese. You've been eating cheese product your whole life, and the word product was always there. You just weren't looking. Read the wrapper. The Tropic of Capricorn passes through Brazil, which means a significant portion of the Amazon rainforest technically sits south of the tropics. But it still functions as a tropical rainforest because of ocean currents, wind patterns, and its sheer size generating its own weather system. The Amazon is so large it makes its own climate. It doesn't follow the rules because it's big enough to write new ones. The Amazon is operating outside standard atmospheric jurisdiction. Human tears have 3 distinct layers: a lipid layer, an aqueous layer, and a mucin layer, each produced by different glands, each performing a different function, and they drain continuously through tiny pores at the inner corners of your eyes. You're constantly producing and draining tears even when you're not crying. Your eyes are running a continuous 3-layer lubrication system all day, every day, without ever stopping. Crying is just when the system overflows. It's been working the whole time. Most cosmetic glitter is primarily made of aluminum and a polymer film. It's now classified as a microplastic. Researchers tracking ocean microplastics have found glitter particles in fish gut samples thousands of miles from any urban coastline. The glitter from a birthday card made it to the middle of the ocean and into a fish. Nobody meant for that to happen. Everybody kept using glitter anyway. The fish had no say in any of this. Lichens, those flat, crust-like organisms you see on rocks and trees, aren't a single organism. They're a composite of a fungus, an algae, or cyanobacteria living in such intimate symbiosis that for centuries scientists classified them as one thing. The oldest lichen colonies in the Arctic are estimated at over 8,600 years old. Something that looks like a thin gray crust on a rock might be older than most human civilizations. The rock looks permanent. The lichen has been there longer. The Farallon Plate was once a massive tectonic plate covering much of the eastern Pacific. Over millions of years, it's almost entirely subducted beneath North America, swallowed by the continent. The tiny Juan de Fuca Plate off Oregon and Washington is its last surviving remnant, still slowly diving under the continent. A plate the size of a small ocean is almost entirely gone. The continent ate it. What's left is finishing the descent. Sea ice in the Arctic and Antarctic reflects 80 to 90% of incoming solar radiation back into space. Open seawater absorbs over 90% of that same energy. As sea ice disappears, the ocean absorbs more heat, which melts more ice, which lets the ocean absorb even more heat. It's a feedback loop, and it's already running. The ice was protecting us by reflecting the sun away. Less ice means less mirror. The numbers are not going in a good direction. The Sonoran desert toad produces venom containing 5-MeO-DMT, a powerful psychedelic compound, the only amphibian in the world with this ability. Scientists believe it evolved as a chemical defense against predators rather than for any other purpose. The toad developed a psychedelic weapon to confuse anything that tried to eat it. Nature made a psychedelic toad. It did not do this for us. We found out anyway. The tarpon fish can breathe atmospheric air through a modified swim bladder that functions like a primitive lung. It rolls at the surface to gulp air, allowing it to survive in warm, low-oxygen coastal waters and even cross short stretches of land during floods. A fish that breathes air, that walks on land during floods. The tarpon is simultaneously a fish and also clearly in the process of becoming something else. Evolution caught mid-step. Mars has a magnetic signature embedded in its ancient crust, alternating bands of opposite magnetic polarity that formed when Mars had an active magnetic field and its crust was still being shaped. Similar to how Earth's seafloor spreads at mid-ocean ridges, Mars once had a global magnetic field like Earth. Then it shut down. The record of what Mars used to be is permanently written in its rocks, stripes of magnetic history that nobody is around on Mars to read. The human sense of time is highly elastic. In sensory deprivation conditions, people consistently overestimate how much time has passed. Genuinely absorbed in a task, people consistently underestimate it. The brain doesn't record time, it constructs it. Every sense of how long something took is a story your brain told you after the fact. Time feels slow or fast, not because of a clock, but because of how much attention your brain spent. Mount Etna in Sicily has been almost continuously erupting for at least 500,000 years. The nearby city of Catania has been buried and rebuilt by lava flows multiple times throughout its history. People lived there. They rebuilt. They kept rebuilding. Catania looked at a volcano that has been erupting for 500,000 years and said, "Yes, here. This is where we'll put the city." And then kept putting the city back every time it got buried. Stubbornness as urban planning. The deepest cave in the world is Veryovkina Cave in Georgia, measured at 2,212 meters deep. It takes experienced cavers up to 3 weeks to descend to the bottom and return, requiring underground camps along the way. 3 weeks, underground. Setting up camp inside a cave over 2 kilometers deep. The deepest cave on Earth requires more logistical planning than most cross-country road trips. And the destination is a rock floor in total darkness. Irrawaddy dolphins in Myanmar cooperate with traditional fishermen in a shared hunting system that's been practiced for generations. The dolphins herd fish toward the fishermen's nets on a shared signal, then benefit from the fish that escape through the sides. Neither side trained the other. They arrived at this arrangement together over time. A dolphin and a human fishing side by side, neither one in charge, both getting fed. One of the most genuine cross-species partnerships in the natural world. Niue, a tiny Pacific island nation of about 1,500 people, has declared its entire land and surrounding waters a sanctuary, banning all commercial fishing. It relies almost entirely on internet-based services for its economy. 1,500 people made their entire country a protected zone and decided the internet was their economic future. Niue is doing something that much larger nations haven't managed. Small country. Enormous decision. A single footprint on desert soil crust can destroy 50 to 250 years of biological crust formation. That thin layer of cyanobacteria, lichens, and mosses plays a critical role in preventing wind erosion across desert landscapes. One step, 250 years of recovery. Desert surfaces that look like bare dirt are actually active, fragile biological systems that have been growing since before you were born. And they can be undone by walking. The Amami rabbit, found only on 2 Japanese islands, is a living fossil that looks like an intermediate stage between the earliest lagomorphs and modern rabbits. It has tiny ears, stubby legs, and digging claws that most modern rabbits lost long ago. This rabbit is what rabbits looked like before they became the rabbits we know. A prehistoric design that didn't update. A relic of evolutionary history still hopping around on 2 small Japanese islands. The North American porcupine has approximately 30,000 quills. It cannot shoot them. That part is a myth. But the barbed ends catch on contact with such efficiency that the quills detach and then migrate inward on their own through the attacker's flesh. They don't need to be shot. They just need to make contact. Once they're in, they keep moving in. The porcupine designed a passive weapon that works after the fight is already over. The Yangtze finless porpoise has the distinction of being the first cetacean moved from the wild into a reserve after its population collapsed. China built the world's first cetacean nature reserve specifically for this species. It remains critically endangered despite the intervention. They built it a sanctuary. It's still struggling. Some situations are so far along that extraordinary effort just barely keeps the story from ending. The 1883 Krakatoa eruption was so loud it was heard clearly 4,800 kilometers away, roughly the distance from London to Tehran. The resulting pressure wave traveled around the entire globe multiple times. It's the loudest sound in recorded human history, a sound loud enough to circle the planet. Twice. Ships reported hearing it from thousands of kilometers away. Krakatoa didn't just explode. It announced itself to the entire world, and the world heard it whether it wanted to or not. The Southern Ocean surrounding Antarctica is the only ocean on Earth without a northern boundary. It wraps completely around the continent without touching another landmass, unique among the 5 major ocean basins. An ocean with no northern wall, just water circling a continent endlessly, with nothing to stop it. The Southern Ocean goes around and around Antarctica like it's been doing laps since the continent formed. Continuous, unbroken. The bacterium responsible for bubonic plague, Yersinia pestis, still exists today in wild rodent populations across the American West, particularly in prairie dogs and ground squirrels. About 7 human cases per year are reported in the U.S., mostly in New Mexico, Colorado, and Arizona. The Black Death is still out there. It never went away. It's been living in ground squirrels in the American Southwest this entire time, averaging 7 people a year. History called, it's still on hold. The Cascadia subduction zone, running from Northern California to Vancouver Island, is capable of producing a magnitude 9+ earthquake and has done so roughly every 200 to 500 years throughout history. The last one struck in January 1700. By the math, the next one is overdue. An entire fault capable of one of the most powerful earthquakes on Earth runs along the Pacific Northwest coast, and most people who live there haven't thought about it since last Tuesday. Brown pelicans dive from up to 20 meters above the water at high speed, generating forces comparable to a car crash on impact. They survive because they have air sac cushions under the skin around their chest and throat that absorb the collision. The pelican is doing controlled crash landings into the ocean dozens of times a day, and its body was built specifically to handle it. Nature gave the pelican a built-in airbag and then said, "Okay, now dive headfirst from 60 feet." Wild boars have spread to 6 of Earth's 7 continents, everything except Antarctica, and can triple their population size within a single year if hunting pressure is removed. They are one of the most invasive and ecologically destructive large mammals in history. A pig-shaped invasive species has taken over 6 continents and is reproducing faster than most management strategies can keep up with. Wild boars are not a problem we solved. They are a problem that keeps growing. The Weddell seal holds its breath for up to 82 minutes and dives 600 meters beneath Antarctic ice. It spends months entirely under the ice, navigating by memory to find the same breathing holes it made. An air-breathing animal that spends winter under solid ice, navigating in darkness, holding its breath for over an hour, finding holes it memorized. The Weddell seal is doing something that sounds physically impossible and doing it routinely every winter without complaint. Australia has more species in the top 25 most venomous snakes than any other country, over half of them. Australia also records fewer annual snakebite deaths than the United States. The most venomous snakes on Earth are concentrated in one country, and that country has one of the lowest death rates from snakebites. Australia's snakes are deadly. Australia's healthcare and public awareness are better. It's a complicated relationship that mostly works out. The red-billed quelea of sub-Saharan Africa has a global population of approximately 1.5 billion, making it the most numerous wild bird on Earth. Single flocks can exceed 30 million birds, creating aerial formations visible on weather radar as what looks like a large storm system. Flock of birds large enough to show up on weather radar as a storm. 30 million birds moving together. The most numerous bird in the world is so numerous it confuses meteorological equipment. The Arctic Ocean contains a hidden layer called the halocline, a zone where fresh meltwater from ice sits on top of denser saltwater, acting as a thermal blanket. It insulates the warmer saltwater below from the cold air above and prevents the deep water from freezing. A layer of fresh water is protecting warmer saltwater from the cold surface. The Arctic Ocean built its own insulation system. As sea ice melts, the system that keeps the deeper ocean stable is also at risk. Hydrogen fuel cells generate electricity through a reaction between hydrogen and oxygen, producing only pure water as a byproduct. The fundamental chemistry was first demonstrated in 1839, nearly 2 centuries before fuel cells became practical for commercial vehicles. The cleanest power source for a car was theoretically possible before the American Civil War. It took us 185 years to make it work at scale. Sometimes the solution arrives long before the infrastructure does. Your brain dedicates roughly the same amount of neural real estate to processing one hand as it does to your entire torso, both legs, and both feet combined. The hands are so critical to primate survival that the brain allocated them a disproportionate share of processing power. Your fingers have more brain devoted to them than your entire lower body. Every time you do something precise with your hands, you're using a massive portion of your most expensive organ. Brain surgery can be performed on completely awake, conscious patients because the brain itself has no pain receptors. It is entirely insensitive to pain from within. The headaches you feel come from blood vessels, meninges, and surrounding skull structures, not the brain tissue. Your brain cannot feel itself. The organ processing every sensation you've ever had cannot detect its own experience. The brain is the one part of the body that is exempt from its own system. The world's largest temperate rainforest isn't in the Pacific Northwest. It's the Valdivian temperate rainforest of Chile and Argentina, covering about 250,000 square kilometers. It's so isolated from other temperate forests that it shares more biodiversity similarities with New Zealand than with North America. A temperate rainforest in South America is more closely related to New Zealand's forests than to forests in the same hemisphere. Isolation writes its own evolutionary story. The total energy stored in your body as ATP at any given moment is enough for only about 1 to 2 seconds of maximum effort. Muscles must continuously regenerate ATP on the fly, meaning the entire cellular energy currency of your body turns over roughly 40 kilograms per day. 40 kilograms per day. Your body is constantly manufacturing and spending. You're not running on stored energy. You're running on a continuous production line. The world's largest living coral, named Muga Dambi, was discovered off Australia in 2021. It measures 10.4 meters tall and 34.1 meters wide and is estimated to be over 400 years old, older than the Australian nation itself. One coral colony, older than the country it was found near. It was alive when Shakespeare was still writing plays. And scientists found it in 2021 as if it hadn't been there for 4 centuries, quietly being enormous. The red-eyed tree frog's eggs can sense vibrations from nearby predators, particularly the movements of snakes on the leaf, where the eggs rest, and can hatch up to 2 days early if the vibration pattern indicates danger. The egg detects the predator. The egg makes the decision. The egg hatches ahead of schedule to escape, an embryo pre-birth, doing threat assessment and taking autonomous survival action. Tree frogs begin making decisions before they're even born. The spiny mouse is the only mammal known to voluntarily release large sections of its own skin as a defense against predators. The skin tears away cleanly without bleeding, and then fully regenerates complete skin, including hair follicles within 30 days. It loses its skin on purpose, and then grows it back, completely, in a month. The spiny mouse cracked a mammalian regeneration code that scientists have spent decades trying to understand. It just does it automatically, like it's nothing. When the sea walnut comb jelly entered the Black Sea in the ballast water of ships in the 1980s, it had no natural predators. Within a decade, it had consumed so much zooplankton that it caused the complete commercial collapse of the entire Black Sea anchovy fishery. One introduced jelly. 1 decade. An entire fishery collapsed. Invasive species don't need to be large or fast or dramatic. Sometimes they just need to be hungry and unchecked. In 2003, scientists cloned a Pyrenean ibex, a species that had gone extinct in 2000 making it the first extinct animal ever to be technically de-extincted. The cloned animal died within minutes of birth from a lung defect. It was simultaneously the first extinction reversal and the first re-extinction in history. They brought an extinct animal back to life for a few minutes. Then it died again. The Pyrenean ibex has now gone extinct twice, which is one more time than any other species has managed. The blue-tongued skink flashes its vivid blue tongue when threatened. In ultraviolet light, which many predators can see, the blue creates a high-contrast flash that startles and deters them far more effectively than it appears to human eyes. The blue tongue is a UV weapon. What looks like a mildly weird color to us is a blinding flash of contrast to the animals it needs to scare. The skink is running a threat display in a visual spectrum we can barely perceive. A Tibetan singing bowl vibrates at precise resonant frequencies that create standing wave patterns in water placed inside it. Reproducible geometric shapes at specific pitches, similar to Chladni figures. It's one of the rare examples of sound made directly visible. A bowl makes a noise. The water in the bowl arranges itself into a geometric pattern because of the noise. Sound becomes shape. The singing bowl has been doing this for centuries, and it still looks like something that shouldn't be physically possible. Every snowflake forms around a microscopic dust particle or pollen grain as a nucleus. Its final shape is a record of every atmospheric condition, every humidity zone, every temperature layer it passed through on the way down. A snowflake is a physical diary of its own formation. No two paths through the atmosphere are identical. No two snowflakes are the same because no two falling trips through the sky are the same. Every snowflake is a document. The Appalachian Mountains are approximately 480 million years old, among the oldest mountain ranges on Earth. They were once as tall as the present-day Himalayas. Billions of years of erosion have worn them down to a fraction of their original height. The gentle, rolling mountains of the American East were once sharp-peaked giants. What looks like peaceful hill country was once an environment as dramatic as modern Nepal. Mountains don't last. They just wear down slowly enough that we stop noticing. Megalodon, the extinct giant shark, is estimated to have weighed up to 100 tons and reached 18 meters in length. Its teeth wash up on beaches worldwide, and they're dark, almost black, because they've been mineralized over millions of years, the original material replaced entirely with stone. You can walk on a beach and find a stone tooth from an 18-meter shark that lived millions of years ago. The ocean gives up its history slowly, and sometimes it looks like a black rock in the sand. The region of your eye that produces sharp, detailed focus, the fovea, covers only about 2 degrees of your visual field. That's roughly the width of your thumbnail, held at arm's length. Everything outside that tiny window is actually quite blurry. You're not seeing the world clearly. You're seeing a sharp circle the size of your thumbnail, and your brain is filling the rest in. Most of your visual experience is a highly confident guess. The island of Pavia off Venice served as a quarantine station during Black Death outbreaks and later housed an asylum. So many bodies were burned and buried there over centuries that the soil reportedly contains up to 50% human ash. The island remains uninhabited and closed to the public. An island off one of Europe's most beautiful cities is closed because it is made largely of people. That is an extraordinary sentence to say about any piece of land. Norway's Sognefjord wasn't carved by water. It was carved by glaciers up to 3 kilometers thick. Its deepest point plunges 1,308 meters below sea level, making the floor of this inland waterway deeper than much of the surrounding Norwegian Sea. The bottom of a Norwegian fjord is deeper than much of the ocean nearby. Glaciers carved a trench into the continent that the ocean filled, and the floor sits below sea level by over a kilometer. Ice made a hole that the sea couldn't fill. Antarctica's dry valleys are so cold, dry, and UV blasted that microbial life barely survives there. NASA considers them the closest analog to Mars's surface anywhere on Earth and regularly tests equipment there before sending it to Mars. The most Mars-like place on Earth is on Earth. Somewhere on this planet looks so much like another planet that we use it as a practice run. Antarctica contains a dress rehearsal for Mars. The largest freshwater fish by weight is the giant freshwater stingray of Southeast Asia, which can exceed 600 kilograms. A specimen caught in the Mekong River in 2022 weighed 300 kilograms and was confirmed as the largest freshwater fish ever recorded. 300 kilograms. In a river, a stingray. The Mekong River is hiding a 300-kilogram stingray in fresh water. The ocean doesn't have a monopoly on enormous things. Rivers are doing their own work. The Kemp's Ridley sea turtle is the world's smallest and most endangered sea turtle, and virtually the entire species nests on one single beach in Mexico called Rancho Nuevo. The survival of an entire species depends on the safety of one stretch of coastline. Every female of the species comes back to the same beach, one beach. That's the entire reproductive future of the species on one strip of sand. The Kemp's Ridley put all its eggs in one literal basket. The Atacama giant is a 119-meter tall prehistoric geoglyph carved into a Chilean desert hillside, the largest known prehistoric human-shaped figure in the world. It predates the more famous Nazca lines by up to 9,000 years. The largest human figure drawn by ancient people isn't in Egypt or Peru. It's on a hillside in Chile, and it's been there for up to 11,000 years. We almost certainly haven't found everything ancient civilizations left behind. Giant viruses, mimiviruses, and pandaviruses are so large and genetically complex they blur the line between virus and cellular life. Some are bigger than small bacteria and carry genes for protein synthesis, a trait previously thought impossible in any virus. Viruses were supposed to be simple. These ones aren't. Some of them are larger than bacteria and capable of things viruses are definitionally not supposed to be able to do. Biology keeps finding exceptions to its own rules. Painite held the Guinness World Record as Earth's rarest mineral for decades. For years, only 2 known specimens existed in the world. Today, only a few thousand crystals have ever been found, all from a single mine in Myanmar. A mineral so rare that, for most of its known history, only 2 pieces of it existed on the entire planet. Rarer than any gemstone, more obscure than most elements, sitting in one mine in Myanmar. Some things are genuinely almost non-existent. A bacterium discovered in 2022 in Caribbean mangroves called Candidatus thiomargarita magnifica grows to 2 centimeters long, visible to the naked eye, making it 5,000 times larger than a typical bacterium and the largest one ever found. A bacterium you can see with your eyes. No microscope. Just sitting there, 2 centimeters long, being a bacterium. Everything we thought we knew about how small bacteria have to be was wrong. This one decided the rules didn't apply. The living rock cactus of Mexico is so perfectly camouflaged as a rock that scientists thought it was extinct for decades. It grows at only a few millimeters per year, can live for over 300 years, and was only confirmed surviving through painstaking field surveys. A cactus hiding as a rock for so long and so effectively that science declared it gone. It was there the whole time. The living rock cactus didn't go extinct. It just became very, very good at looking like it wasn't there. The traditional Inuit diet consists largely of raw and cooked marine mammals and fish with minimal plant matter, and their historical rates of cardiovascular disease were among the lowest ever recorded. The human body can maintain remarkable health on an almost entirely animal-based diet, given the right animals and preparation. Everything we assume is universally necessary in a diet has an exception somewhere. The Inuit have been the exception for thousands of years. The ornate box turtle can withdraw its head, legs, and tail completely into its shell, and then close both ends using a hinged lower shell, creating a sealed box that most predators physically cannot open. It becomes a box, a closed, sealed, impenetrable box. The ornate box turtle turned itself into its own safe room, and it's been walking around in that safe room its entire life. Most animals run from predators. The box turtle just closes the door. The kiwi fruit plant contains an enzyme called actinidin that breaks down proteins so aggressively that marinating meat in kiwi juice for just 30 minutes can reduce a tough cut to mush. It's one of the most powerful natural meat tenderizers ever identified, a fruit that dissolves meat in 30 minutes. Before you put kiwi in a fruit salad, consider that you are handling something capable of chemically dismantling steak. It's delicious. It's also a mild acid attack on protein. The most common surname in China is Wang, shared by approximately 107 million people, making it the single most common surname in the world by sheer numbers. The top 100 Chinese surnames are collectively shared by roughly 85% of the entire Chinese population. 107 million people with one last name? The most popular surname in any Western country covers a tiny fraction of that. China's naming conventions built a statistical mountain that nothing else in the world comes close to. James's flamingo lives above 4,000 meters in the Andes, surviving on hypersaline, near frozen lakes in conditions hostile to nearly every other bird species on Earth. It found a habitat so extreme that almost nothing else can live there, and it made that its home. There's a flamingo at altitude in near frozen toxic saltwater doing just fine. The flamingo didn't adapt to easy conditions. It went looking for the hardest ones and moved in. A snail can regrow its eyes if they're cut off, because their eyes sit on the tips of retractable tentacles, which means they can fully regenerate after losing them. That's a snail quietly carrying a superpower on its face that most science fiction heroes would envy. The slowest animal in the garden has one of the most impressive biological recovery systems in nature. The snail doesn't need your sympathy. It needs your respect. The bubbles in carbonated drinks aren't just for texture. They actively speed up how fast alcohol gets absorbed into your bloodstream. Champagne hits faster than still wine with the same alcohol content for exactly this reason. So when people say they got drunk on one glass of champagne at a wedding, they're not being dramatic. The bubbles were doing something. The fizz is the feature. Every sip of sparkling wine is a slightly accelerated delivery system wearing formal attire. A chameleon's tongue can be longer than its entire body, and it launches it faster than a sports car accelerates from zero. It's not a slow extension. It's a ballistic strike. The chameleon sits perfectly still, changes color, and then fires a tongue longer than itself at something too fast to track. It does all of this while being the size of your hand. Alaska is already one of the strangest states on the map. But here's the part most people miss. It's simultaneously the westernmost and the easternmost U.S. state. Its Aleutian Islands stretch so far west they actually cross the 180th meridian into the eastern hemisphere. Alaska didn't just want one corner of the map, it claimed two. We act like outer space is this impossibly distant destination. But if you drove a car straight up into the sky at normal highway speed, you'd reach the official boundary of outer space in under an hour. That's a shorter drive than most airport commutes. Space isn't far, it's just up. Some bamboo species only flower once every 120 years. That alone is remarkable. But here's the truly wild part. When they finally do bloom, every single plant of that species across the entire world flowers at nearly the same time. And then they all die simultaneously. 120 years of patience for one synchronized performance. Then curtains. The plant kingdom has never been more dramatic. Plants can't run. They can't fight. You'd assume they're completely defenseless. But some plants can actually detect the exact vibrations caused by a caterpillar chewing on their leaves and respond by flooding their own tissue with bitter defensive chemicals in real time. The plant knows it's being eaten, and it fights back. Your garden has been running a silent security system this entire time. Most lakes just stay lakes, not Lake Cernica in Slovenia. Every autumn it fills with water and becomes a proper lake, and then every spring it completely drains underground through cave passages and just vanishes for months. A lake that disappears on a schedule. Shows up, hangs out for a season, and leaves. The most punctual and most mysterious lake in Europe. We discovered Pluto in 1930. We named it a planet. We argued about it. We demoted it. Twist. Since the day we found it, Pluto hasn't completed a single orbit of the Sun. One Pluto year lasts 248 Earth years. In the entire time since its discovery, it's been quietly making its way around the Sun and isn't even halfway done. Pluto is on a completely different timeline and genuinely does not care. We landed humans on the Moon. That was arguably the greatest achievement in human history. But fewer humans have ever visited the deepest point in the ocean than have walked on the lunar surface. We know more about the Moon than we do about what's 11 kilometers beneath our own ocean. The most unexplored frontier on the planet is Earth itself. Scorpions are already terrifying, but under ultraviolet light, their entire body glows a vivid blue-green, and scientists still don't have a definitive explanation for why. A creature that evolved to be scary in daylight also glows at night for reasons nobody fully understands. The scorpion is keeping secrets and science hasn't cracked them yet. You think of carnivorous plants as kind of harmless, catching flies, looking exotic. Some pitcher plants grow large enough to occasionally trap and digest small vertebrates, frogs, lizards, mice. Found inside pools of digestive liquid, a plant that eats mice, just sitting there looking tropical and innocent while quietly dissolving rodents. Nature doesn't follow rules, and the pitcher plant is proof. The giant squid lives in the pitch black deep ocean where almost no light reaches. To compensate, it evolved eyes roughly the size of a dinner plate, the largest eyes of any living animal on Earth, just to detect the faint glow of bioluminescent predators in total darkness. Dinner plate eyes. As the solution, the giant squid committed fully to the most extreme visual adaptation alive. The Pacific Ocean is the largest thing on this planet, and it's slowly shrinking. Tectonic plates are subducting beneath it by a few centimeters per year, while the Atlantic Ocean on the other side is gradually growing wider. The oceans are in a slow-motion trade-off that's been happening for millions of years. The Pacific is losing. The Atlantic is winning. Nobody talks about it nearly enough. Canada's Lake Abraham looks stunning in winter, frozen over with enormous white disks visible beneath the surface. Those beautiful white disks are frozen methane gas bubbling up from organic matter decomposing below the ice. And if you poke a hole through the ice above them, the gas ignites. One of the most photogenic lakes in the world is a giant frozen gas bomb. Canada is scenic and dangerous in equal measure. If you're enjoying these facts so far, make sure to hit that like button. It really helps. Now let's keep going. You already know woodpeckers hammer their heads into trees thousands of times a day at full speed. What you probably didn't know is their tongue is so extraordinarily long it wraps completely around the back of the skull, attaching near the right nostril, and that wraparound design acts as a cushion, protecting the brain from the constant drumming impact. The woodpecker essentially has a built-in shock absorber wrapped around its own head. Evolution said, this shouldn't work, but fine. Every bone in your body connects to at least one other bone. That's basically the whole point of a skeleton. Except one. The hyoid bone in your throat floats completely freely, held in place only by muscles and tendons, with no direct connection to any other bone in your entire body. There's a rogue bone in your throat doing its own thing. Not attached to anything, living by its own rules. The hyoid is the most independent bone in the human body, and it never asked permission. Snow is white. That's just how snow works. Except when a cold, loving alga called Chlamydomonas nivalis blooms in the snowpack and turns it pink, or even watermelon red. Scientists literally call it watermelon snow. On real mountains, naturally occurring, the world is stranger than the most creative person you know, and watermelon-colored snow is one of its best examples. When a whale dies in the ocean and sinks to the seafloor, Its carcass can sustain an entire miniature ecosystem of deep-sea creatures for up to a century. Biologists actually gave this a name, a whale fall. A dead whale on the ocean floor is essentially a century-long apartment complex. Death in the deep ocean turns out to be one of the most generous acts in nature. The mantis shrimp's punch accelerates faster than a bullet and hits with enough force to shatter aquarium glass. But here's the part that makes it even more absurd. Even when it misses, the resulting pressure wave alone can stun prey. It doesn't even need to make contact. The mantis shrimp can knock something out without touching it. That's not a shrimp. That's a weapon system that happens to live in the ocean. You're hiking at night through a forest and you see a log glowing softly green in the dark. That's foxfire, a completely real, natural phenomenon where certain fungi growing on rotting wood produce a faint, but genuine bioluminescent light through a chemical reaction. Glowing logs in the forest, entirely natural, entirely beautiful, and for thousands of years of human history, people walking through dark forests at night thought they were seeing something supernatural. Completely understandable. Coral looks like a rock. It sways like a plant. But every single reef on Earth is built by colonies of tiny animals called polyps that secrete calcium carbonate to construct their hard skeletons. The entire Great Barrier Reef, animals. One of the largest structures ever built on this planet was constructed by trillions of tiny animals that most people think are rocks. The ocean has been running the longest continuous construction project in history, and the builders are invisible. Nutmeg and mace are two completely different spices used in different recipes all over the world. They come from the exact same plant. Nutmeg is the seed. Mace is the delicate red lacy covering wrapped around the outside of that same seed. You've been buying two separate products that are literally part of one object. The spice industry has been selling you the same thing twice for centuries, and nobody was upset about it. Lichen is everywhere, on rocks, trees, sidewalks. Most people step on it without a second thought, but it's not a single organism. Every lichen is a partnership between a fungus and an alga or cyanobacterium. The fungus provides structure. The alga generates food from sunlight, and neither can survive without the other. The thing you've been walking over your entire life is actually two organisms that became one. Lichen is nature's oldest and most successful roommate arrangement. Greenland is the world's largest island by land area. Massive. Enormous. Twist. Its entire population is smaller than many mid-sized cities, roughly 56,000 people. The biggest island on Earth has fewer residents than a small suburb. Greenland has all the space in the world and basically nobody in it. That either sounds like paradise or a nightmare, depending entirely on who you are. Light travels at 186,000 miles per second. That's fast. But light produced deep in the sun's core can take up to 100,000 years of bouncing through dense plasma before it even escapes the surface. And then it crosses 93 million miles to Earth in just 8 minutes. The sunlight warming your skin right now started its journey before modern humans existed. You are being heated by ancient light that was traveling since before recorded history. That's either profound or unsettling, and probably both. Here's a fact you can test tomorrow morning. You are slightly taller first thing in the morning than you are at night. The cartilage discs between your vertebrae expand overnight when freed from your body weight, adding up to about an inch of extra height by morning. You shrink as the day goes on. By bedtime, you are measurably shorter than when you woke up. You peak in the morning, and it's all downhill from there. Physically, anyway. Plants need water. That's the fundamental deal. The resurrection plant completely ignores this. It can dry out into a shriveled brown ball, survive for years with zero water, and then fully revive and turn green within hours of being placed in water again. A plant that plays dead for years and comes back to life. If you forgot to water it for a decade, it forgives you. The resurrection plant has the patience of a saint. and the survival instincts of something much tougher. The deep ocean floor seems like it should be a barren wasteland, too dark, too cold, too far from sunlight. But there's a constant gentle blizzard drifting down from above called marine snow. Tiny organic particles from dying organisms that drift silently down from the upper ocean to sustain entire communities of creatures living in complete darkness on the seafloor. It's snowing in the deep ocean. All the time. The most remote communities on Earth are being fed by a silent blizzard from above. We discovered Neptune in 1846, studied it, developed careers around it, taught it in classrooms for generations. Twist, Neptune takes 165 Earth years to complete just one orbit of the Sun, meaning it only finished its very first trip around the Sun since discovery in 2011. Scientists discovered Neptune, passed down the knowledge to their grandchildren, and Neptune was still in the middle of its first lap. Neptune moves at its own pace and doesn't apologize. Mount Everest is the highest point on Earth, the absolute top of the world, and the rock at its very summit contains fossilized marine creatures because that peak was once sitting on the floor of an ancient sea, pushed to the sky by the collision of tectonic plates over millions of years. The top of the world used to be the bottom of the ocean. The universe has a sense of humor, and this is one of its best jokes. Some coastal villages get almost no rain, zero rainfall infrastructure. Enter fog catchers, giant mesh nets erected along dry, foggy coastlines that harvest water droplets from passing mist, enough to supply drinking water to entire villages. Someone looked at fog, literal clouds that give you wet hair and poor visibility, and turned it into a drinking water supply. Human problem solving hits different when you're genuinely thirsty. A bell pepper is mild, crunchy, and cheerful. The world's hottest chili pepper will send you to the emergency room. They are technically the same species. Both are capsicum annuum, just bred to express wildly different amounts of capsaicin. The least threatening vegetable and the most dangerous spice in the world share the exact same scientific name. Family reunions at the capsicum annuum household must be incredibly tense. You've watched bees land on flowers and assumed they just physically grab the pollen. Bumblebees build up a positive electrostatic charge as they fly, and flower pollen carries a negative charge. So the pollen literally leaps through the air toward the bee before they even make contact with the flower. The bee doesn't always have to touch the flower. The pollen comes to it. Bees have been pollinating from a distance the entire time, and we completely underestimated them. Sea level is what we use to measure everything. Building heights, mountain elevations, depth of the ocean, all calculated against sea level. But sea level isn't actually flat. Due to variations in Earth's gravity and ocean currents, the ocean surface can differ in height by as much as 300 feet between different points around the globe. The baseline we use to measure the entire planet is inconsistent. Everything you know about elevation is measured against something that isn't even level. Sleep well. If you're enjoying these facts, hit that like button right now. Let's keep the momentum going. Brazil nuts are just the nut you pick out of the mixed bowl and leave behind. Turns out they're mildly radioactive. Their deep roots pull naturally occurring radium up from the soil, and each nut delivers a small but measurable dose of radiation. You've been leaving the radioactive nut in the bowl, which honestly makes skipping them even more justifiable. Brazil nuts have been wild this entire time and nobody warned you. Coral reef spawning is one of nature's most extraordinary events. But the coordination of it is what makes it insane. Entire reef systems release eggs and sperm simultaneously on the same night each year, synchronized to the full moon, turning the surrounding water milky white for miles in every direction. Every coral on the reef got the same memo. Same night. Same time. The full moon is nature's group calendar invite, and the coral shows up every single year without fail. Normal clouds form when warm, moist air rises. That's basic meteorology. Mammatus clouds, those creepy drooping bubble formations hanging beneath storm clouds, form when cold air sinks instead. They are the structural opposite of every other cloud in the sky. They hang down. They look like something the sky is doing on purpose to unsettle you. Mammatus clouds are normal clouds doing the exact opposite thing, and that somehow makes them deeply unsettling. You've been eating figs your entire life thinking they're fruit. Figs aren't a conventional fruit. They're hollow pods called ciconia, packed with dozens of tiny inverted flowers that bloom entirely on the inside, meaning you've been eating flowers this whole time. A fig is a sealed room full of flowers that you eat, not a fruit, a flower room. Figs have been lying to us through the entire history of civilization, and nobody called them out. Right now, there is a hole in your vision. You cannot see it. You have a blind spot in each eye where the optic nerve meets the retina, but your brain seamlessly fills it in with surrounding information, so you never notice the gap. Your brain is actively constructing your reality to hide its own blind spots from you. That's not just a vision fact. That's practically a philosophy. Your brain has been editing your perception without ever asking permission. Spanish moss drapes beautifully across trees in the American South and looks like something from a Gothic novel. It's neither Spanish nor a moss. It's a flowering plant in the pineapple family that absorbs all its water and nutrients directly from humid air and rainfall, with no roots whatsoever, never touching the ground. A plant with no roots, no soil, no connection to anything, just floating through the air, collecting everything it needs from the atmosphere. Spanish moss is completely untethered and somehow thriving. Honestly, goals. Whale shark, the world's largest fish, reaches 40 feet long, 40 feet. And it feeds entirely on tiny plankton by filtering enormous volumes of water, and is so completely docile that divers regularly swim directly alongside it with no concern. The whale shark is the biggest fish alive, eating some of the smallest organisms alive, and is somehow the most relaxed creature in the ocean. The whale shark has zero reasons to stress, and it knows it. Koalas are famous for being sleepy, slow, and somewhat vacant. Turns out there's a neurological reason. A koala's brain is so small relative to its skull that there's an actual fluid-filled gap between the brain and the skull wall. Researchers believe it's an evolutionary consequence of their low-calorie eucalyptus diet, leaving minimal energy for brain development. The koala literally has room in its head, space between the brain and the skull, running the most energy-efficient mental operation in the animal kingdom. Subscribe now so you never miss another video like this. Now back to it. The sun sends out a constant stream of charged particles in every direction, known as the solar wind. That solar wind creates a giant magnetic bubble around the entire solar system called the heliosphere, extending well past Pluto, wrapping everything in a protective shield from interstellar space. Our solar system lives inside a bubble blown by the sun. Every planet, every moon, every spacecraft, everything we've ever known has existed inside that bubble from the very beginning. Brown eggs, white eggs. People genuinely debate which is healthier, fresher, or better. The color of an eggshell is determined entirely by the breed of the hen. It has zero effect on flavor, nutrition, or the freshness of the egg inside. The brown egg premium that grocery stores charge you has been based on nothing this entire time. The hen's genetics pick the color. The egg inside is the same egg. You've been paying extra for aesthetics, and that's on all of us. Water lily pads are pretty, decorative. You'd never think of them as structurally serious. The giant water lily of the Amazon grows pads over 6 feet across, strong enough for a small child to sit on, because of corrugated structural ribs engineered underneath for support. Nature designed a floating platform strong enough to hold a person. The Amazon is just out here building infrastructure. A leaf you can sit on has been living in the jungle this whole time. You think you've experienced dry weather. Erica in northern Chile receives an average of just 0.03 inches of rain per year, barely more than a single drip. It is the driest inhabited city on the planet. The residents of Erica have probably met people who've showered longer than their city's annual rainfall total. There are buildings there that have never been rained on. That's not a city. That's a desert with addresses. The sun is powerful. We know this. But every single second, the sun releases more energy than humanity has used in all of recorded history combined, and Earth captures only about 1/2 billionths of that total output. We're catching a fraction of what the sun throws out every second. And that tiny fraction is what powers every living thing on this planet. The sun is the most casually generous thing in existence. You've been buying ginger in the grocery store your whole life and calling it a root. It's not a root. Ginger is a rhizome, a type of underground stem that stores nutrients, and the knobby pieces in stores are all extensions of the same branching stem. The most commonly misidentified ingredient in the kitchen has been incorrect the whole time. Botanists knew. They just didn't tell us. Add ginger to the growing list of foods that aren't what we thought. You've seen a house cat go absolutely unhinged over a catnip toy. Lions, tigers, leopards, and other big cats react to catnip with the exact same rolling, rubbing, and euphoric behavior. Catnip doesn't discriminate by size. An apex predator that can kill a water buffalo has the same reaction to catnip as your indoor tabby. Somewhere in the African savanna, a lion is rolling around in a field of catnip right now. Somewhere. The ocean sunfish, or mola mola, starts its life as a larva barely 1/10 of an inch long. It grows into an adult exceeding 2 tons, the greatest proportional weight gain of any vertebrate on Earth, starting as something barely visible and ending up the size of a small car. The mola mola is essentially the universe showing off, starting from almost nothing and becoming the heaviest bony fish alive. An origin story that hits harder than most superhero movies. There's a stretch of road in West Texas near Presidio County where glowing orbs drift on the horizon at night. The Marfa lights have been documented since the 1880s and have resisted every scientific explanation ever attempted. Plasma, car headlights, atmospheric effects, none of them fully account for 140 plus years of sightings. A century and a half of unexplained glowing lights in the Texas desert, and scientists still shrug. The Marfa lights are the most politely mysterious thing in America. Kidney beans are in everything: chili, salads, stews, completely normal food. Raw kidney beans in sufficient quantities are genuinely toxic. They contain a compound called phytohemagglutinin that causes severe poisoning, and slow cooking them on low heat can actually intensify rather than destroy the toxin. The only safe cooking method is a full rolling boil. The most normal legume in your pantry has rules, and it expects you to follow them. Comment Fact Gang down below if you're still here. Now let's keep going. We're just getting started. There are thousands of mushroom species. Most are harmless. One species, the death cap, accounts for 90 to 95% of all fatal mushroom poisonings worldwide. Its toxins destroy the liver and kidneys over several days, and there is no antidote. It looks completely unremarkable sitting on the forest floor. And that's exactly what makes it the most dangerous thing growing in the woods. Unassuming and lethal is a devastating combination. An elephant's skin can be up to 2.5 centimeters thick in some places, practically armor plating. Yet it's sensitive enough to feel a single fly landing on it. And the wrinkles in that thick skin actually increase surface area to help radiate body heat more efficiently. The most heavily armored skin in the land animal kingdom is also precise enough to detect an insect's footstep. The elephant is built tougher and more sensitively than anything else walking this planet. The James Webb Space Telescope has been showing us things no instrument ever could before. The most distant galaxy ever observed is Jade's GSZ 14-0, seen as it appeared just 290 million years after the Big Bang. Its light traveling 13.5 billion years to reach us. We are looking at something that existed before most of the universe as we know it was formed. That light has been traveling for longer than the solar system has existed just to land on a telescope. The scale of that is almost offensive. Antarctic krill look like tiny shrimp, and most people think of them as whale food. But they're actually one of the most critical climate regulators on Earth. They ingest surface algae and release it in dense, fast-sinking fecal pellets that carry carbon directly to the seafloor, locking it away from the atmosphere. Krill poop is saving the planet. The most unglamorous process in the ocean is one of our most critical carbon sinks. Nature's climate solution has been running this whole time. In many reptile species, the sex of an offspring isn't determined by chromosomes. It's determined by the incubation temperature. Warmer temperatures produce more females, which means climate change could skew sex ratios across entire turtle and lizard species to the point where populations can no longer sustain themselves. The planet warming up isn't just a habitat problem for reptiles. It's changing what sex they're born as. There's no precedent for what comes next. Female fireflies flash to attract mates. Sweet and romantic, right? Certain female fireflies of the genus Photurus mimic the flash patterns of other species to lure males from completely different species, then eat them. And they do it specifically to absorb the male's defensive chemicals so they can repurpose those toxins as their own. She copied the signal, attracted a stranger, ate him, and stole his defense system. The Photurus firefly is playing 4D chess in a field at night, and we almost missed it. Emperor penguins stand on ice at minus 30 degrees Celsius with their feet in direct contact with the coldest surface imaginable. They survive using countercurrent heat exchange in their legs. Warm arterial blood flowing to the feet preheats the cold venous blood returning from them. So almost no body heat is lost through contact with the ice. A penguin's legs are running a heat recycling system. Evolution engineered a biological heat exchanger inside a bird leg. Take a moment with that one. If you're still here, you're a real one. Hit that like button so this video reaches more people. Let's keep going. Living near an active volcano sounds like the worst idea. But volcanic soil around active volcanoes like Mount Etna and Java's highlands is among the most fertile agricultural land on the planet. Volcanic ash, continuously delivering minerals unavailable in almost any other soil type. Entire populations live in the shadow of volcanoes, specifically because the risk is worth the payoff. The most dangerous neighbor has the best farmland. Risk and reward have always lived next door to each other. If you had to guess the woolly mammoth's closest living relative, you'd probably say the African elephant. Wrong. The Asian elephant is the mammoth's closest living relative. They share 99.6% of their DNA and diverged from a common ancestor only about 5 million years ago. The woolly mammoth is basically a cold-weather Asian elephant. The animal we've been drawing in Ice Age textbooks is practically still alive, just in Asia without the fur. The Baikal seal lives entirely in Siberia's Lake Baikal, a landlocked freshwater lake with no connection to any ocean anywhere. It's the world's only exclusively freshwater seal, and how its ancestors ever traveled from the ocean to a landlocked Siberian lake remains a completely unresolved scientific mystery. A seal that lives in a lake in Siberia with no explanation for how it got there. It arrived somehow, set up shop, and simply refused to explain itself. Scientists are still bothered by this. Every year off South Africa's KwaZulu-Natal coast, billions of sardines migrate northward in a single shoal up to 15 kilometers long, 3.5 kilometers wide, and 40 meters deep, triggering one of the greatest ocean feeding spectacles on Earth as dolphins, sharks, whales, and seabirds all converge from every direction. A river of fish the size of a city moving through the ocean, triggering a mass feeding event that draws every predator in the region. The Sardine Run is the ocean's most chaotic party, and it happens on schedule every year. Chile's Atacama Desert is a brutal, almost lifeless environment. It also hosts the greatest concentration of astronomical observatories on Earth. High altitude, near zero humidity, and over 300 cloud-free nights per year make it the best place on land for looking at the universe. The most inhospitable desert on Earth is also the clearest window into the cosmos. The place where almost nothing can live is where humans chose to look the furthest into space. There's real poetry in that. Most caterpillars look soft and harmless. The Eo moth caterpillar has hollow spines connected directly to venom glands. Brushing against one causes instant, intense burning, and a rash that can persist for hours. A caterpillar that stings, which you'd never see coming, running a chemical weapon operation out of its own back. The spines are the delivery system, and they work on contact. Watch where you reach in the garden. The Titan beetle of the Amazon is 17 centimeters long, roughly the length of your hand. Its jaws are strong enough to snap a wooden pencil in half. And as an adult, it never eats. It lives only long enough to find a mate before dying. A beetle the size of your palm with pencil-snapping jaws, and an entire adult life dedicated exclusively to one mission. The Titan beetle doesn't have a single second to waste, and it doesn't. In the deep ocean, almost nothing can see red light. It simply doesn't penetrate those depths. The female black dragonfish evolved eyes that can see red light, invisible to virtually every other creature at those depths, while also producing red light from organs below each eye, giving it a secret headlamp to hunt prey that can't perceive they're being hunted. A secret color. A private flashlight. Pacific newts of the genus. Tericha look small and non-threatening. They contain tetrodotoxin potent enough to kill several adult humans. The only predator immune to their venom is the garter snake, and the two species are locked in a million-year evolutionary arms race, the newt getting more toxic, the snake getting more resistant, back and forth forever. A tiny newt and a garden snake caught in an infinite biological war that has been escalating for millions of years. Nobody wins. Nobody stops. Nature's most stubborn grudge match. Pause for a second. Did you like the video yet? No. Go ahead, I'll wait. All right, let's keep going. The ocean is full of noise, waves, creatures, submarine geology. But underneath all of it is something else. The ocean produces a deep, constant low-frequency resonance called the ocean, caused by interactions between waves, generating slow seismic pulses, detectable by seismographs thousands of kilometers from any coastline. The ocean hums, a continuous global hum that has existed since before humans, detectable through solid rock on the other side of the planet. The ocean is the world's largest musical instrument, and it never stops playing. The deep open ocean is mostly featureless water, nearly impossible to hide in. The glass octopus solved this by becoming almost entirely transparent. Only its eyes and digestive tract are visible, making it effectively a ghost drifting through the mesopelagic zone. An octopus that turned itself invisible. Just a floating pair of eyes with a digestive system attached. That's its normal life, and it has zero complaints about it. 300 million years ago, a dragonfly-like insect called Meganeurobosus permiana had a wingspan of up to 71 centimeters, roughly the size of a crow, making it the largest insect known to have ever existed on Earth. A dragonfly the size of a bird, flying through ancient forests, catching prey. This was real. It existed, and it will never again exist because oxygen levels eventually dropped and physics intervened. For once in our lives, thank physics. In the 1980s, mountain gorillas were on the edge of extinction with fewer than 250 surviving in the wild. Intensive conservation and protected status have since grown the population to over 1,000. They are now the only great ape subspecies on Earth, whose numbers are actively increasing. We stepped in before the line was crossed. Mountain gorillas exist today because humans decided to do something. They are proof that conservation works when we actually try. The short-beaked echidna is already one of the strangest mammals alive, a spiny egg-laying creature that looks like it was designed by committee. But it can lower its body temperature to as low as 4 degrees Celsius during hibernation, one of the lowest body temperatures ever recorded for a living mammal, and survive freezing conditions in this dormant state. An egg-laying spiny mammal that drops its body temperature to near freezing and just lives. The echidna ignores every rule and appears to be doing spectacularly because of it. Antarctica is a continent of ice, glaciers, frozen tundra, and penguins. But in the middle of it, Mount Erebus has maintained an active lava lake since at least 1972, making it the southernmost active volcano on Earth and one of only 5 or 6 places in the world with a permanent lava lake. There's a lava lake in Antarctica, a pool of molten rock permanently existing on the coldest continent on Earth. Hot and cold have been coexisting at one of the most extreme places on the planet for decades. Nobody talks about it enough. The spotted cuscus of New Guinea and northern Australia is blotched in chestnut red and white with bright yellow eyes, genuinely striking to look at. But it's so secretive and nocturnal that most people who live directly in its habitat range have never seen one in their entire lives. A beautifully colored animal hiding in the jungle above people's homes, completely unseen. The spotted cuscus has been right there the whole time, nocturnal and invisible, living its best hidden life. Cheese was found in Egyptian tombs over 3,200 years old, and it was chemically intact enough for scientists to identify a soft white cheese similar to modern kefir, making it the world's oldest confirmed dairy product. Someone entombed cheese with their dead because they thought it was important enough to bring into the afterlife. And 3,200 years later, scientists found it and figured out exactly what kind it was. Ancient tomb cheese. That's a fact you carry with you. The Bermuda petrel was believed completely extinct for nearly 300 years after colonization destroyed its population. Then in 1951, 18 nesting pairs were rediscovered alive on tiny rock outcrops in the ocean. Patient conservation since then has rebuilt the species from those 18 pairs. 300 years of assumed extinction. 18 survivors. A comeback that took decades of deliberate effort. The Bermuda petrel refused to be a footnote in the extinction record, and scientists gave it the chance to prove it. We know the bottom of the Mariana Trench. We know the summit of Everest. But the deepest continental bedrock ever measured is the Denman Glacier bed in East Antarctica, sitting 3,500 meters below sea level, buried under kilometers of ice, far deeper than any point of the dead seashore line. The deepest dry land on the planet isn't even dry. It's buried under a glacier in Antarctica. Only real ones are still here. If you're one of them, comment "Fact Gang" right now. Let's get back to it. The Patagonian ice field of Argentina and Chile is the largest non-polar ice mass in the entire southern hemisphere, covering 17,000 square kilometers and feeding glaciers that calve icebergs directly into Pacific fjords. When people think of massive ice fields, they think Arctic or Antarctic. Patagonia is down there, quietly hosting a continental ice mass the size of a small country at the bottom of South America. Patagonia isn't just a jacket brand. It's one of the most dramatic landscapes on Earth. Australia's Nullarbor Plain is flat, featureless, aggressively, almost offensively straight. The air highway across it runs arrow straight for 146.6 kilometers, the world's longest straight road, while the adjacent railway has a straight section of 478 kilometers, the longest in the world. You can drive for nearly 150 kilometers across Australia without turning the steering wheel once. The Nullarbor is so flat and so wide that the engineering solution was simply to go straight and never stop. The Steller sea lion is the world's largest sea lion. Adult males can weigh up to 1,100 kilograms. Adult females average only 270 kilograms. One of the most extreme body size gaps between sexes of any mammal on Earth. Same species, same population, 4 times the weight difference. The Steller sea lion took sexual dimorphism to an extreme that most biologists have to double-check when they see it for the first time. Greenland is losing ice. We know this. Its Ilulissat ice fjord loses it so dramatically that an iceberg the size of a city block breaks off approximately every 20 to 30 minutes. Continuously. All day. Every day. One of the most actively calving glaciers on Earth is producing icebergs at a pace most people simply can't visualize. A city block of ice every half hour. The Ilulissat Ice Fjord is one of the most dramatic visible consequences of what's happening to our planet. Jupiter is the largest planet in the solar system. It makes sense it would have moons. But it now has 95 officially confirmed moons, more than any other planet, with many being small captured asteroids only discovered as telescope technology continued improving. 95 moons, and more being found regularly. Jupiter didn't just collect planets around it. It built its own orbital neighborhood. The king of planets runs a small solar system of its own. When people think of Africa's most dangerous animals, they think lions, hippos, crocodiles. The tsetse fly kills more people per year than all of them combined by transmitting sleeping sickness, a parasitic disease that causes progressive neurological damage and death if left untreated. The most dangerous animal in Africa is an insect you can't see coming. Not the thing with claws or teeth, a fly. The smallest predators are often the most lethal, and the tsetse fly is the most brutal proof of that. Moose are large, ungainly-looking animals. Newborn calves look like they can barely stand. Within a week of birth, a moose calf can outswim an adult human swimmer. Moose are among the most capable large mammal swimmers in the world, regularly crossing wide rivers and lakes with apparent ease. Your baby moose just learned to walk and it's already beating you across the lake. Moose calves hit the water running and never look back. Your eyelashes have been with you your whole life, right? They have a lifespan of only 3 to 5 months before falling out naturally and being replaced, meaning every person on Earth replaces their entire set of eyelashes roughly twice per year without ever noticing it's happening. You are cycling through 2 completely new sets of eyelashes every year in total silence. The human body runs maintenance on itself constantly without ever sending you a notification. The cerebellum sits at the back of your brain. It's only about 10% of the brain's total volume, but it contains approximately 50 to 80% of all brain neurons, packed so densely that it is, by far, the most neurologically complex region in the brain by cell count. The smallest region of the brain is handling the most traffic. The cerebellum is doing the most work in the least space, and most people have never given it a single thought. Subscribe now so you never miss out on more facts like these. When you scratch your cornea, it feels like the end of the world. But the cornea is actually the fastest healing tissue in the human body. A minor surface scratch can fully regenerate within 24 to 36 hours, driven by one of the highest rates of cell division found anywhere in the body. The most exposed and most vulnerable tissue in your entire body is also the one that heals the fastest. The eye didn't just become easy to injure. It also became exceptional at recovering from it. Evolution planned ahead. The saber-toothed cat Smilodon had canine teeth up to 28 centimeters long, almost a foot of fang. Yet its actual bite force was weaker than a modern lion relative to its body size. Scientists believe it killed prey with precise stabbing, strikes driven by powerful neck muscles, using the teeth as daggers, not crushers. The most iconic feature of the most famous prehistoric predator was a stabbing weapon, not a bite. Smilodon worked more like a spear than a jaw. That completely changes the picture. Most caterpillars spend a few weeks in that stage before becoming a butterfly or moth. The Arctic woolly bear caterpillar spends 14 years as a caterpillar, most of that time frozen solid in Arctic winters, thawing briefly each summer to feed for a few weeks before refreezing. Then it finally metamorphoses into a moth that lives for only a few days. 14 years of patience, mostly spent frozen, for a few days of adult life. The Arctic woolly bear waited 14 years for a week, and it did it without complaint. Permafrost covers approximately 65% of Russia's land area. Frozen ground containing vast amounts of ancient organic material. If it thaws rapidly due to warming temperatures, it could release greenhouse gases equivalent to decades of global industrial emissions in a very short period of time. The ground itself is a climate bomb. Everything frozen in Siberia's permafrost has been waiting for the right temperature to trigger a release. The next great climate feedback loop is buried in Russian soil, and it runs on heat. The capybara is the world's largest rodent, and clearly the most serene. It can sleep partially submerged with only its nose above water, and when threatened can hold its breath for up to 5 minutes, making it one of the most water-adapted large rodents alive. The most peaceful-looking creature on the internet is a semi-aquatic escape artist that can disappear underwater for 5 minutes when it needs to. The capybara's chill exterior is hiding genuinely impressive survival skills. Never underestimate the big rodent. The Egyptian vulture has bare yellow-orange facial skin. Turns out some individuals deliberately apply carotenoid compounds from sun-baked feces onto that facial skin, a process researchers believe signals health and fitness to potential mates while also protecting against bacteria. An Egyptian vulture found a cosmetics routine that involves feces, and it works for both attraction and hygiene. The bird invented multi-purpose beauty treatment. It's disgusting. It's genius. Nobody can argue with either. Southern France's Camargue region is famous for its semi-wild white horses that have roamed freely for thousands of years. They are considered the oldest horse breed in Europe, and in all that time, they have never been subject to selective breeding by humans. No breeding programs, no gene selection. Just thousands of years of horses being horses. The Camargue horse is what a horse looks like when humans leave it completely alone, and the result has been roaming wild for millennia. Bats represent approximately 20% of all mammal species on Earth. Over 1,400 known species, the second most species-rich mammal order after rodents, living on every continent except Antarctica. 1 in 5 mammal species on this planet is a bat. They're not niche. They're not rare. They're a fifth of everything. The sky at night is full of mammals, and most people forget this entirely when they go to bed. Comment below which fact has blown your mind the most so far. We've got plenty more coming. Japan's Yakushima Island has trees that grow so slowly in high-altitude conditions that their wood becomes extraordinarily dense. The oldest confirmed specimen, the Jomon Sugi cedar, is over 7,200 years old. It was alive before Stonehenge was built, a tree that was already thousands of years old when most ancient civilizations were just getting started. Jomon Sugi watched the entire recorded history of human civilization from a mountain in Japan without moving an inch. Pacific walruses gather on beaches in numbers that are hard to comprehend, up to 100,000 individuals crowding onto the same stretch of shore at once. The collective body heat from that many animals packed together is detectable by thermal satellite imaging from orbit. 100,000 walruses so tightly packed their combined body warmth shows up from space. The walrus beach gathering is so enormous it changes the thermal signature of the planet beneath it. The Goliath frog of Cameroon is the world's largest frog, reaching 32 centimeters and 3.3 kilograms, nearly the size of a house cat. And despite being the biggest frog on Earth, it produces no vocal calls whatsoever. Not a single croak, not a chirp, nothing. It communicates only through visual displays in complete silence. The world's largest frog is also the quietest. A frog the size of a cat, living in total silence. Somehow that's more unsettling than if it were loud. The human body has been intensively studied for centuries. Every organ cataloged, every tissue examined. In 2017, scientists formally reclassified the mesentery, the structure connecting your digestive tract to your abdominal wall, as a single continuous organ rather than fragmented tissue. We discovered a new human organ in 2017. You've been walking around with an organ nobody officially recognized until 8 years ago. Whatever you thought you knew about the human body, the mesentery just reminded you we're still figuring it out. The U.S. government officially declared the black-footed ferret extinct in 1979. Case closed. Then in 1981, a ranch dog in Wyoming killed one. The ferret wasn't extinct. From just 18 surviving individuals caught and kept in captivity, conservationists brought the species back to over 300 animals in the wild today. officially extinct. Then a dog found one. Then 18 animals became a functional wild population. The black-footed ferret refused the extinction label, and a ranch dog started the comeback story. You genuinely cannot write this. The Dragon Hole in the South China Sea is the world's deepest blue hole, plunging 300 meters. Below 100 meters, it becomes so oxygen depleted that the lower portion is a complete biological dead zone. Nothing survives down there. It looks stunning from the surface and is entirely lifeless at the bottom. The Dragon Hole is beautiful and biologically inert in the same breath, and that combination is stranger than anything science fiction came up with. In southern Africa, there are plants called lithops that have evolved to look almost exactly like the pebbles they grow among, completely invisible to predators until they produce a large, vivid flower from what appears to be bare gravel. A plant that spent millions of years perfecting the appearance of a rock just to survive, then casually blooms a beautiful flower from that rock disguise once a year. The living stone plant is the greatest undercover agent in the plant kingdom. Sea turtles are cold-blooded reptiles that depend on external temperatures, not the leatherback. It generates its own body heat through muscular activity and retains it with a unique layer of brown adipose tissue, enabling it to survive near freezing ocean temperatures and dive deeper than any other sea turtle. A warm-blooded sea turtle, a reptile that broke one of the fundamental rules of being a reptile because the cold, deep ocean had food in it. The leatherback looked at cold-blooded limitations and decided that wasn't the life for it. In 1935, Australia introduced cane toads from Hawaii to control beetles destroying sugarcane fields. The toads proved completely useless at the task. They can't even jump high enough to reach the beetles they were brought in to eat. Instead, they spread across 1.5 million square kilometers, poisoning millions of native predators that try to eat them. Australia imported a toad to solve a beetle problem. The toad failed at its one job and then spent 90 years creating a dramatically bigger one. The most expensive biological miscalculation on a continent full of miscalculations. If you're still watching, you deserve a medal. Hit that like button if these facts are hitting. Let's go. Before humans arrived, the only land mammals to ever colonize New Zealand were bats. So bats expanded to fill the ecological niches normally occupied by ground-dwelling mammals, evolving behaviors and lifestyles unlike bats anywhere else on Earth. In New Zealand, bats filled in for all the ground mammals that never made it there. They're not just hanging upside down in caves. They're doing what every other land mammal would have done if given the chance. The Congo Basin rainforest is the world's second largest tropical forest. And uniquely, it acts as a net carbon absorber, drawing down more CO2 than it releases, making it one of Earth's most critical climate regulators. While the world debates climate policy, the Congo Basin is quietly doing the work. Africa's forest is doing a job that deserves far more attention than it gets. It may be the most important ecosystem on Earth that most people never think about. The Sumatran rhinoceros is the world's smallest rhino and the only Asian rhino with 2 horns. But it also produces melodic vocalizations that resemble humpback whale songs, complex tonal calls used to communicate through dense jungle. The smallest rhino on Earth sounds like a whale. 2 completely different massive animals independently evolved similar vocal patterns for communicating across distances they can't see through. The Sumatran rhino is extraordinary and almost nobody knows it exists. Australia's greater glider possum can drop from 35 meters up and travel 100 meters in a single controlled glide between eucalyptus trees. A possum that decided trees were fine, but flying between them was better. Australia's wildlife keeps finding ways to do things other animals consider impossible, and the greater glider made a membrane where other things made legs. It gave up running and picked flying. And the trees of Australia have never looked closer. The white-naped crane migrates between Russia and East Asia, thousands of kilometers each way. It navigates using a magnetic detection protein in its eyes that lets it sense Earth's magnetic field, and individuals can pinpoint the exact same breeding valley year after year with extraordinary precision after months away over open ocean. A bird that can see magnetic fields and uses them like GPS to find a specific valley every single year. The white-naped crane doesn't guess. It doesn't wander. It always knows exactly where it's going. Most camouflage works by blending into a background. Some deep-sea fish do something far more sophisticated. They use photophores on their bellies, tuned to exactly match the wavelength and intensity of downwelling sunlight from above. So when a predator looks up at them, their silhouette completely disappears. It's called counterillumination, a fish that doesn't cast a shadow because it lights itself from underneath. That's not hiding. That's vanishing. And it's one of the most sophisticated camouflage systems in all of nature. Arches National Park in Utah has over 2,000 natural stone arches. The longest is Landscape Arch, spanning 88 meters of open air, the longest known natural stone arch on Earth. And it has lost several chunks in recent decades. Could collapse at any time. No warning system. No timeline. It's just waiting. One of the longest natural stone arches on Earth is currently living on borrowed time. And the only thing keeping it up is the fact that it hasn't come down yet. The vicuña is a slender South American relative of the llama living in high-altitude Andean grasslands. It produces the world's most expensive natural fiber. Each animal yields only 200 grams per shearing, can only be shorn every 3 years, and the resulting cloth costs up to $3,000 per meter. Less fiber than a coffee cup, available every 3 years, from an animal that lives at extreme altitude and doesn't care about your schedule. Vicuña cloth is expensive because every single step of obtaining it is difficult and the animal is not cooperating. The Amazon River Basin contains over 2,000 described freshwater fish species, with scientists estimating potentially 5,000 total when undiscovered species are included. That's more freshwater fish diversity than Africa and Asia combined. One river system. More freshwater fish than 2 entire continents. The Amazon is so biologically dense that scientists have been cataloging its fish for decades and are still not sure how many there are. The river isn't finished surprising anyone. South Georgia Island sits in the remote South Atlantic, isolated, cold, barely accessible. It hosts 50 million seabirds, 4 million for seals, and 400,000 king penguins breeding simultaneously on a landmass roughly the size of a small English county. More wildlife per square kilometer than almost anywhere else on Earth, concentrated on a tiny island most people have never heard of. South Georgia might be the most alive piece of land on the planet, and it's sitting in an ocean almost no one visits. Still here? You're a real one. Drop a comment below with your favorite fact so far. Egypt's White Desert looks like science fiction. Chalk formations eroded by wind into shapes resembling mushrooms, birds, and sculptures. Some of those formations conceal fossilized whales and sea creatures, because this desert was once the floor of a prehistoric sea. The Sahara has whales in it. Fossilized, buried, eroding out of chalk formations in the middle of a desert. The most landlocked seeming landscape on Earth used to be an ocean floor. The fossils are still there to prove it. Scotland's Cairngorm Plateau is home to the only free-ranging reindeer heard in the United Kingdom, reintroduced from Scandinavia in 1952, and now numbering around 150 animals, grazing the highest plateau in Britain. There are reindeer on a Scottish mountain. They've been there since 1952, coping with British weather, living their reindeer lives. Most visitors to the Cairngorms have no idea they're hiking near a reindeer herd. Scotland is consistently deeply underrated. Australia's inland taipan holds the title of world's most venomous land snake. One bite contains enough venom to kill 100 adult humans. Yet no confirmed human death from a wild inland taipan bite has ever been recorded. It's so shy and reclusive that meaningful encounters almost never happen. The most venomous land snake on Earth has never killed a person in the wild. It has all the firepower and zero interest in using it. The inland taipan is the most powerful snake that just wants to be left alone. Piranha teeth are sharp enough to strip flesh from bone with unsettling efficiency. Amazonian tribes have known this and use dried piranha jaws as scissors, razors, and precision cutting tools for centuries, cutting hair, sharpening weapons, making precise incisions. A fish that inspired terror in every jungle movie is actually a precision cutting instrument being repurposed by the people who live near it. The Amazon doesn't waste anything, not even its most feared animals. Most bird species that spread across multiple continents did so with human help. The cattle egret is the only bird to have colonized entirely new continents completely on its own in modern times, crossing the Atlantic from Africa to South America in the late 1800s without any assistance and then spreading globally. A bird decided to fly across the Atlantic Ocean and colonize a new hemisphere. No boats. No help, just migration on a scale no bird had attempted in the modern era. The cattle egret looked at an ocean and flew over it. The Goliath grouper of the Atlantic can weigh 360 kilograms and lives over 40 years. When it hunts, it engulfs prey whole with a massive suction mouth, and the resulting implosion creates a deep thump audible to divers up to 20 meters away. A fish that punches prey into its mouth with such force that it creates an audible boom in the water. Divers hear it before they see it. The Goliath grouper is running the most dramatic ambush system in the Atlantic, and it sounds like someone punching a wall underwater. When people ask which continent has the highest average elevation, most guess Asia or South America. It's Antarctica. The ice sheet sitting on its surface adds thousands of meters of height to the underlying bedrock, pushing the average elevation far above any other continent. The coldest continent is also the tallest. Antarctica is so extreme in so many ways that simply naming them all undersells how extraordinary it actually is. Iceland sits on the mid-Atlantic ridge, where two tectonic plates are slowly pulling apart. The island only formed 20 million years ago, making it one of the geologically youngest landmasses on Earth, and it's still actively growing as lava flows continuously add new land to its coastline. Iceland is 20 million years old in a 4-5 billion year solar system, a newborn landmass still under construction. Every volcanic eruption in Iceland is literally adding square footage to a country that isn't finished yet. The Yucatan Peninsula in Mexico sits on porous limestone, and beneath it is an extraordinary network of flooded cave passages. Sistema Sac Acton is the world's largest known underwater cave system, stretching over 347 kilometers and connecting thousands of cenotes across the peninsula. 347 kilometers of connected underwater caves, roughly the driving distance from New York to Boston, but submerged, underground, and completely dark. The world's largest underwater cave system sits beneath one of Mexico's most popular tourist destinations, and most visitors have no idea it's there. The Greenland shark is an apex predator of the Arctic depths. Its eyes are typically parasitized by tiny crustaceans that attach directly to the cornea, causing partial blindness. Yet it remains an effective predator, apparently relying on its lateral line and electroreceptors to hunt in near total darkness. A shark with parasites living on its eyeballs, hunting in complete darkness by feel and electricity. The Greenland shark is dealing with a permanent eye infestation and is still, somehow, one of the most successful predators in the Arctic. Resilience is an understatement. Canada has the world's longest coastline at 202,080 kilometers, longer than the combined coastlines of the next three countries, and representing roughly 25% of all coastline length on Earth. One country owns a quarter of all the shoreline on the planet. If Canada charged for beach access, they could fund the entire global economy. The coastline situation in Canada is simply, utterly unreal. Chewing gum as a concept is ancient. The world's oldest commercially harvested natural chewing material is mastic resin harvested from lentisk trees on Greece's Chios Island, chewed by humans for over 2,000 years, and since confirmed by science to have genuine antimicrobial properties. Greece has been selling the same natural chewing gum since before the Roman Empire, and it actually works. Chios Island has been ahead of the curve for 2 full millennia and counting. The world's smallest snake was only formally described by science in 2008. The Barbados thread snake is barely 10 centimeters long, and as thin as a strand of spaghetti. It lives entirely underground, eating ant and termite larvae, and spent its entire existence going unnoticed by science until 16 years ago. A snake as thin as pasta, 10 centimeters long, hiding underground its entire life. The world's smallest snake didn't need to be discovered. It was fine. We're the ones who needed to know. The Porsche jumping spider plans multi-step detours to reach prey that is completely out of sight, selecting indirect routes based on mental planning rather than trial and error, a reasoning ability rarely observed outside vertebrates. A spider that plans around corners for prey it can't see. Route selection, mental modeling, abstract problem solving. In a spider, the Porsche spider is running a cognitive operation that most insects don't attempt, with a brain the size of a sesame seed. The Sahara Desert covers millions of square kilometers and is one of the most inhospitable places on Earth. As recently as 11,000 years ago, it was a green savanna with lakes, rivers, and thriving human civilizations. Then, Earth's orbital cycle shifted monsoon patterns, and the entire region dried out within a few thousand years. The largest hot desert on Earth was recently productive grassland in geological terms. The Sahara's current state isn't permanent. It's just where it happens to be right now. The Sumatran orangutan builds a new sleeping nest each night. When it rains, it builds a waterproof roof over that nest, carefully arranging large leaves in a shingle-like overlapping pattern to deflect tropical downpours. An orangutan designed a waterproof shelter with architectural shingles, not a pile of leaves. A deliberately constructed rain-deflecting roof. The Sumatran orangutan is a self-taught builder with a specific structural solution to a specific weather problem. It rains in Borneo, and the orangutan did something about it. Ecuador is a country in South America. Its name literally means equator in Spanish, making it the only country in the world named after a geographical phenomenon, a line of latitude, rather than a people, place, or historical figure. Ecuador named itself after an imaginary line that runs through it, not a founder, not a mountain, an invisible mathematical coordinate on a globe. Ecuador committed fully to geography as an identity and has been that country ever since. A large mammal was discovered in Vietnam and Laos in 1992. Not a small insect, a large ungulate the size of a medium deer called a sola. Since its discovery, it has been photographed alive by scientists only a handful of times. No individual has survived in captivity long term. We discovered an animal 30 years ago and have barely seen it since. The sola exists somewhere in the forests of Southeast Asia and doesn't want to be found. It may be critically endangered. It may be thriving. We genuinely don't know. The sola is the most mysterious large mammal on Earth. Darwin's Galapagos finches are the textbook example of rapid evolution in isolation. Hawaii's honeycreeper birds evolved from a single finch ancestor into over 50 distinct species in approximately 5 million years, a faster rate of adaptive radiation than the famous Galapagos finches. The Galapagos finches are the most famous evolutionary case study. Hawaii beat them. 50 species from one bird. The Hawaiian honeycreepers outpaced the most celebrated example of evolution in the world, and nobody tells this story enough. European red squirrels cache tens of thousands of nuts across an area every autumn. Months later, in winter, under 30 centimeters of compacted snow, they locate those caches using only their sense of smell. No visual cues, no memory of where they dug, just their nose leading them directly to buried food through a foot of packed snow. A squirrel can smell a nut through snow. It doesn't remember where it buried things. It sniffs until it finds them. The red squirrel's nose is doing more navigation work than most people realize in any winter forest. St. Patrick allegedly drove the snakes out of Ireland. The reality is simpler and colder. Ireland has no native snakes because it was completely covered by glaciers during the last ice age. When they retreated, sea levels rose fast enough to cut Ireland off from Britain before any snakes could migrate. The snakes never arrived in the first place. St. Patrick showed up to an already snake-free island. The glaciers handled it millennia earlier. The wandering albatross chooses its mate through years of elaborate synchronized courtship dances, learning each other's movements until they're perfectly matched. If a partner dies, the survivor may spend years attempting to attract a new mate through the same lengthy process, and sometimes never successfully breeds again. An albatross that spends years learning to dance with one partner and then, when that partner is gone, might never find that rhythm again. The wandering albatross carries a kind of grief that takes years to resolve, and sometimes simply doesn't. That's a lot for a seabird. Spain and southern France have a lizard that looks like it belongs in a tropical jewel collection. The ocellated lizard grows to 60 centimeters, is brilliantly patterned in turquoise and black, and engages in territorial warfare between males that can last for hours, biting, wrestling, refusing to surrender ground. A stunning turquoise lizard having a multi-hour wrestling match in southern France. This isn't deep jungle exotic fauna. This is happening in European vineyards. The ocellated lizard is the most dramatic and least known lizard in the Western world. The Kermode bear of British Columbia looks like a white bear living in black bear territory. About 10% of black bears in certain BC populations are born with white fur due to a recessive gene, and that white coloration actually gives them a measurable advantage. Fish perceive them as less threatening in bright daylight, making white bears more effective fishers than their dark-furred counterparts. A white-black bear with an accidental competitive fishing advantage. The spirit bear stumbled into a lucky mutation, and the forest has been rewarding it ever since. Greenland is famous for ice and very little else in most people's minds, but it has more confirmed species of marine mammals along its coastline than any other country on Earth. Narwhal, beluga, walrus, 6 seal species, and 5 whale species, all supported by its extraordinary range of sea ice and open water habitat. While the world barely notices, Greenland, narwhals, and belugas are up there thriving in the icy water. Greenland's marine wildlife is one of the most underappreciated spectacles in existence. The African shoebill is one of the strangest birds alive, prehistoric-looking, motionless for hours, with a beak shaped like a Dutch shoe. When it hunts, it swallows prey whole, then expels water through the sides of its bill, repositions the prey in its mouth, and swallows again, sometimes repeating this entire process several times before the prey finally goes down. The shoebill eats in multiple stages: swallow, reject, reposition, retry. It has developed a complex multi-step feeding technique and takes it very seriously. The shoebill has somewhere to be, and it is not rushing for anyone. Only the real ones are still here. If you've made it this far, drop something in the comments. Scottish Highland cattle can survive lower temperatures than any other domestic cattle breed. They were also the first cattle breed in the world to have its own official breed society, established in 1884. The fluffiest, most photogenic cattle on Earth are also the toughest. First to be officially organized into a breed society while every other breed was still figuring things out. The Highland cattle were getting their paperwork done before anyone else had even thought to try. The oldest known cave paintings were always assumed to be in France or Spain. They're not. They're on Indonesia's island of Sulawesi, dated to at least 45,500 years ago, overturning Europe's decades-long claim to the origins of representational art. Humans were painting figurative scenes in Southeast Asia before the oldest European cave paintings were made. Art didn't start in Europe. It started much earlier, much further east. History keeps getting rewritten, and Europe keeps losing firsts it thought it had. Tool use was supposed to be a trait that separated primates from most other animals. African elephants have been observed using branches as fly swatters, scratching implements and objects to block water holes and preserve water reserves, demonstrating object manipulation skills previously thought limited to primates. An elephant picks up a stick and decides what to do with it. Not instinct, not reflex. Decision-making about the use of an object. Elephants are using tools to solve problems they thought through, and that puts them in a remarkably small group of animals on Earth. By 2002, the blue iguana of the Cayman Islands had been reduced to fewer than 15 individuals surviving in the wild. 15. Captive breeding programs have since grown the wild population to over 1,000 animals. 15 left. Now over 1,000. The blue iguana came back from the absolute edge. Conservation, done right, with enough resources and enough commitment, actually works. The blue iguana didn't disappear. Barely. And the barely makes all the difference. The Amazonian giant centipede reaches 30 centimeters and has jaws that make contact painful and memorable. But its most remarkable behavior is this: it climbs cave ceilings, hangs upside down, and catches roosting bats mid-flight. It's the only known arthropod that regularly hunts vertebrates while hanging from a cave roof. A 30-centimeter centipede. On the ceiling, catching bats. In the dark, the Amazonian giant centipede invented a hunting method that no other invertebrate has replicated. The Rio de la Plata between Argentina and Uruguay is the world's widest river at its mouth, stretching 220 kilometers across where it meets the Atlantic. That's so wide that both shores are simultaneously invisible from any point on the water. You're in the middle of a river, and it looks like the open ocean. The Rio de la Plata is the most understated geographic monster in South America. Too wide to look like a river, too fresh to be the sea. The peregrine falcon is the fastest animal on Earth in a dive. It also has a specialized notch in its beak called a tomial tooth that it uses to sever the spinal cord of prey struck mid-flight, killing it instantly rather than gripping a struggling animal and carrying it somewhere. The fastest dive in the animal kingdom ends with a precision surgical strike to the spine. The peregrine doesn't just hit hard, it hits accurately. That combination of speed and precision makes it the most effective aerial hunter alive. The Saharan silver ant is the world's fastest ant relative to body length, covering up to 855 body lengths per second. And it's one of the only insects that deliberately forages during the hottest part of the Saharan day, when ground temperatures can reach 70 degrees Celsius. The fastest ant on Earth goes out specifically when it's most dangerously hot. Speed is the survival strategy. Move fast enough, and the heat can't kill you before you make it back. The Saharan silver ant runs a race against death every single day and keeps winning. The sand tiger shark doesn't have a swim bladder like most fish. It solves buoyancy by gulping air at the surface and holding it in its stomach, allowing it to hover motionless in the water column without any fin movement. A shark that swallows air and uses its own stomach as a balloon. It improvised a swim bladder out of air, and it works perfectly. The sand tiger shark found a solution, and the solution involves eating the atmosphere. Giant pandas eat bamboo almost exclusively. Bamboo stalks are round, smooth, and hard to grip if all 5 of your fingers point in the same direction. Pandas have a false 6th thumb, an enlarged wrist bone that extends outward and functions as a gripping finger, enabling them to hold bamboo with precision, despite their actual hand structure not being designed for it. A panda evolved the bonus grip point because bamboo demanded it. Not a real finger, a modified wrist bone doing a finger's job. Evolution said, this isn't working, and built a workaround out of existing anatomy. A single mature birch tree releases up to 90 liters of water vapor into the atmosphere every day through transpiration. Multiply that across a forest of thousands of trees, and they collectively transpire enough water to generate measurable local rainfall. Forests don't just react to weather, they create it. Cut down enough trees, and the region gets drier, not just because of shade, but because the trees were manufacturing rain. Forests are managing their own water supply, and we keep shrinking them. Of all sea turtle species, the flatback is the most mysterious and least studied, nesting exclusively on Australia's continental shelf, found nowhere else on Earth. Scientists still know very little about its deep water behavior because it rarely visits beaches that are easy to monitor. The rarest nesting sea turtle on Earth lives almost exclusively in Australian waters and mostly avoids the places where humans can study it. The flatback sea turtle is rare, specific, elusive, and mostly keeping its secrets. If you turn a black-tip reef shark upside down, something strange happens. It enters a state called tonic immobility, completely still, nearly paralyzed, lasting up to 15 minutes. The response appears entirely involuntary and is shared by over 50 other shark species. An apex predator that switches off when you flip it over. Completely helpless for up to a quarter hour. The ocean's most efficient hunters have a reset button, and it's their own orientation. Nature built a pause button into a shark. Iceland has approximately 130 active or potentially active volcanoes, the most per unit area of any country on Earth. And in 1783, it produced the largest lava eruption since the last ice age. 130 volcanoes in a country roughly the size of Kentucky. Iceland is essentially one large volcanic event that's still ongoing, cooled just enough at the surface to be livable. Every eruption is a reminder that the island isn't finished being built. Iceland is a construction zone with a population. The western lowland gorilla spends its days eating fruit in the Congo Basin rainforest, and while doing so, it deposits seeds kilometers away from where it ate them, making it one of the most important seed dispersers in the region, potentially planting more trees per year than any other animal in the forest. The western lowland gorilla is a forest-building machine. It eats fruit, it walks, it deposits seeds. It does this every day for decades. The Congo Basin's next generation of trees owes something to the gorilla's daily commute and digestive system. The Chinese giant salamander is the world's largest living amphibian, reaching up to 1.8 meters in length and looking like something from the age of dinosaurs. It has declined by over 80% in the last 30 years due to hunting and water pollution, and may go functionally extinct in the wild within years. A creature that has existed for millions of years might not exist in the wild when the next generation of children learns about amphibians. That's not a historical loss. It's an ongoing one. It's happening now. The woylie, or brush-tailed bedong, is a small marsupial of Western Australia that looks harmless and unremarkable. It digs an estimated 3.9 tons of soil per year while searching for underground fungi, aerating the soil, dispersing fungal spores, and performing critical ecological work that keeps the Australian bush functioning. A small hopping marsupial is moving 4 tons of soil every year and doing more ecological work per kilogram of body weight than almost any other animal in Australia. The woylie looks like a footnote. It's actually a load-bearing part of the entire ecosystem. The black-footed albatross spends months at a time over the open Pacific, thousands of kilometers from land, with no landmarks, no GPS, no reference points visible in any direction. Research shows it navigates using Earth's magnetic field, star positions, and sun angles simultaneously, and can return to its home island and find it within meters after months away over featureless ocean. A seabird that integrates 3 separate navigation systems and arrives home with meter-level precision after months at sea. The black-footed albatross solved navigation better than most modern instruments, before instruments existed. The open ocean is its backyard, and it never gets lost. Parts of British Columbia's coast mountains, on Canada's western coast receive over 5,000 millimeters of rain per year, more than some valleys in the Amazon rainforest, feeding old-growth temperate rainforests among the densest on Earth. Canada has a rainforest, cold, temperate, and towering. The Pacific coast of British Columbia is so wet it produces old-growth forests that rival the tropics in biological density. The world's most famous rainforests don't have a monopoly on rain, and Canada has been quietly proving it. The southern right whale was named during the whaling era. It was the right whale to hunt because it swam slowly, floated when dead, and stayed near shore, making it easy to catch and process. The name essentially translates to the easiest whale to kill, a whale that carries its own vulnerability in its name. The species was so well suited to being hunted that whalers named it accordingly, nearly wiped it out, and the name stuck through recovery. The southern right whale survived what its name was given to describe. That's the whole story. Oil spills are disasters created by human infrastructure failures. Usually, Coal Oil Point off Santa Barbara, California, naturally seeps 100 to 150 barrels of crude oil per day from seafloor fissures, the largest known natural marine oil seep in the world. And it predates all human petroleum extraction by millions of years. California has been leaking oil into the ocean naturally for longer than humans have existed. The marine ecosystem around it has adapted over time. Natural seeps and human spills are entirely different categories, and the ocean learned to deal with this one before we arrived. The Stygian witchweed parasite attacks cereal crops underground, invisible for weeks before emerging. And its seeds can remain dormant in soil for over 20 years, waiting patiently for a suitable host plant to appear before activating. A parasite willing to wait 2 decades in the soil for the right target. It's been dormant since before some farmers started their careers. You can't clear a field by leaving it fallow. Striga will simply wait until you're ready to try again. It has the patience of something that knows it will eventually win. Amber is fossilized tree resin. You know it from jewelry in Jurassic Park. But it's also one of the most precise time capsules in nature. Researchers have found ancient air bubbles, plant material, feathers, lizard skin, spider webs, and even flower nectar intact inside amber specimens up to 230 million years old. Flower nectar from 230 million years ago, perfectly preserved. The amber sealed the moment and held it for longer than dinosaurs have existed. There are bubbles of ancient atmosphere sitting in museum drawers right now, containing air from a world nobody has ever seen. New Zealand's cave Weta deals with winter in the most extreme way imaginable. It survives being frozen solid. Ice crystals form in the spaces between its cells, while natural antifreeze proteins keep the cell contents liquid. And when temperatures rise, it simply walks away unharmed. An insect that freezes, then thaws, then continues with its life. Ice forming inside its body and leaving it completely unharmed. The cave Weta invented biological cryogenic technology and has been doing it every winter for millions of years without fanfare. The purple gallinule is a brilliantly colored wetland bird, deep purple, teal-green, with a red and yellow beak. It appears to walk on water by crossing tropical lily pads using enormous feet that distribute its weight across a wide enough area that the pads don't sink beneath it. A colorful bird that appears to walk on water because physics is on its side. It's not defying gravity. It's distributing it. But from any distance, it looks like something out of a myth, and that's worth appreciating regardless. Brazil's Atlantic forest has extraordinary biological diversity. The bromeliads growing throughout it collect water in their leaf pools, and collectively, those tiny suspended plant pools hold more water than all the ponds on the forest floor combined, creating an aerial network of microhabitats for frogs, insects, and crabs living in the canopy. An entire ecosystem floating above the ground in plant leaves. A network of tiny pools suspended in the canopy, holding more water than the surface below. The Atlantic forest is running 2 separate water systems, and the aerial one is winning. During the Alaskan salmon run, bears gather at rivers to fish. Everyone knows the image. What most people don't know is that bears eat only the brain and the fatty skin, the highest calorie parts, and leave the rest of the fish behind. Eagles, foxes, and ravens have learned to follow bears upstream specifically because of this. Bears are catering a community feeding event without knowing it. The salmon run isn't just a bear spectacle. It's a neighborhood food distribution system where the bears are doing the cooking and never asking for credit. Most trees stop photosynthesizing when they lose their leaves. That's the whole point of leaves. The yellow fever tree of East Africa photosynthesizes through its bark when completely leafless during the dry season, maintaining active carbon fixation through all external surfaces when most other trees have fully shut down. A tree that kept photosynthesizing through its own skin when it had no leaves left to do it with. The yellow fever tree didn't accept seasonal downtime. It built a backup system into its bark and kept running when everything else stopped. Jules Verne needed a fictional entry point to the center of the Earth for his 1864 novel. He chose Iceland's Snæfellsjökull Glacier, partly because 19th-century geologists genuinely believed Iceland might sit above the thinnest portion of the planet's crust. A volcano under a glacier, potentially above the thinnest part of Earth's crust. Verne wasn't just being dramatic, he was doing geological research for a fantasy novel. He committed to the science of fiction and picked the most geologically plausible point of entry. Verne was thorough. In 2012, researchers analyzing ice cores found direct evidence of a solar storm in 775 AD that was 10 to 100 times more powerful than any solar storm recorded in the modern era. If a storm of that scale hit today, it would destroy most satellites and collapse power grids globally. There's a solar storm in the historical record so powerful, it would set civilization back by decades if it repeated today. We know it happened. We know the scale. And there is currently no infrastructure defense against it. The sun has done this before. The question is when, not if. Every other cormorant species on Earth can fly. The flightless cormorant of the Galapagos evolved wings too small for flight, the only cormorant unable to fly, but in exchange developed proportionally larger pectoral bones and longer legs, becoming a more powerful underwater swimmer than any flying cormorant alive. It traded the sky for the sea. Given the abundance of fish around the Galapagos and the absence of land predators, it was a trade that made complete sense. The flightless cormorant gave up something universal for a specific local advantage. It worked out. Antarctica today is a frozen continent where almost nothing lives. But 68 million years ago, a reptile laid the world's largest known egg in waters that are now covered in ice. Scientists discovered it preserved in Antarctic rock, 28 by 18 centimeters, with a leathery shell, likely laid by a giant mosasaur or plesiosaur. An enormous leathery egg from a sea reptile the size of a school bus, laid in warm prehistoric waters, preserved for 68 million years under ice. Antarctica used to be a warm ocean, and something colossal was living in it. The ice is only the most recent version of that place, and we're still finding what it's hiding. Drop a comment telling me which fact destroyed you the most. And if you haven't liked the video yet, come on. You know you want to. Until next time.
So many questions. Why is the world spinning? Why is the moon keeping its orbit? Can rockets fly backwards? The facts you didn't know you needed. The useless show.
St. Catherine's Monastery, located at the foot of Mount Sinai in Egypt and founded in the 6th century, houses the world's oldest continuously operating library. Its collection includes over 3,000 manuscripts in multiple languages, some dating back to the earliest centuries of Christianity, though the library remains closed to the general public. Tim Gunn became one of the most recognizable faces on American television through Project Runway, but for the show's first 2 seasons, he received no salary for his work. He agreed to appear without pay because he believed in the project. He has also been publicly open about identifying as asexual throughout his life and career. Norilsk, Russia, is the world's northernmost city of significant size, located deep within the Arctic Circle in Krasnoyarsk Krai. It's also one of the most polluted cities on Earth due to its massive nickel smelting industry. The city's flag features a polar bear holding a large key raised overhead, a symbol of the city's industrial power and Arctic identity. The Arctic Circle isn't fixed in place. It shifts northward by approximately 15 meters every year. This gradual movement is caused by the slow wobble of Earth's axial tilt, which changes over a cycle of roughly 40,000 years. As a result, the boundary of the Arctic Circle has moved several kilometers north over just the past few centuries. Georgia produces more pecans than any other state in the United States, accounting for roughly a third of the country's total annual harvest. The state's warm climate and long growing season create ideal conditions for pecan trees, and the industry supports thousands of farms and processing operations concentrated primarily in the southern part of the state. In 1982, the city of Key West, Florida, staged a mock secession from the United States after a federal border patrol checkpoint caused traffic chaos on the only road connecting the Keys to the mainland. Residents declared themselves the independent Conch Republic, issued passports, and have maintained the satirical nation's identity ever since as a tourism-friendly running joke. The earliest footage from Steve Irwin's legendary nature show The Crocodile Hunter wasn't professionally produced wildlife content. It was home video shot during his honeymoon with Terry Raines in 1992. The couple spent their honeymoon trapping crocodiles in Queensland, and that footage became the foundation of the show that made Irwin a global icon. Actress Maggie Gyllenhaal's first name isn't actually Maggie. It's short for Margalit, a Hebrew name meaning pearl. The name is a nod to her family's Jewish heritage. She's gone by Maggie since childhood, and the full name Margalit rarely appears in public records, making it one of Hollywood's more quietly tucked away birth name facts. The original run of Match Game, the freewheeling celebrity panel game show that aired throughout the 1970s, operated on a remarkably efficient production schedule. The entire season's worth of episodes, sometimes dozens of shows, was filmed over the course of a single weekend, with celebrity panelists completing multiple tapings back-to-back in marathon sessions. Betty White, one of America's most beloved television personalities, was married 3 times throughout her life. Her first 2 marriages were relatively brief. Her third marriage, to game show host Alan Ludden in 1963, lasted until his death in 1981. A relationship she later described as the great love of her life, one she never sought to replace. Yerba mate, the South American caffeinated herbal drink, has its own traditional serving ritual built into the experience. The drink is prepared and consumed from a hollow dried gourd, sipped through a bombilla, a metal straw with a built-in filter at the base that strains out the loose tea leaves while allowing the liquid to pass through freely. The word bagel has an alternate spelling that most people have never seen, beagle. The variation reflects the word's Yiddish origins. It traces back to the Middle High German word berugel, meaning ring or bracelet, a reference to the bread's circular shape. Both spellings refer to the same dense, chewy, boiled then baked roll. The Spam Museum in Austin, Minnesota, is entirely dedicated to the canned pork product that has fueled military rations, Hawaiian cuisine, and late-night desperation meals since 1937. Austin is also where Spam is manufactured, and the museum draws tens of thousands of visitors annually who come specifically to learn the full history of America's most polarizing shelf-stable meat. Darth Vader in the original Star Wars trilogy was actually portrayed by 3 completely different people. David Prowse wore the suit and provided the physical performance on set. James Earl Jones recorded the iconic voice separately in a studio. And Sebastian Shaw played Vader's unmasked face in the emotional reveal scene at the end of Return of the Jedi. Napalm, the incendiary substance used as a weapon in the Vietnam War and other conflicts, is made from a relatively simple combination of 3 materials: gasoline, polystyrene, and benzene. The polystyrene thickens the mixture, causing it to cling to surfaces while burning at extremely high temperatures, a property that made it both devastatingly effective and deeply controversial. The Vietnam War caused staggering civilian casualties. Approximately 1 million civilian deaths are estimated across North and South Vietnam combined. The total death toll, including military personnel on all sides, is estimated between 1.5 and 3.5 million people, making it one of the deadliest conflicts of the entire 20th century by any measure of human cost. Before becoming the 40th President of the United States, Ronald Reagan was a working Hollywood actor for nearly 3 decades. He appeared in 53 films between 1937 and 1964, playing roles ranging from a Notre Dame football player to a cavalry officer, a career extensive enough to establish him as a genuine mid-tier studio star before politics took over. The Mary Jane shoe, a closed-toe, flat shoe with a single strap across the instep, was originally considered a unisex children's style worn by both boys and girls. It wasn't until the 1930s that the style became specifically associated with women's and girls' fashion, eventually becoming one of the most recognized feminine shoe silhouettes in footwear history. Traditional moccasins, the soft-soled footwear originally crafted by various indigenous peoples of North America, are made from deerskin. The construction varies across different tribal traditions, but deerskin was the preferred material because of its durability, flexibility, and availability. Moccasins were designed to allow the wearer to feel the ground beneath their feet while walking. Pumpkin carving didn't start in America. It began in Ireland. The original tradition used turnips, not pumpkins, and was tied to the Celtic festival of Samhain. Irish immigrants brought the practice to America in the 19th century, where pumpkins, far larger and easier to carve than turnips, became the natural replacement, and eventually defined the Halloween tradition entirely. The earliest known razors date back to approximately 3000 BCE and were fashioned from copper. Archaeological evidence of these tools has been found across ancient Egypt and other early civilizations, suggesting that shaving was a grooming practice tied to social status and hygiene long before the development of bronze or iron metallurgy made sharper blades possible. Singles Awareness Day exists as an unofficial counter holiday to Valentine's Day, celebrated on February 15th, or sometimes February 14th itself, by people who are single or simply skeptical of the commercial nature of the holiday. Its acronym is SAD, a detail that is either perfectly self-aware or mildly unfortunate, depending entirely on your relationship status. Every star in the night sky has its own color, and that color comes down to temperature. Cooler stars glow red, like Betelgeuse, while the hottest ones burn blue-white, like Regal. It's the same principle as a metal rod heating up, dull red first, then orange, then white as it gets hotter. The first Nobel Prize in physics didn't go to someone building machines or theories about motion. It went to Wilhelm Röntgen in 1901 for discovering X-rays in 1895. He noticed a mysterious glow from a screen near his equipment, and that accidental observation eventually let doctors see inside the human body without cutting it open. Sinclair Lewis holds a quiet distinction in American letters. He was the first citizen of the United States to win the Nobel Prize in Literature, taking the honor in 1930. His novels like Babbitt and Main Street skewered small-town American conformity, which apparently played well with the Swedish committee. Princess Alexandra of Bavaria, a 19th century royal, suffered from a delusion that she had swallowed an entire glass piano as a child. She reportedly walked sideways through doorways for years, convinced the instrument was still lodged inside her and might shatter if she moved wrong. If you're enjoying this video so far, go ahead and hit the like button. It really helps the channel out. Orcas have been documented bringing dead prey to humans on at least 34 separate occasions, involving 18 different species of animal. Researchers suspect it isn't hunting behavior gone wrong, but something closer to a social gesture. Orcas are famously social, and gift-giving shows up in a few other intelligent species too. Bernardo O'Higgins carries the title Liberator of Chile for leading the country's fight for independence from Spain in the early 1800s. He later served as Chile's first head of state, which is a fairly tidy career arc for someone whose surname sounds more suited to an Irish pub. Sranan Tongo, the language spoken across Suriname, is technically an English-based Creole, but that description undersells it. It blends English with Dutch, African languages, and Asian influences, a linguistic mixture that reflects the country's colonial and immigrant history. One small nation, one sentence pulling from 4 continents. Some of the earliest artificial heart prototypes weren't built in pristine medical labs with custom parts. Engineers actually used pieces from an erector set, the classic children's construction toy, to model mechanical valves and pumps, proof that early biomedical engineering sometimes ran on the same hardware as a kid's toy chest. Queen Victoria, often pictured as the stern, stationary face of an empire, actually survived 8 separate assassination attempts during her long reign. Most involved men firing pistols at her carriage, several of which didn't even fire real bullets. But 8 is still a number that suggests being monarch was not a relaxing job. During a 2004 promotion for the film Ocean's 12, a real diamond was embedded into a car on display near the Monaco Grand Prix. The car was involved in a crash, and in the chaos, the diamond vanished. A fittingly cinematic disappearance for a movie about elaborate heists. Anwar Sadat, Egypt's president from 1970 until his assassination in 1981, had once escaped from a British prison during World War II. Decades later, in a strange echo, some of the men convicted of assassinating him also briefly escaped from prison before being recaptured. Eminem once turned down a reported $110 million tour offer alongside Dr. Dre and Snoop Dogg, reportedly because it would have kept him away from his daughter for too long. For an artist whose career is built partly on raw honesty about fatherhood, the decision tracked with the persona. When Felix Salten published Bambi in 1923, it read as a gentle story about a deer growing up in the forest. The Nazis banned it in the 1930s, interpreting it as an allegory for the persecution of Jewish people, a surprisingly political reading of what most people now consider a children's classic. Anne Boleyn was crowned Queen of England in 1533. While visibly pregnant with the child who would become Queen Elizabeth I. Henry V's I had upended the entire English church, partly to marry her, so the pregnancy at the coronation carried enormous political weight. Everyone was watching to see if it would be a son. Mount Chimborazo in Ecuador isn't the tallest mountain on Earth, but its peak is actually the farthest point from the planet's center. That's because Earth bulges at the equator, and Chimborazo sits close to it, meaning its summit reaches farther into space than Everest does, despite Everest's higher elevation. Rebecca Felton became the first woman to serve in the United States Senate in 1922, though only for a single symbolic day. Hattie Caraway later became the first woman actually elected to the Senate in 1932, 2 very different milestones separated by a decade, both quietly reshaping who got to hold power. The government we now call the Weimar Republic never used that name officially. It was formerly the German Reich, the same name used before and after it. Weimar Republic became the popular label later, often used critically by opponents pointing to the city where its constitution was drafted. During Germany's hyperinflation crisis in 1923, the exchange rate collapsed so badly that $1 equaled roughly 4.2 trillion German marks. The government eventually issued a band note worth 100 trillion marks, a bill so devalued that people reportedly used stacks of currency as wallpaper or kindling instead of money. Nancy Astor was born in Danville, Virginia, which makes her origin story a bit unexpected given her legacy. She became the first woman to sit in the British Parliament, taking her seat in 1919. An American-born woman helping rewrite the rules of one of the world's oldest legislatures is a genuinely odd historical detail. George Dewey remains the only person in American history to hold the title Admiral of the Navy, a rank created specifically for him after his decisive 1898 victory at the Battle of Manila Bay. No one has held the title since, making Dewey a permanent one-man rank in U.S. naval history. Off the coast of Senegal sits an island that's essentially built from recycled mollusk shells, accumulated over centuries by local communities harvesting shellfish. The shells piled up so consistently over generations that they formed solid ground, turning discarded seafood shells into actual real estate. In one Simpsons episode, a joke mocked the Apple Newton's infamously bad handwriting recognition, turning beat-up Martin into nonsense text. According to reports, The joke stung enough inside Apple that it reportedly motivated engineers to actually improve the technology. A rare case of a cartoon punchline nudging real product development. 23 U.S. states plus Puerto Rico maintain legally authorized state defense forces that are currently inactive, existing only on paper as a legal option. These are separate from the National Guard, and most Americans have no idea their state technically has the legal framework for its own dormant military reserve. Most bulldog puppies today are born via cesarean section rather than natural birth, a direct consequence of generations of selective breeding for broad heads and narrow hips. The breed's signature look, prized in show rings, has made unassisted birth physically difficult, so vets often schedule C-sections in advance. People living with aphasia, a language disorder often caused by stroke or brain injury, frequently lose the ability to form regular sentences but retain the ability to swear fluently. That's because profanity appears to be processed in older, more emotional regions of the brain, separate from the areas handling structured language. Emperor Vespasian, who ruled Rome starting in 69 AD, was allegedly ordered by his predecessor Caligula to be covered in mud as punishment for neglecting his duty of cleaning the streets. It's a strange humiliation for a man who would eventually build the Colosseum. Barry Goldwater ran for president in 1964 on a staunchly conservative platform and lost badly to Lyndon B. Johnson, carrying only 6 states. The loss was so lopsided that Goldwater Republican briefly became shorthand for political overreach, though his ideas later shaped the conservative movement for decades afterward. When David Hasselhoff went through his divorce, one specific asset he made sure to retain was the legal rights to the phrase, "Don't hassle the Hoff." It's a small, almost comedic detail buried inside a serious legal proceeding. But apparently, the branding mattered enough to fight for. In 2008, a real man named Walter White was arrested for meth trafficking in Alabama, with no connection whatsoever to the television show Breaking Bad. The coincidence of the name made headlines anyway, since the show, following a chemistry teacher turned meth cook, was already airing by then. Among traditional native Hawaiian society, some individuals known as Taikapu resistors rejected the established religious system and its pantheon of gods entirely. Historians point to this as an early localized form of atheism within Hawaiian culture, predating widespread Western religious influence in the islands. A man arrested for meth trafficking in 2013 told authorities he'd been inspired by Breaking Bad, claiming he needed the money to fund his own cancer treatment. It's an almost too neat mirror of the show's plot, where a chemistry teacher turns to meth production after a cancer diagnosis. The small patch of smooth skin between your eyebrows, right above the bridge of your nose, has its own anatomical name, the glabella. It's one of those facial landmarks doctors and forensic anthropologists actually use for measurements and identification, despite most people never hearing the word before. At the 1968 Democratic National Convention, civil rights activist Julian Bond was nominated for vice president, despite being only 28 years old, younger than the constitutional minimum age of 35. He ultimately withdrew his name, but the symbolic nomination still made him the first Black American considered for the role. Confederate General Joseph Johnston reportedly caught a fatal cold after refusing to wear a hat while standing in the rain at the funeral of his former enemy, Union General William Tecumseh Sherman, in 1891. Johnston insisted on removing his hat out of respect, a gesture that arguably cost him his life weeks later. A woman diagnosed with a rare neurological condition called prosopmetamorphopsia reported that human faces would visually distort into dragon-like features right in front of her. The condition doesn't affect the faces themselves, only her brain's processing of them, which makes it one of the stranger documented perceptual disorders on record. Talk show host Jerry Springer was born in 1944 inside Highgate Tube Station in London, which was being used as an air raid shelter during World War II bombing raids. His family had taken refuge underground, making a subway platform the unlikely birthplace of one of American daytime television's biggest names. On average, Finns drink more than 20 pounds of coffee per person every year, consistently placing Finland among the highest coffee-consuming nations on Earth. Long, dark winters and a strong cafe culture are usually cited as reasons, though at that volume it starts to look less like a habit and more like a lifestyle. Composer Richard Wagner married Cosima, who was the illegitimate daughter of fellow composer Franz Liszt. Cosima had previously been married to conductor Hans von Bülow before leaving him for Wagner, tangling together three major figures of 19th century classical music into one dramatic personal saga. The reddish, sometimes toxic ocean discoloration known as red tide isn't caused by pollution or rust, but by sudden population explosions of microscopic organisms called dinoflagellates. These blooms can release toxins harmful to fish, shellfish, and sometimes humans, all from creatures too small to see without a microscope. Every single horse that competed in the 2025 Kentucky Derby could trace its bloodline back to Secretariat, the legendary 1973 Triple Crown winner. Secretariat's genetics have become so deeply woven into thoroughbred breeding that avoiding his lineage entirely is now essentially impossible in top-tier racing. Historically, September has been the worst performing month for the U.S. stock market, based on long-term averages going back decades. There's no fully agreed-upon reason why, though theories range from investors returning from summer and rebalancing portfolios to simple statistical pattern. But the trend itself is well documented. Dutch speed skater Irene Wust holds a distinction no other athlete shares: individual gold medals at 5 different Olympic Games from 2006 through 2022. Across a 16-year span, she kept winning at the top level of a sport known for punishing even small drops in form. In Edo period Japan, married women traditionally blackened their teeth in a practice called ohaguro, and many shaved off their eyebrows after giving birth to their first child. Both customs signaled a woman's changed social status, visible markers of marriage and motherhood built directly into personal appearance. Alessandro Volta is best remembered for inventing the first electric battery in 1800, but he's also credited with discovering methane gas decades earlier, in 1776, after observing flammable gas bubbling up from a marsh. One man managed to contribute a foundational discovery to both chemistry and electrical engineering. In 2004, Brian Krause set a Guinness World Record for competitive cherry pit spitting, launching a pit more than 93 feet through the air. Cherry pit spitting is an actual organized sport with technique and training involved, which is easy to underestimate until you see the distances top competitors achieve. The Ethiopian calendar runs on a different structure than the Gregorian calendar most of the world uses, dividing the year into 13 months instead of 12. 12 months have 30 days each, with a short 13th month of just 5 or 6 days added to complete the year. Almonds and peaches might seem like unrelated foods, but they actually belong to the same genus, Prunus. Botanically speaking, an almond is closer to a peach pit than to a typical nut, since what we eat is the seed found inside a fuzzy fruit-like outer husk. Catherine de' Medici, the powerful 16th century French queen, was mother to 3 sons who each went on to become King of France: Francis Thurford I, Charles Fad X, and Henry II. Few women in European history have had that direct line to that much consolidated royal power through their own children. A long-term Finnish study tracking men over 2 decades found that frequent sauna use, 4 to 7 times a week, was linked to roughly a 40% lower risk of death from any cause compared to infrequent users. Researchers still debate exact mechanisms, but the correlation itself was notably strong. In early 1900s Pennsylvania, German-American communities held a superstition that bathing or changing clothes during the 12 days between Christmas and New Year's would bring bad luck for the coming year. For a culture generally known for order and cleanliness, it's a curiously specific exception. Belarus holds the title of Europe's largest landlocked country by area, with no direct access to the sea despite sitting in the heart of the continent. Its geography has shaped centuries of trade and military history, since every export historically had to pass through a neighboring country's ports. Catnip triggers an energetic, almost euphoric reaction in most cats, sending them rolling and rubbing against it. Dogs process the same plant completely differently. Instead of stimulation, catnip tends to act as a mild sedative for them, calming rather than exciting, which shows how differently 2 closely observed pets can react to the same chemical. In 1746, following the Jacobite Rising, Britain passed a law banning most Scottish Highland men from wearing kilts and other traditional tartan clothing, as part of a broader effort to suppress Highland culture after the rebellion. The ban lasted decades before eventually being repealed. Serial killer Jeffrey Dahmer was reportedly drugged and robbed by a man he had actually intended to target as a victim, in an ironic reversal of roles. Dahmer never reported the incident to police, presumably because doing so would have drawn exactly the kind of attention he was trying to avoid. Hispanic Heritage Month begins on September 15th instead of the first of the month, because that specific date marks the independence anniversary for 5 Latin American nations at once: Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and Nicaragua, all of which gained independence from Spain on the same day in 1821. That distinctive earthy smell that rises from the ground right after rain finally falls has an actual scientific name: petrichor. It comes from a combination of plant oils, soil bacteria byproducts, and ozone, all released together when raindrops disturb dry earth and send the scent into the air. The so-called 20-20-20 rule offers a simple way to reduce digital eye strain. Every 20 minutes, look at something roughly 20 feet away for at least 20 seconds. It gives the eye's focusing muscles a brief reset, which matters more than ever given how much screen time most people accumulate daily. If you're not subscribed yet, now is a good time to do that. We post videos like this all the time. The University of Miami's Hurricanes nickname traces back to a devastating 1926 storm that struck the city directly, shaping how the school later branded its athletics. Their mascot, an ibis named Sebastian, was chosen because the bird is famously the last animal to take shelter before a storm and the first to reappear after. Canadians can formally request that a Canadian flag be flown over Parliament Hill in their honor, but demand is so overwhelming that the current wait list stretches beyond 100 years. Anyone applying today is essentially requesting a flag for a future generation they'll never personally see receive it. There's a striking gender gap in smoking rates across China. Only about 2% of Chinese women smoke, compared to over 50% of Chinese men. Cultural norms around femininity and public behavior are usually cited as major factors behind a gap that wide, one of the largest of its kind globally. Stevie Ray Vaughan's famous guitar, nicknamed Number One, was purchased at a pawn shop the very day after singer Christopher Cross had pawned it there himself. Neither musician likely imagined the instrument would go on to become one of the most iconic guitars in blues rock history. Actor Chet Hanks, son of Tom Hanks, attended Northwestern University, a detail that tends to surprise people more familiar with his social media presence than his academic background. It's a reminder that public personas online often reveal very little about someone's actual educational history. Actor Bela Lugosi, famous for playing Dracula in the 1931 film, was buried in 1956 wearing one of his actual Dracula costumes, complete with cape, at his family's request. It was less a Halloween gimmick and more a genuine tribute to the role that defined his entire career. Despite the name suggesting double the filling, double stuffed Oreos actually contain only about 1.86 times the amount of cream found in a regular Oreo, according to independent testing by curious students. Double turned out to be more of a marketing rounding than a literal measurement. A group of pugs, when gathered together, has its own specific collective noun, a grumble. Given the breed's characteristic snorting and wheezing, the term feels almost too accurate, capturing both the sound and general demeanor of a room full of pugs at once. The human nose is capable of distinguishing roughly 1 trillion different scents, according to research published in the journal Science. That figure dramatically revised earlier, much lower estimates, suggesting human smell is far more sensitive and discriminating than it typically gets credit for. The first photograph of Earth taken from the vicinity of the Moon happened almost by accident in 1966, captured by NASA's Lunar Orbiter 1 spacecraft. It wasn't the mission's primary goal, but the resulting image became one of the earliest glimpses of the whole planet from deep space. Roman Emperor Claudius, who ruled in the 1st century AD, may have been among the very last people who could actually read and write the Etruscan language fluently. He reportedly wrote a scholarly history of the Etruscans himself, a text that has since been lost entirely to history. The letter H in the U.S. military phonetic alphabet is known today as hotel, but earlier versions of the system used different words entirely, including how and hypo, before later standardization settled on the current NATO-based terminology used across Allied forces. Country. Singer Chris Christopherson, before his career took off, reportedly landed a National Guard helicopter directly on Johnny Cash's lawn in an audacious attempt to personally hand him a demo tape. The gamble apparently worked well enough to help launch a lasting friendship and musical partnership between the two. Chuck Howley, a linebacker for the Dallas Cowboys, remains the only player in Super Bowl history to be named MVP while playing for the losing team, earning the honor at Super Bowl V in 1971. No other losing team player has matched that individual recognition since. North Korea officially recognizes two of its former leaders, Kim Il-sung and Kim Jong-il, as eternal holders of their titles even after death, rather than transferring those specific positions to successors. Some political analysts have coined the term necrocracy to describe a government structure literally built around deceased rulers. Before 2012, Swarovski crystals contain lead oxide levels as high as 32%, a component that gave the crystals their signature brilliant sparkle and refractive quality. The company later transitioned to lead-free formulas across its product line, trading a bit of traditional shine for reduced environmental and health concerns. During World War I, President Woodrow Wilson had a flock of sheep graze on the White House lawn, partly as a symbolic gesture, and partly to free up groundskeepers for wartime labor elsewhere. The sheep's wool was later auctioned off to raise money for the Red Cross. Barry Manilow performs I Write the Songs as one of his signature hits, but he didn't actually write it. The song was composed by Bruce Johnston of the Beach Boys. The title's irony has followed Manilow throughout his career, despite him having written plenty of other original material. In the 1800s, before fingerprinting became standard, mugshot photographers often posed suspects with their hands visibly placed on their chest or lapel. The gesture helped investigators note distinguishing details like rings, scars, or missing fingers, giving early law enforcement an extra layer of identification beyond just facial features. British Prime Minister Winston Churchill once described American Prohibition, the nationwide ban on alcohol from 1920 to 1933, as an affront to the whole history of mankind. Given Churchill's well-documented fondness for drink, the strength of that particular opinion probably shouldn't surprise anyone. The Red Vineyard at Arles, painted by Vincent van Gogh in 1888, holds a somewhat sobering distinction. It's the only painting confirmed to have been sold during his lifetime. Van Gogh created hundreds of works before his death in 1890, yet nearly all of his fame and fortune arrived posthumously. Ireland's patron saint, St. Patrick, wasn't actually born in Ireland at all. Historical accounts suggest he was born in Roman Britain, likely in present-day England or Scotland, and was later brought to Ireland as a captive, before eventually returning as a missionary who shaped the country's religious identity. Owls can't fully digest the bones, fur, and feathers of the small animals they swallow whole, so they regurgitate that indigestible material as compact pellets. Biologists and even school teachers frequently dissect these pellets to study exactly what an owl has been eating in the wild. President Lyndon B. Johnson kept two beagles at the White House with famously simple names, him and her. The dogs became minor celebrities in their own right, occasionally drawing public criticism after Johnson was photographed lifting one by its ears, a moment that stirred real controversy at the time. South Korea's adult literacy rate rose dramatically over roughly 4 decades, climbing from about 22% in 1945 to around 93% by the late 1980s. That transformation paralleled the country's broader rapid industrialization and education reform following the devastation of Japanese occupation and the Korean War. Confederate General Robert E. Lee's father, Henry Lee II, carried the memorable nickname Light Horse Harry, earned through his cavalry leadership during the American Revolutionary War. The nickname stuck for generations, distinguishing him clearly from the many other Lees scattered throughout Virginia's prominent political families. Newborn elephant calves are frequently observed sucking on their own trunks, similar to how human infants suck their thumbs. Researchers interpret it as a self-soothing behavior, one small overlap in comfort instincts between two species that otherwise look almost nothing alike. Among all the chemical elements on the periodic table, only 2 letters of the alphabet never appear anywhere in any element's name or symbol, J and Q. Every other letter shows up somewhere, whether in full names like Xenon or symbols like KR for krypton. A set of regulations issued in Krakow in 1610 reportedly suggested giving bagels to women during childbirth, treating the bread as an appropriate gift or comfort food for the occasion. It's one of the earliest documented references connecting bagels specifically to Polish Jewish culinary and social customs. Astronomer William Herschel discovered the planet Uranus in 1781, an achievement significant enough that King George II subsequently appointed him as his personal court astronomer. The position came with a royal salary, freeing Herschel from needing to continue his previous career as a professional musician. Isaac Newton in England and Gottfried Leibniz in Germany independently developed the mathematical framework of calculus around the same period in the late 17th century. The near-simultaneous discovery sparked a bitter, decades-long dispute over credit between the two men and their respective national scientific communities. Wellington, New Zealand, sits in a location so geographically exposed to funneled ocean winds that it regularly experiences gusts reaching hurricane force strength. Locals sometimes jokingly call it Windy Wellington, though the nickname undersells just how genuinely disruptive the city's wind patterns can be to daily life. Among all the English number words, 4 holds a small mathematical curiosity. It's the only number whose letter count actually matches its own numeric value, since the word 4 contains exactly 4 letters. No other number in the sequence shares that same coincidental self-description. Before The Big Lebowski cast Jeff Bridges as the dude, the Coen brothers reportedly had Mel Gibson in mind for the laid-back, bowling-obsessed lead role. It's genuinely difficult to picture the film's specific brand of shambling charm coming from anyone other than Bridges now. Dutch-American painter Willem de Kooning arrived in the United States in 1926 by stowing away aboard the SS Shelley, without proper documentation or a ticket. He went on to become one of the leading figures of abstract expressionism, a long way from an unauthorized cargo ship crossing. The same architect, Eero Saarinen, designed both the Gateway Arch in St. Louis and the futuristic TWA Flight Center terminal at New York's JFK Airport. Both structures share a similar sweeping, curved aesthetic, and both remain instantly recognizable examples of mid-20th century American architecture decades later. Germans collectively consume more than 400 tons of kebab meat every single day, reflecting just how deeply the dish, originally brought by Turkish immigrants, has embedded itself into everyday German food culture. Berlin in particular is often credited as the birthplace of the doner kebab sandwich as it's known today. King Richard III of England, who reigned from 1483 to 1485, was the last English monarch to die in actual battle, killed at the Battle of Bosworth Field. His remains were lost for centuries before famously being rediscovered under a parking lot in Leicester in 2012. Poe's Law, an internet-era observation, states that without a clear indicator of intent, extreme sincere expressions and deliberate parody can become completely indistinguishable from one another online. It explains why satirical posts are so often mistaken for genuine extremist statements, and vice versa. Across social media, Karl I of Austria holds the distinction of being the final monarch from the centuries-old Habsburg dynasty, ruling briefly as Emperor of Austria and King of Hungary before the empire's collapse at the end of World War I in 1918, ending one of Europe's longest-running royal lineages. It took roughly 2 million years of human history for the global population to reach its first billion people, a milestone hit around 1800. The second billion arrived far faster, in just about 120 more years, illustrating how dramatically population growth accelerated once industrialization and modern medicine took hold. Elvis Presley had a stillborn identical twin brother named Jesse Garon Presley, born just minutes before Elvis himself in 1935. Elvis grew up as an only child in practice, though he reportedly remained aware of and occasionally referenced his twin throughout his life and career. The white stork holds official status as Ukraine's national bird, a symbol that appears throughout Ukrainian folklore, art, and even architecture. The bird is traditionally associated with good fortune, fertility, and the arrival of spring across much of Eastern European cultural tradition. Descendants of author Leo Tolstoy gather twice a year for reunions held at his former estate. now preserved as the House Museum in Russia. The tradition keeps one of literature's most sprawling family trees connected. Generations after Tolstoy himself wrote sweeping, multi-generational novels like War and Peace. American mob boss Joseph Bonanno attempted to seize expanded control over the Mafia's governing commission in 1964, a scheme that ultimately failed and effectively ended his influence within organized crime. The fallout, later dubbed the Banana War, reshaped power among New York's crime families for years afterward. Timothy the Tortoise served as a mascot aboard Royal Navy ships during the Crimean War in the 1850s and reportedly lived to be roughly 160 years old before dying in 2004. That lifespan means Timothy personally outlasted an entire era of naval history, technology, and warfare. Actress Glenda Jackson won 2 Academy Awards and 2 Emmy Awards during a celebrated acting career, before leaving performing entirely to become a member of the British Parliament. She served in Parliament for over 2 decades, an unusually direct pivot from stage and screen into elected politics. Every year at MIT, students haul a piano up to a rooftop and drop it to the ground below as part of a tradition called Drop Day, marking the final day students can withdraw from a class without penalty. The pun on dropping a class is entirely intentional. Ancient Rome's earliest legal code, the 12 Tables, established around 450 BC, actually prescribed the death penalty for composing slanderous or insulting songs about another citizen. It's a striking indication of how seriously Roman society took public reputation and verbal insult, even set to music. Human babies are born with roughly 300 bones, nearly 100 more than the 206 found in a typical adult skeleton. Many of these bones gradually fuse together during childhood and adolescence, consolidating into the fixed adult skeletal structure most people carry for the rest of their lives. Nintendo's character Kirby wasn't named after anything related to his round pink appearance, but after real-life attorney John Kirby, who successfully defended Nintendo in a lawsuit brought by Universal over alleged similarities between Donkey Kong and King Kong. Nintendo apparently wanted to honor the win. The earliest flowering plants appeared on Earth roughly 130 million years ago, during the Cretaceous period, well after ferns, conifers, and mosses had already been established for hundreds of millions of years. Flowers represented a relatively late evolutionary innovation in the planet's much longer botanical history. Founding father Thomas Paine, better known for writing the influential pamphlet Common Sense, also served as an aide-de-camp to General Nathanael Greene during the American Revolutionary War. His combination of battlefield experience and persuasive writing helped shape both military morale and public opinion during the conflict. McDonald's tested an early prototype of its now familiar Playland concept at the Illinois State Fair back in 1972, and the setup reportedly included a singing trash can designed to entertain kids. The full Playland concept expanded to permanent restaurant locations not long afterward, minus the singing garbage. James Bond actor Roger Moore hosted Saturday Night Live in 1977, bringing a rare dose of British spy movie glamour to the show's stage during its earliest and most experimental seasons, well before hosting the show became a routine stop for major celebrities promoting new film releases. Every Holstein dairy cow has a completely unique pattern of black and white spots covering its body, functioning almost like a fingerprint for identification purposes. Farmers have historically used these individual spot patterns to visually distinguish between cattle before more modern tagging and tracking systems became standard practice. Despite having no unicorns in its actual wildlife, Scotland's official national animal is the unicorn, a mythical creature adopted centuries ago as a symbol of purity, strength, and independence. It appears prominently on the royal coat of arms used in Scotland, standing opposite England's lion. I want to know, which fact surprised you the most so far? Drop it in the comments below. A woman in Texas discovered she'd been carrying a decades-old felony charge stemming from a VHS tape she'd rented and never returned as a teenager. The forgotten charge had quietly damaged her job prospects for years without her realizing it, until it eventually surfaced during a background check. Tupac Shakur's widely discussed hologram performance at Coachella in 2012 wasn't actually a hologram at all, technically speaking. It relied on Pepper's ghost, an optical illusion technique using angled glass and projection that dates back to the 1800s, long before any modern holographic technology existed. During Abraham Lincoln's second presidential inauguration in March 1865, the planet Venus was reportedly visible in the daytime sky, bright enough to be seen without needing darkness. Such daylight visibility of Venus is rare and depends on precise atmospheric and positional conditions aligning correctly. Anna Jarvis, the woman largely credited with founding Mother's Day in the early 1900s, later spent years actively campaigning to have the holiday abolished entirely. She felt it had become too commercialized by florists and card companies, straying far from her original vision of a personal, heartfelt tribute. William Shakespeare's wife carried the name Anne Hathaway, centuries before the modern actress of the same name became famous. The coincidence occasionally causes brief confusion online, given how little most people learn about Shakespeare's actual personal life compared to his plays. Between 1912 and 1948, the Olympic Games actually awarded official medals for artistic disciplines including architecture, literature, music, painting, and sculpture, alongside traditional athletic events. The category was eventually dropped, partly over concerns that most competing artists were technically professionals rather than amateurs. French President Charles de Gaulle carried the nickname, the Great Asparagus, among some contemporaries, largely a nod to his notably tall, lanky frame. It's a fairly unglamorous nickname for a leader otherwise remembered for commanding wartime resolve and post-war political authority. Among all the arteries in the human circulatory system, the pulmonary arteries are unique in that they carry deoxygenated blood, moving it from the heart to the lungs for oxygenation. Every other artery in the body typically carries oxygen-rich blood outward from the heart to tissues. In the 1960s, a dam project flooded land belonging to the Tohono O'odham Nation in Arizona, and the resulting legal settlement later granted the tribe rights to claim replacement land elsewhere. That claim eventually led to the development of a casino near Phoenix, an indirect outcome of decades-old water infrastructure decisions. Adding bubbles to bath water isn't just about aesthetics or fun. The foam actually acts as an insulating layer on the water's surface, helping the bath retain heat longer than it otherwise would. It's a small physics trick hiding inside an otherwise ordinary bath product. Sculptor Alexander Calder built an actual working fountain filled with liquid mercury for the Spanish pavilion at the 1937 Paris Expo, created as a pointed anti-fascist statement during the Spanish Civil War. The piece stood alongside Picasso's Guernica, making the pavilion a concentrated hub of politically charged art. Animals with hooves, including horses, deer, cattle, and pigs, are collectively classified by biologists under the term ungulates. The category splits further into odd-toed and even-toed groups, based on how weight distributes across their hoof structure. The luxury fashion house Louis Vuitton didn't begin as a designer of handbags or clothing at all. It started in 1854 as a company specializing in making sturdy travel trunks for wealthy clients. The brand's expansion into broader fashion came only much later. Building on its trunk-making reputation, English composer Gustav Holst, best known for his orchestral suite, The Planets, reportedly referred to astrology as his pet vice, a hobby he indulged despite it sitting somewhat awkwardly beside his more scientifically minded contemporaries. The interest arguably shaped the astrological character titles within his most famous work. In the 1800s, ice harvested from Massachusetts's Wenham Lake became a genuine luxury export item in England, prized for its clarity and purity. The demand grew so strong that a lake in Norway was later renamed Wenham Lake, specifically to capitalize on the marketable reputation of the original. Jazz legend Louis Armstrong occasionally signed his personal letters with the phrase, "Red beans and ricely yours," a nod to his beloved New Orleans dish of red beans and rice. It became something of a personal signature, blending his hometown food culture directly into his written correspondence. Manitoulin Island, located within Lake Huron, holds the title of the largest island situated inside a freshwater lake anywhere in the world. It's large enough to contain its own smaller lakes within its borders, creating a somewhat recursive geographic layering of islands and lakes. AI researcher Jeffrey Hinton, often called a godfather of deep learning, is reportedly related to both George Everest, the surveyor Mount Everest was named after, and George Boole, whose Boolean algebra underpins modern computer logic. Three very different fields of achievement running through one extended family tree. Slavery persisted in the Romanian territories of Wallachia and Moldavia until the mid-1800s, considerably later than in much of Western Europe, and it disproportionately affected the Romani people. Formal abolition didn't arrive until 1856, a comparatively recent date within the broader European timeline. The 1944 film, To Have and Have Not, reportedly came about after director Howard Hawks bet novelist Ernest Hemingway that he could turn Hemingway's own admittedly weakest book into a genuinely great movie. The resulting film, starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, is now considered a classic. At St. George's Monastery, Muslim visitors traditionally take part in welcoming Christian pilgrims at the entrance during the Feast of St. George, a shared observance that crosses religious lines in a region often defined by division. The custom reflects a long-standing, localized tradition of interfaith reverence for the saint. Theodore Roosevelt's daughter Alice kept an unusual pet during her time in the White House, a garter snake she named Emily Spinach, which she reportedly carried around in her purse to unsettle visitors and dinner guests. The Roosevelt White House was, by most accounts, rarely a boring place. Anne Hodges remains the only person in recorded history confirmed to have been struck by a meteorite, an incident that happened in Alabama in 1954 while she napped on her couch. The meteorite crashed through her roof, and her family later reportedly used the rock as a doorstop. More than 200 human bodies remain frozen on the slopes of Mount Everest, left behind after fatal climbing attempts. Extreme altitude and dangerous conditions make retrieval enormously difficult and risky, so many climbers are simply left where they fell, some becoming grim, well-known landmarks along established climbing routes. Saguaro cacti grow at an almost absurdly slow pace, sometimes taking a full decade just to reach 1 inch in height during their early years. Given enough time, though, they eventually tower over 40 feet tall, making them one of the most patient success stories in the plant kingdom.